Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to everyone watching. I'm your host, Ross Smith, and I'm joined here in the booth with Mr. Aaron
Good
Benton
afternoon.
Fife.
Good afternoon.
All right, how you doing, Aaron?
Not bad, just waiting to get this race underway. Roughly just under 10 minutes until we get formation lap underway. It's looking to be a good one. Got 36 cars on the grid. So it's going to be quite hectic traffic-wise, with most of them being GTs.
Yeah, it's been pretty good, I guess, off couple of weeks because there's been a lot of drivers getting added here, a lot of teams hopping in, and yeah, everyone's going to benefit from some great racing here at the historic Silverstone circuit in the UK. Currently, the schedule up on screen now. Obviously, round 3 here at Silverstone. 8 hours. We'll be heading into the night later on. Race should start around 3 o'clock local time, and we'll finish up just probably around 11 or so. Next race will be at Road Atlanta, then we'll probably be at Hockenheim, and then we'll head on to the possibly 12 hours of Le Mans. There's talks of that maybe switching up. We're not 100% sure yet. It's all on the table. But as of right now, 12 hours of Lasarth, Coda, and then the finale at Nordschleife. But yeah, so we've got quite a few new drivers in the field. Right now, the current points. See if I can grab those for everyone. We'll get those up here in a second. But points championship still up for grabs. With even though there are a lot of newcomers, still plenty of big races left. So we've got plenty of time for any of those teams to really make a difference.
I'll tell you what would be good, because Madness Racing, they had a horrible time last time out at Fuji. I mean, their qualifying looks good today, so does their race pace. So maybe, just maybe, we can get them up back to where they belong, fighting for podiums and wins.
Yeah, absolutely. And taking a look at those points right now on the screen. Now, this is, of course, as of the second round at Fuji, as mentioned. So plenty of more teams to be added to this list. LMP2, we have the RSS Unison Racing, easy for me to say, leading just ahead of FFSR, who had the race rounded up until the very last few laps. Really, I mean, it was the last 5-10 minutes when all of a sudden, Sam Bentley had some issues and had a long pit stop, lost a lap plus lead, and fell back to third. And that gave us a stirring fight right to the end for the LMP2 win. And yeah, certainly not anything any of those drivers was expecting, but that just goes to show you that even after 8 hours, it can still come down to the final lap. Over on the DDoS side of things here, the GT3 side of things, DDoS Racing leading the way. Also with 43 points, only 3 over Pimps Racing Hungary, which I will point out they're sporting some fancy new liveries for this race. Maybe a little self-promotion there. But that is the points as they lay right now, and we'll see how things go as we get into the race. We've got about just around 5 minutes or so before this kicks over from warm-up into the race proper. So the grid getting set, and Yeah, it's exciting. So, what are we looking forward to here today, Aaron? Like, what are some of the challenges around the circuit? It's a little closer to home for you.
Yeah, I think managing the fuels, because with these GT cars, especially with the BMWs, so there's quite a few in the field now, managing the fuel to make sure they can maximise the stints is going to be a tough one, especially tyre wear too, towards towards the end of the stints, because the cut tracks I hear are quite strict. So if they're running bad on tyre wear, then they could just understeer off and maybe end up with drive through or stop go. So that's really, I can tell, is going to be the big factors of what could make this interesting.
Now, we've seen as we're watching through some of the S's on the backside, a lot of drivers later in their stints just kind of flying off of there. You think we'll see some of that today?
Yeah, especially through cops. I remember a race just last weekend. So many incidents happened there because LMP2s were trying overtakes on GT3s, and there just wasn't room or space. One LMP even took out the leader of the GT3 class.
Oof. Yeah, cops actually noted that within the Discord chat there was some concern about track extensions here, just because obviously lots of big runoffs. Concern mostly over copying warnings for different times when you might be battling, get forced wide, and get a penalty as a result of just racing regularly. Now, obviously, uh, drivers can push that a little bit where it's not just battling, where you're kind of getting right up over the curbs and saying, well, I didn't gain any time. But be interesting to see how that works out.
Yeah, I think the limit's been raised to 10 just because of how easy it is to get cut tracks on Silverstone.
Mm. Looking through now, and you were actually mentioning before off air that there are already some warnings going down for a few drivers.
Yes, during test practice earlier this week, there were a few people messing around, and one of those teams was Fancy Esports Black, the 66 car. They got official warning for breaking rule 1.17 and rule 4.4, and there's a little video in the Discord which I'm watching now. It seems to be on the back of the hang Wellington Straight. A LMP2 crashes, and then the Fancy Esports car just goes straight in and rams into the Shadow Realm.
Geez, yeah. It's all the rules are being enforced, 24/7 as the server sits up, and certainly now as we're getting closer towards the race. But just from what we've seen so far, it looks like it's fairly congenial out there, for the most part. On screen right now is DDoS of Liam Rance. Looks like he's going to be starting. Take that back.
Oh, that was just a huge crash for Zbinovic. Just at the end of the not first time. I'm just looking through now. He went through the first corner, then just went a bit wide at turn 2, got on the grass, and just straight into the wall.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that was all about.
Maybe just getting on the grass so he locked the rears. Quite easy to do in the Orcas.
Yeah, for sure. Looking at...
There's 40,
Sorry, go ahead.
there's 40 seconds left in the warm-up now, so we should be getting onto a formation lap within about 2 to 3 minutes. Hopefully get the race underway.
Just checking with the live timing right now. It's having a little bit of an issue here, trying to get buffered. But just looking down the order, obviously not exactly in order from where they were in qualifying. I'm seeing if I can pull up some of the results there. Now we should have that actually in just a few seconds, so I'll just wait and we can run down the grid. Lots of new teams on here, but some of the names are familiar.
So I think the format's officially ended now, so we'll be rigging up soon.
Excellent. Excellent. So today it's right now currently 22 degrees, and it's pretty much going to be that way for most of the race, from what I understand. Unseasonably warm, as you said.
This is the UK, right? We're not making up these temperatures.
Yeah, it's. I mean,
it is unseasonably warm, I will admit.
I was actually looking forward to a rain race myself.
Yeah, there was rain forecast earlier today, but not anymore.
Yeah, it looks like it's supposed to be clear, sunny, and warm for the duration.
Yeah, the lowest temperature we should be getting to is 14 degrees, and that's right at the end of the race. So, really fun. And we're just about to start the race. Next session, we are now advancing to next session, and should be gridding up here for the 8 hours of Silverstone.
Now I'm seeing that there are 33. Is that... I could have sworn that there were a few more previously.
Yeah, but I saw 36 earlier. So, yeah, Peter Vagapov's left the race, and it doesn't say he's, oh no, the 127, because Weston's just been booted. We have issues here. We have issues.
So
That's
like
really annoying, because Weston was supposed to be starting, P8 for the 127 car.
And it looks like there are
As formation that does get underway.
a few more empty spots back down the grid, actually. So hopefully that we'll probably end up getting a restart here. We'll see what happens. And unfortunately, I'm not seeing the... I was hoping that, personally, that the Pimps Hungary racing team for the LMP2s would show up. I may have had a personal hand in creating their livery, so I was just curious to see how it'd look on track, but I'm not seeing them.
Yeah, there's 32 cars, and we should have had 36 for the start here.
So just looking around right now to see what we can figure out in terms of whether or not we're going to get a grid restart. We did see at least one driver get punted off, and I know that there were some issues with the server as far as drivers staying connected during a couple of the earlier sessions, so possibly just a fluke.
Hopefully not. Yeah, there's some people questioning whether we should go restart.
The start's been cancelled due to people having issues. We're gonna restart warm-up while these people get in.
Right, so
And it's just been confirmed. The race will not be green. We are going back to warm-up to sort out these issues.
Alright, good decision, yeah. Just making sure that everyone can get in. This probably will just take a few minutes to make sure that those missing from here can get in.
There's only like 3 to 4 Oh, nope, someone else just left. But it should be like 3 to 4 drivers to reset their positions once everyone gets back in.
Okay. Aaron, if you wouldn't mind checking your DM.
There's still some issues because one of the drivers is saying it won't load up for them. So we are getting loads of issues here currently.
Okay, yeah, so we have seen this a couple times before in the past with different races where a driver or two would have kind of a problem just with either the track not loading for them or the server just bouncing them out. Initially, it
Didn't we
was.
have issues?
Go ahead.
Didn't we have issues last race with the restart? With the race start, we had to restart it a couple times. I mean, there was an Aston that just ploughed through the field as well, playing bowling with a couple of GTs and LMPs.
Yeah. Yeah, and unfortunately, that driver ended up not being able to start after that, which was a real shame, just because I mean,
It was a server glitch, apparently.
Yeah, no fault of their own.
So annoying.
So just taking a few moments now for missing drivers to hop in. Currently sitting at 33. I'm looking down the order. It looks like the Pimps Hungary Racing for the LMP2 is currently out. Sebastian Johansson is in a generic Oreca. I could have sworn that they had a team car, but maybe I'm wrong. Fortunately, as many drivers are familiar, this is sort of one of those R Factor 2 things where you just kind of have to roll with it and try and get it to work.
Yeah.
So probably should be able to get this going within the next, I want to say, 5 to 10 minutes. So a slight delay, but I mean that won't, that shouldn't impact things too badly. I know that some drivers can get a bit testy if it's very tight between timing with stints. But that's understandably so. I mean, you've got guys from all over the world. I mean, we see a lot of Eastern Europeans. Quite a few Russians have joined in. Glad to see. So it's Spain.
That's always good.
Yeah. Yeah, we just need to start hitting the other side of the continent there. Maybe get some Asian players in from over on the east side of the coastline there, and then we can truly say that we're global.
Still currently sitting at 33 cars for all of the current starting grid, so I think that's the best we're going to get. Which is unfortunate because I knew there were a few more cars that were going to race. So it's just really unfortunate about these issues preventing.
Yeah, particularly for teams that have spent any amount of time getting ready for this thing.
Yeah, like the last race, I put like 300 laps of practicing just for it to be ended by a power cut.
Ugh. Yeah, and it only takes it to happen to one driver on the team, which hopefully that gets sorted out within some of the next updates for R Factor 2, where you can have a different person come in and take over the car somehow.
Yeah, like for there was a rule change where now between the race and qualifying, if you want, you can swap drivers. If one's having an issue during qualifying, you can swap the driver for the race.
Taking a look here at some of the best times by class, and looks like for the LMPs it's a 144.3 by Jordi Zuers, and then for the GT3s a 157.1 by Mark Hutchinson. And he's actually with the LARPs, the running the BMWs. There was quite a bit of hype with that team. See if I can pull them up here. And he's still hiding.
I kind of expect him to run away with it, actually. Just seeing their current pace.
Yeah, it is fast. It's a bit surprising not to see Hemmingsen at the top of the grid for that. He's usually up there, but I mean he is only second to Jordi by about 1/10 of a second. Oh, look, here we go.
Oh, we're going to race. We're going to race. Grid has been sorted for everyone to grid, and then this race should be going underway. Hopefully this time, anyway.
Yeah, that's right. So we are still missing at least one, if not two, drivers on the grid. So LMP2 driving away. And Jordi Zuers is going to lead the field down with the LARP racing. Followed right behind him is Martin Hemmingsen, who obviously, very fast man. So that'll be a great battle to watch at the front. In third place, Norbert Jakob, trying to get my timing up here.
Oh, great. Already issues. Apparently, Gabba Habesi, a P2 crashed him on the grid. Please don't be another restart, I beg. As there is actually a P2 in last, it shows like. It's Sebastian Schuhansen at the back of the grid in his Oracle P2.
Yeah, and we did see him back there earlier. I'm not sure if that's...
Sandy Wankfist is just not moving. He's damaged. His rear wing's off the car. Like, I don't know if I can just see what happens whilst we wait for this race to get underway. Because I really want to see what happens here.
Gabriel Hevesi is up. Oh, yeah, it looks like we're going to have another restart. I'm wondering if...
and we're going for a restart. The final one. Well, so, what can we say? Third time's a charm?
So either
There's no issues this time.
Now I know, as you'd mentioned earlier, that there was a problem where one of the drivers wasn't able to see any of the cars, or at least half of the cars that were on the grid, and just bowled right through them all. And hopefully that's not what happened this time. We'll kind of keep.
Yeah, I couldn't see, so I'm not sure.
So started again. Got Jordi Zuers with LARP, followed by Martin Hemmingsen.
There is an LMP2 at the back of the grid, Sebastian Schuhansen, so that's going to be an upward struggle for his team.
Yeah, possibly something with qualifying where his time was disallowed. So Martin Hemmingsen in the FFSR, bringing up second, Norbert Jakob with the Fancy Esports in third. Then Max Bunevik is with RSS should see some exciting racing from those guys. David Kalashai with, let's see, where is he? With the other fancy esports team, running up in 5th. Che Hatch.
Just looking, and we have a...
Are we having another restart?
Just looking, and we have a total of 15 MP2s and... 16 MP2s and 17 GT3s.
Che Hatch, we're used to seeing him with, I thought MRTI, but he's running in the IDOS machine right now. Santu Engvis with Venturo. In 7th and 8th, Jordan Weeks with another IDOS install. Prebek Zolt is in one of the other many fancy esports machines, followed by a sister teammate, Baton Berkniez. Then in 11th, Riley McKibben, followed by Patrick Salvazzi, a regular in the series. Pascal Eggert, another one with the Scuderia Adriatica. It was back and forth. They had a major crash at Fuji last time, if you remember that one.
Oh yeah, I remember that. Just trying to get draft and then didn't realise the other guy was pitting and just went straight into the back of him.
Yeah, it was a bit of a mess. Hopefully that doesn't repeat itself.
Shouldn't do, anyway, because at least you can tell if someone's pitting this time.
Indeed. Get some names up there for everyone. Sammy Bure in 14th. Robert Dubai in 15th rounds out the LMP2s.
The LMP2s are coming onto the hangar straight now, about halfway through, so we should be able to get this race started soon, as the GT3s are now starting to leave a gap.
Mm-hmm. A lot of BMWs and McLarens in the field. It's almost exclusively.
Yeah. It's nice to see a couple of BMWs, because there used to be only 2, which were the 2 Madness cars. Now we're getting like 5, maybe?
Yeah.
Last time I counted. As MP2s rounded stoves, still warming up tyres. So they're about to get going in a second, going through the chicane.
Yeah, wrapping up here. We'll get through Mark Hutchinson, Gaber Havesi, Mantis Rikas, Maximilian Kalinic, Lucas Lichten. Favorite.
LMP2 green.
Oh, and we're going green for us, so we'll skip out
Oh,
there.
one
Martin.
car already smoking.
That's Martin Hemmingson, possibly.
Maybe did he not? Does he have his quali set up on? I'm going to keep an eye on him because he could have an engine failure.
green, good luck.
So everyone pretty much threw and away there with the LMP2s.
Yeah.
We'll check out the
Hemmingson's still
GTEs.
smoking.
Keep an eye. Oh, and a slide in the background. Looks like one of the FFSR entries. Not sure if he went around. Looks like he might have just saved it. He's falling back.
Trying to make a move on Mark Hutchinson. Can he get it done? No, he can't. Still behind as one car goes off track. And it's actually a BMW 1-2-3 at the moment.
Oh, big diving going on in the background. Oh, and Lucas Lichten is around.
He got punted and his tyres off. That is him, done, and out of the race. Oh, and he slides back onto the track. Many cars having to take avoiding action. I think he got punted from behind. And Hemmingson's still smoking in the LMP2s.
He's missing a tire. That's going to be... That's... You want to start the race. Still time to recover.
Yeah, but I'm just going to take a look. I think he was hit from behind because he just crashes in a straight line. I'm just going to take a look. Yes, he gets hit. He gets hit by a McLaren. McLaren just turns him on the straight. And that's number 3's race run, really. As Hemmingson's still smoking. As we start lap number 2. They've built up quite a nice gap.
So it looks like he came across the nose of Liam Rance as he was moving down to block. And
the other man this car, which is Chris Weston, currently in 6th and chasing Maximilian Kalanish for 5th place.
Watching that live now. So they've started to spread out a little bit. And Maximilian, I remember that team, they had struggles last time where they just ping-ponged up and down the order. They'd charge very heavily up the field, and then he'd usually get some oversteer as he went for a pass or something and got wiped out.
Yeah, but he looks to have a good start at the moment. Getting P5 in class. Hemmingson's still really smoking out the back of LMP2. I'm not sure what it's like on your end, but from my end, he's still smoking.
Oh no, that's it's still going on. So that engine definitely running hot. I don't even know how he managed to do that on the warm-up lap.
Well, he still looks like it's going, so it doesn't look like it's going to be a huge issue. I say that, but he could just pull over at any moment with flames behind.
Hopefully not. We'd love to see him chase the LARP ride down, because they would definitely have a good battle through the end of this. Jordy getting the fastest lap with a 1:45.6, as you see on the bottom there. And Lachlan Andrews is now out, so he had copped some damage. I missed what happened to him, but we did see his car get forced wide, one of the only other non-BMW or McLaren rides. So he's now going down a lap from the LMP2s, and he might just be slow because he's trying to give room to these guys as they go through.
The smoking's still going on.
Battle pack back in the GTEs as Liam Rance and the Pimps Hungry Racing of Vessi are going at it. I believe that is for...
Chris Weston is up into 5th. Where's Kalanash gone? Kalanish is down to 31st. He's had an incident, a spin or something, because he's a long way off the back. About 8 seconds to the nearest GT, 13 seconds, sorry, to the nearest GT.
So it looks like commentator's curse strikes again, and he must have had a very similar incident to what we saw at Fuji, where he was caught up in traffic either going for a pass or getting passed.
Still smoking is Martin Hemmingson, so not sure if that engine's going to go bang or what.
See Zolt losing a position out to McKibben as Hevesy moves ahead down in GT East. Of course, he's still behind Liam Rance, but lots going on. Boy, this is a little bit more exciting than we've been used to so far.
Might be something to do with the amount of cars on the grid.
Sam Bore is... he seems to have had an issue. He's fallen back just a little bit.
I'm just looking, and Julian Vrat is a bit far away from the GTs. So I'm not sure if it's just pace-wise or he's just got an issue, but he is slow, it looks like.
Might have been, yeah, you see him coming into screen in the background there. Looking at Tom Chasing right now, who with Team FFSR was showing pretty fast timing earlier on. And he's back stuck behind Farkas in one of the IDOS entries. Lucas Lichten is now out of the pits, so he's going to be down a few laps at the very least.
Yeah, but remember last time he was a few laps down, he did put up a huge fight, so hopefully he can, 4 laps down that was, so hopefully he can still get something out of this race. But at the moment, the only other Hope Commanders racing is in P50 in class, Chris Weston in the 127, new driver for that car.
Yeah, and they weren't actually able to start the last time because they had some problems themselves. You can see them going through the S's now. Here's Chris Weston. So, yeah, new
Just
driver.
looking in the Discord, and I think Hamilton's teammates put Martin is a master engine saver.
Cheeky humor with those guys. And is he still smoking? He
Yeah,
is.
he is.
He's still keeping pace.
Maybe he is the master engine saver. I think we can all learn a few tips from him on how to save an engine then. As they're coming up to traffic now, dealing with Hallenish, I believe, in the Audi.
Yeah, he'll be a factor back there. It's a big shame for them, but it's still early on. I mean, we're not even 10 minutes into the race as we see Nagy trying to go
Yes,
for
we
a
are.
pass.
We're about 10 minutes into the race.
Yeah.
8 minutes. I
Well,
don't remember how long the formation that was.
So Peter and Frank here going at it, and they're getting caught quickly by by one of the IDOS teams.
A bit of a gap forming between Gabba Havesi and Chris Weston who's in the BMW, and a bit of a gap forming from him to Alexei Spirichev, who's in the Aston. So it's looking to be a good start in the GTs. Very, very nice and clean.
You say that as Peter Nagy gets by Frank. Pardon me on this.
There's actually a big gap from
Vasconcelos.
Mantas Lucas to Mark Hutchinson. As they're both going through Magnussen Beckett's. Would have thought Hutchinson would have had a lot more pace than what he's currently showing. Running away with it by now.
So Hutchinson
That time,
second.
last lap time was a 59.3, so maybe.
Currently looking at second place for GTEs as he's chasing down the leader ahead of him, of Mantis Rikas.
Henningson's still smoking. So either that engine's going to die spectacularly, or he's going to save it, but I'm expecting a fire out of that, and almost makes contact with McLaren as he tries to overtake. As they are in the thick of the traffic now.
Yeah, they're deep in it.
This could provide some incidents depending on where they overtake.
He's trying to work his way so Zweers does not get too far ahead in first.
Yeah, I messaged Harrington's teammate saying he's still smoking, and they replied, "Good spot." It's funny. It's good to see some banter.
So Jordy able to navigate through the traffic pretty well. It looks like he's managed to open up a gap.
Oh yes, it's about 3 seconds now. As he looks to have gone through the traffic before Cox Corner, which is good. So maybe. But the rest of the LMP2 field, this is going to be interesting through Cox. There could be many incidents here, as one LMP2 goes through the inside of Cox. And everything's looking A-okay. Some cars going wide at Cox, and I've lost speed. Oh, yep.
Getting through there. Lachlan Andrews having a big moment. Oh!
It's a spin. Who was that?
Looked like Lachlan Andrews
Another car
off.
spinning on the ground. Yep. He's going. Yep. he can. Not sure if I was getting too cheeky trying to move Ralph's racing, or whether he got hit. Very interesting to see on the replay of that. As Hamilton's still smoking as he looks to get past Lucas Blixen.
Martin Farkas and Tom Chasing are back and forth here as we're watching along with them. They're down in 11th and saying 13th. Not sure what's going on there, but 11th and should be 12th, respectively. Sorry, 12th and 13th. There we go.
As there's still more Ken Andrews is in the pit, so he has damage clearly, as he is pitting here on lap 8 overall. And the gap to Gabba Havesi has been closed up by Chris Weston. Traffic certainly helped him with that. Hamilton still smoking as he looks to get by these two cars after Cox. Trying to get done, under braking into Magus and Beckett. Gets a move done on Chris Weston.
Oh no, and he's off.
And he spins, trying to overtake. I believe it was Gabba Havesi. He's at least against his engine a brake, but it's still smoking.
Yeah, that thing's probably going to keep going like that at least through his first stint until he's able to, I don't know, do something with it, or possibly the rest of the race. We'll have to see.
However long he has left.
Yeah. So an unusual error for Martin as he breaks concentration through Maggots and Beckett's, and he's now fallen well behind. In fact, did he lose position? Yes, he did. He's back in 8th.
Yeah, he's 8th. So he lost quite a few positions and is looking to overtake Chris Weston, I believe. After T1, round the outside, and the overtake is completed.
Looking back in the field, it looks like Peter Nagy was able to just make up a position ahead of Frank Vasconcelos. And these two have been back and forth this entire time. They're a little bit further down the order, 26, 27th overall.
Good reports early on. Lap 1 incident between Everstar Esports number 42 and the Fantasy Esports 88, no further action. And lap 1 incident involving at Fantasy Sports Black number 66 and the Idos Motorsports T17 car, no further action. So, see lap 1 incident, is that someone in the wall? I could have sworn I just saw someone in the wall. And Lachlan Andrews going slow. And Maximilian Kalinic also in the wall. Not in the wall, in the pits.
Yeah.
Lachlan Andrews has damage again. And lap 1 incident involving DDoS Racing 75 and Luke Flixton in the number 3 car, no other action. Lachlan Andrews is going slow. He has damage to that Aston Martin.
Severe damage, yeah. He's just banking off the inside wall. So he had been forced wide, and he's struggling to even steer that thing.
He can't steer that thing. Surely this should be code 80.
Looks like he's going to try and cut some of the course here just to get that thing
He can
to
barely
safety.
keep it up. He can barely keep it running. As he goes into the wall on the hanger straight. So there is severe damage. Just going to take a look on board, and his steering wheel's almost 90 degrees trying to keep that thing straight. But he can't keep it straight. Actually, he tried to go onto the racetrack and he can't keep it straight at all.
Robert Dubai having some issues as well. So that looks like the 360 entry. So good to see them actually getting in here. Unfortunate that they're having to to stop already. I think he actually had a moment and got some pretty bad damage.
Interesting battle bringing GTEs for 4th place. Chris Weston getting onto the back of Gabba Havesi, who is in the Pimp's Hungry car. So this could be quite interesting as they're going through cops. So close is the gap. The engine seems okay right now for Martin Henningsen, so at the moment he's continuing as normal, but it is still smoking.
Oh, big off for Nagy. Something happened there.
2 cars involved. Frank Viscalis, and he has no rear wing, and he's trying to get up to racing speed. Oh, this is going to be awful. He realised he has no rear wing and spins at Maggots and Beckett's.
So quickly on screen
now.
now.
Into the pits now.
So watching Nagy, I couldn't tell what happened there. If he got a tap.
Oh, sub-go penalty. Oh, citizen chat. That one incident. FSR Esports team at number 111111 and Abstino Force Polona number 21 drive through for causing a collision. Not sure what happened there. As Nagy into the pits, and I'm sure Vasconcelos, who's slow on the back straight. Surely this should be a code 80, as that race leader's coming through, and he's slow. Oh, this is going to be so bad.
Needs to be very careful
on the
here.
racing line. As he moves over, so yeah, and into the pit safely already. As there was a driver change for the ADN car, Kalanish is out and Tanguy the Black Eater is in. So many incidents already. As Chris Weston's moved up a position. Although that's overall due to Robert Doby pitting in the 360 car.
Lachlan Andrews having another issue.
Oh, not again. Yep, he's off again. This time at the hanger straight, and isn't he crabbing again? Yep, heavy damage. Heavy damage again. Looks to be stopping on the race. No, still going. And 90 degrees for the front wheel. What is happening with this car?
I don't think they were able to. I couldn't. There was so much going on. I didn't see if he ended up actually getting into the pits before, and if he did, I don't know if he got fixed or this is damage.
This looks new damage because last time this thing was
code 80 in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80. Code 80.
Okay, so
and this time his steering's 90 degrees to the right. So we have a break in the racing now. And I just want to take a look at the gap between Chris Weston and Gabba Havesi. It's close, so if Chris Weston can get a good restart, then this could be great.
Yeah, Havesi's been harassing the back of Liam Rance there. That's for podium, and the Fancy Esport team with Weston is right there behind. So, and not far behind them, you can see the RSS entry, which at Fuji. Boy, they were very aggressive.
A bit too overly aggressive. And well, there's an issue with Stewart's decision. Donat Proden for the number 3 is saying he'd like a more in-depth investigation for the incident because it's cost him 190 seconds of damage. And he's saying race control should be a lot more serious, because it was a lap 1 incident, of course. And that's probably ruined him for 8 hours.
I'm sorry, who was that?
Donut Frozen, so Lucas's teammate.
Yeah, and that drive definitely looking second hand after he had an entire wheel taken out. He's currently sitting 16th, second to last in both
Hamilton
GT
pitting. Hamilton's pitting. This is surely unscheduled. He is pitting.
Oh, and you see Lachlan actually sitting there at the end of pit road. I don't know if the engine is cut off or what. He's not moving. Lachlan
Oh, and he
enters.
overruns his pit boxes, Martin Hamilton, and into a pit. This is totally unscheduled.
Code 80 ending in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green. Be aware there is a stopped car on pit entry.
Oh, he gets it going again, so he's having some issues possibly with the clutch, trying to get it fired. That's frustrating. Hopefully he can get it back to the pit
Might be in
stall.
too high a gear. No, he's in gear 1. Just can't get it moving. It's just not moving for him. This is weird. Like, he moves, but he just can't get it moving. It's like there's super glue on that road.
Yeah, as we see Hemmingson come out right next to teammate Bourrier. And still smoking. So they weren't able to get the fans up underneath the engine on that thing to cool it off all that much, but well.
Need a lot more than fans to sort that out. But at least it will help prolong the life for maybe a few laps.
So Vazzy taking a position away from Zolt. It looks like that is for 11th. And they're chasing down.
Chris Weston's still on the back. Scabba Vessi is looking to make a move on Liam Vance. They are close together. And Lachlan Andrews still not moving. He's still. Oh no, he's got it moving again. It is now moving.
Hopefully.
And Donut Frozen's saying driving like what got the 190 in the wall should not be tolerated. So I can see it getting quite feisty with the stewards right now.
Now, it's, that earlier incident actually happened right here on Hangar, I think it was on Hangar Straight. I'd have to go back and look, but,
Wellington Straight, I think
Wellington,
it was.
that's right. And, yeah, he was, Lucas was pulling over and trying to put the block on Liam, you know, just holding that inside line. Liam kept getting chased down to the bottom. I couldn't tell if he had any overlap or if it was just a nose kind of poking out, which caught him, and they were right next to the edge of the road, so it just sent him right off.
Sebastian Schuhansen's just completed his drive-through and has come out in 15th place, right behind Sammy Burry, I believe. So the two, I think they're the FFSR cars. Okay, just double check. Yeah, two FFSR cars running 13th and 14th.
Still 1, 2, 3 back here for the podium.
Martin has. Oh no, he's still smoking. Never mind. I thought he stopped smoking for a second. But he's still going. Still going.
Mark currently sitting in 13th for the LMP2s. He's not used to being that deep in the field. But
Liam Vance pulled a gap on Gabba Havesi, so there's no more battles there. And there seems to be a drive-through penalty. Yep, from 360 Motorsports car, the 46 drive-through causing a collision with the number 41 FFSR car. Which one of them is that? Is that Hemmingson? Yeah, there's an incident with Hemmingson and what's his name? Robert Doby, so that's why Henningsen was pitting. There was an incident.
David Kaluxai is on screen right now. So that car right there looks to have a penalty. Oh, Riley McKibben also with, if that was the one that you're talking about, both of those cars actually
No.
have penalties.
Ooh. Don't serve it is the message. Don't serve it, so no drive-through penalty. No drive-through penalty.
Lachlan Andrews still crabbing. What is going on? That can't be
Why
new
is-
damage.
No, it is. The steering wheel's now 90 degrees to the left. What is going on with that car? Issues with the driver change. So they're going to try and pit this time. And Chris Tompkins having issues trying to remove a penalty. So
Hopefully
it's all
that gets
kicking off
corrected.
at the moment. As into the pits is Lachlan Andrews. Does he ever run his box? No, he doesn't.
I'm surprised he can aim for anything with the damage to that steering.
Yeah.
On track, 6th and 7th place, Jordan Weeks is trying to hold off the charge by David Kaluxai. And he's onto the inside.
Battle for third brewing between Gabba Habessi, Chris Weston, and Liam Rand. Hello, Waller.
So we see that move get made on P2.
Hmm.
So yes, over to the GTEs, and yeah, as you say, Havesi's fallen back a little bit to Weston.
It's GT3s, not GTE. Sorry.
Sorry, same difference.
Yeah, okay. That's just a GT thing. I'm like, I get it right. So Barry's kind of getting lucky. He's not his. The steward can't assign his penalty, so there's some issues up in the steward's box.
Nagy falling back a spot, and looking here in the third place, Max Bunovich ride for the RSS team. They almost caught a penalty in qualifying. Sorry.
Sebastian Schuhansen's in the pits again. And Henningsen's still smoking, but he overtook his teammate.
So Martin currently sitting in 13th. Oh wow, he's been ahead of Sammy for a while now. Quickly check back in on the battle for third place.
Traffic. There's traffic, so that could interrupt the battle right now. Chris Weston had to drop back to let this P2 through, which I believe is race leader. And through Cops, yep, everything's okay there. Gabba Havesi's got a huge run on Liam Rance. Can there be a move on the end of the Hanger Straight here? As into the draft goes Gabba Havesi on Liam Rance. Into Stowe, far back to make a move.
Yeah, he's mostly holding station right there and keeping the pressure on. And Alexei Spirjev is not too far away. You can see that RSS.
Oh, no, this could be quite feisty as Gabba Havesi is right on the back of right on the gearbox of Rance at the moment. Into turn one, brakes slightly a bit more just to make sure he doesn't hit him.
Lachlan Andrews is away. Penalty for Robert Dubai.
Yeah, that's one that Stewart is having issues with, and that's for causing collision with Hamilton. As as Hevesi seems to be falling back right into the clutches of Chris Weston. And LMP2's now on the Wellington Straight trying to get past both these cars.
Yeah.
And they do get past both these cars.
Slicing and dicing between podium positions on both classes.
Ooh, Chris Weston looks kind of peak for a move. Didn't really follow it through.
That was close.
As well. As Lachlan Andrews is out of the race, I think. He stopped at the end of pit lane. Yep, he is stopped at the end of pit lane.
Battle for second place on screen now. Max Spinovich is chasing down Norbert Jakob and putting the pressure on hard. As they come right into traffic, and there's the pass. Jakob back to third as the RSS team moves into second place.
12 seconds is the gap to the leader, so it's quite interesting because I believe Lark's car, Turbo Lark, just running away with it. As Lachlan Andrews still issues. He stopped at the end of pit lane.
Looks like Vach had some issues through the S's. And as the end of Beckett's where it just caught him out.
Can't tell if Robert Gomez come in and served his penalty. As he has been lapped by the Lark's car. Oh, official warning for DDoS 75 for Rule 4.2, so they had a little coming together not so long ago. As Lachlan Andrews still at the end of the pit lane. This is so now what's happening with that car.
So Liam Rance getting that warning. Currently sitting 18th overall. And
in third, and apparently part of that battle for third between himself, Gab Hevesi, and Chris Weston. It's Chris Weston trying for a move on Gab Hevesi, getting the force out wide by the Pimps Hungry car. And getting quite dicey there.
on board with him now.
And still the argument is going on between Donut and the stewards for the the incident that has no further action on. That was the last one incident with number 3 car and the DDoS car, I believe.
So you see Bergny going through on the inside. He's currently in 8th. We should start to see LMP2s coming in here before too long.
About 40 minutes is what their fuel can do. As Geordie Veers is going on to do another lap, so expect him maybe this lap in. So Lachlan Andrews lane.
man, Jordan has turned that car into a weapon, and he's not getting comfortable out in front. Definitely still pushing.
Hmm.
Over Jakob, as he said, in the pits, looking at him right now. And that battle's still very much on for third place, as Gabor has a bit of a look. You can see Martin Hemmings and the smoke screen in the background.
Oh, it's a move and still again dicey with Tavasi here. That's teammates, I believe. Still getting dicey. No. Yep. And Hamilton gets the move done. Still smoking.
Martin in the mystery of the smoking engine on the outlap.
Yeah.
Would love to know how he managed that.
Hatch is out of... Is Jay Hatch out of the race? I think Jay Hatch...
It's showing DNF, yeah.
Yep, he's out. Out of the race. That's the IDUS car, 417 out of the race.
Liam Rance with a big slide as he enters Maggots, and Silvasi's working his way through.
Frank Viscogonos has a penalty now. For causing a collision with the number 72 BRT car.
So...
No, I lie. The Fantasy Esports 69's got a penalty for that incident.
Frank Vasconcelos is on screen right now.
And Lachlan Andrews finally DNF.
Oh, and the sister
finally
team.
DNF from the race. With Venturo 77. The Aston has had, as yet, many pit stops now for the LMP2s. And Jay Hatch has rejoined the race, so he's back in it.
So it looks like just a connection issue.
Yeah.
Ooh, and the car just got upset through Maggots. That gave a position to Johansson. Oh, and that battle for third.
Which one? There's two battle for thirds.
for the GT3s.
Yeah. Chris Weston's kind of fallen off the back of Cabahavetti, but not by too much, really. So that could be interesting. It could all come down to a pit stop, really.
A lot of slicing and dicing in the background as the LMP2s work their way up through some of the traffic just behind this battle. See one of the IDOS entries, and I believe that might be Pascal Eggert.
You say? Ooh, there's 3 LMP2s on the back of Chris Weston. He's gonna get smothered here. Oh, they're hitting.
Eggert and Hatch are in.
Well, no, anyway.
Silvasi, Weeks, Hatch, Eggert, all in the pits as we see the P2s making their rounds. And this battle is as strong as it ever was for third place. I mean, these guys have been on this for the last, I don't even know how many laps at this point. Probably about a
What's
dozen.
that?
Lee.
About for race leader in the pits, Max Vinovich.
So he inherited that over over Jordy's wares, and we see Hatch coming out. Savazzi.
Emerson's still smoking.
Teammate Biori is in.
Yep. Lachlan Andrews is now confirmed DNF.
Oh,
Really
and
unfortunate.
Frack, another spin. 12th place in GTEs. I believe is that Adriatica? Looks like that paint scheme.
Not sure. Who, Julian Frack?
GRG Esports, sorry.
Yeah, GRG. Have a similar, what's it called, paint to, Adriatica.
So a gap opening up just a little bit between Rance, Vesey, and Weston. But still very much close enough that if any one of them makes a mistake, the other two will be right on it.
Oh yeah. I'm kind of turned off on that battle, but yeah. Weston's closed up a lot again. Quite fun, seeing what's going on.
Looking down the order, Robert Dubai actually back in 24th place. He's 15th in class, but he's actually behind a lot of these GTEs. And I'm not entirely sure why he was getting passed earlier on. By the lower classmates, that is.
That is an interesting one.
I know we had at least one of the LMP2s starting back behind the GTE field. Sorry, GT3 field. Jay Hatch finally making his way up ahead of a few of these guys here. Tom chasing. This is for position, 9th and 8th respectively here. He's looking to try and make a pass on Daniel Krajna as they head through the S's. Oh, trying to make a pass. Zolt's trying to look around them so he can stay up with Silvazzi.
Just still looking at the battle, and it is still very close between Havasi and Lance. Could expect to move at any moment, really. So close, right up the gearbox.
On board with Liam Rance right now. And it won't be too long before these guys will actually start looking at their tanks and deciding when they want to come in. Kim in getting the pass done. Robert Dubai finally making some positions up here through the field. Looking at number 7 or 7th place, the 217 IDOS Motorsport entry. Tiered Fredma. Sorry. Fedema.
Chris Weston seems to have fallen back on from Hevesi. Probably just trying to race as GT3 should be coming in around 9 to 10 minutes. And is Hevesi trying to go for a move? He looked side by side for a second. No. No move. They stay locked in position. Still 51 minutes in, and there's been no there's only been one retirement, and that was the number 77 of Lachlan Andrews, who was having loads of issues with Van Aston.
Of course, there was the as we joined back with the 3 and 4 battle.
Contact. Yeah, almost contact as Hevesi tried to move down the inside. That would have caused some controversy if France was spun down.
I'm sure Lucas Lichten would have thought it was karma after what he went through earlier on.
Totally. The famous words of Juan Fernando Alonso.
Yeah.
Karma.
Lucas Lichten was an almost DNF after losing the front wheel.
He's only 2 laps off the leaders of the GTE, and side by side through Maggots and Beckett, Pablo Hevesi pushes Liam Rance wide. Liam Rance rejoins the track ahead. Oh, watch out, this guy. Surely we should let Hevesi through. he cut the corner.
He did. Now, he would argue, of course, that he was forced wide. I'm sure stewards are going to keep an eye on that once they have a chance. So they're going to have a bit of traffic.
Oh, off! I think there's an off in the background. Yeah, LMP2 went off at Stowe. Trying to find which one it was now. I can't find it, but there was an LMP2 at Stowe. I believe it may have been Trey Hatch. I'm just going to have a look. Trey Hatch! He had an incident at Stowe. Just spun on his own braking. Did he make contact with a wall? Yes, he made contact with the rear into the wall, only light though, so they have gone away with that.
So, yeah, just kind of, it looked like he was just trying to catch it. Maybe it was starting to step out.
His brakes. The rear brakes are actually pull up on this car, so maybe that's what happened. Now, this engine for Martin Henningsen's still smoking. I have no clue what is going on with it.
Well, at least with the warmer weather, he's done the courtesy of fogging for mosquitoes and keeping everyone safe.
It's got some sort of miracle engine on there. But just how it's staying alive, I do not know.
Might as well throw some brisket on there for as much smoking as it's doing. Get some use out of it.
Probably playing Bee Gees right now and just trying that engine to stay alive.
Nice.
Yeah, I'm waiting to get that one in. He's up to P2 actually, but he did pit earlier, so we will expect him in soon. And it was around the same time as the GTs, I believe.
Yeah, a bit out of sequence. Will make a bit of a difference. Now we're riding on board with Chris Weston, looking ahead, and Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. Now we're riding on board with Chris Weston, looking ahead, and Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's been able to make a bit of a difference. And Liam's
Yeah, there's a bit of traffic, I believe, to play with that. And Stay by Robot, the Robert did not go by goes up here inside Western. That was for position, but that's due to penalties and damage, I believe. I'm not sure if Chris is trying some miracle fuel saving, but if he is, it's working. I can't tell for sure just yet, but it looks like it's working.
Any small advantage you can get, especially on an 8-hour race, is worth it in the end if you can actually make it work for you.
Remember Luke Flickton and his miracle fuel saving during that race? Yeah, it's huge.
Yeah, that was a clinic in just concentration and focus and maintaining everything you have in that car to come back and just watching as other drivers kind of fall away from their own incidents.
Yeah. Fuel sync for GTEs, sorry, I said it, GT3s should be 30 laps, around the 30 lap mark. So, it's still a while before they pit.
Lexi Spearshev getting a face full of Martin. Now, he's running an interesting race because, as we pointed out before, he's not far behind this podium battle up ahead of him. And between him and his teammate, if he still has the same one from the last couple races, they can be a force to be reckoned with on early on in the stints. We do see them fall off a little bit later in the runs, but I mean, right now he really hasn't lost too much to the group ahead.
Just looking at Chris Weston's lap time, he's running consistent 201s. Though for the last few laps he has been running 202s. But not high 202s, they're more like low 202s. So, still not bad pace-wise.
So Jean, you actually keeping... Sorry, go ahead.
The end car's not wanting to give up his lap position to Chris Weston. He was fighting him, even though the ADN cars are lapped down.
Checking in on the leader, Mantis Rikas, who's had a, well, relatively uneventful race so far. He's just been sitting out in first, and he does have a bit of damage on the front side of that car, so he's it hasn't been all clear sailing, but he's been fairly unharassed for the last, I don't know, 20 laps or so.
This foul, it's spin in the background, and that's Pascal Eggert. A spin for Pascal Eggert. I believe I'm going to say Pascal Eggert. Yep,
Yeah,
he's fouled. As Mantis Rikas has formed a huge gap to Mark Hutchinson, and they're still dominating this race. But huge gap. I'm just gonna get a drink.
I'm sure a few of the drivers right now wouldn't mind one themselves.
I'll try not to tempt him with one. We'll have them all diving into the pits for a while.
So Breakalier, again with that ADN ride, they'd gotten up beside Eggert as we saw Eggert wipe out there just a few moments ago. And fortunately for the ADN team, they were able to keep going. But that really hasn't helped them all too terribly much. They're currently sitting back in Actually, he might be doing better than I thought. I'm not able to see him. Unless they had a, must have had a swap. Yeah, so 29th, which is 13th overall. Dubai moving up a position there in the 360 team to 16th. So he's finally made his way out of the GTE field as he gets fogged out by Hemmingson. And I believe we saw just a moment ago there was a bit of a battle here. Yep. Vesey right back on Liam Rance. See is the gaps relative back there having a bit of a peak, but he's got the P2 ride right beside him. Kulasai coming through. So unfortunately that's delayed him a bit, so he's fallen back away from Liam Rance. Once again, now he should be able to close that up once they get through the next set of turns. And this is where we saw him make the move earlier. Not close enough to do anything this time. Not that we'd really want to see him try anything based on what we saw happen previously. Oh, and a big, oh, I guess he was going off there just to pit. That was, caught me out a bit because I thought they were actually on a separate part of the track, but they were right there by pit entrance. So, Vesey, the first to blink. So that's going to give that spot up to Weston. And Spearshev are going to go through as well. So finally, the first hour ticked off. And we're just starting to see some of the GT3 traffic come in. And not sure what's going on back there. Fedma and Johansson. That was a bit interesting. So both IDOS cars coming in. Martin Farkas in. Farkas currently 8th, although that's going to change up. So we'll get a round of stops going through.
See Hevesi in the pits, is that scheduled or unscheduled?
Looks to be scheduled. We're seeing a lot of the GT3s coming in. Taking their,
it is around time. They're on lap 30 right now, so seems to be around their fuel time. Expect Liam Rance and Chris Weston in this lap. Yep, Liam Rance is in, and so is Chris Weston. Both into the pits for a first stop of the day. Drive-through penalty for Sebastian Johansson again. Can't see what that's for, I'll just have a look.
Spearshev hitting the wall as he came in. Rance had some issues getting into his spot as he got, I don't know if he actually made contact, but he was right up against the back of the FFSR team that was right in front of them. So that's going to delay him. Weston might be able to hop out and effectively gain third place.
There's contact for Vidalia Adriatica and Abstinio Horse Polonia, and that's why Sebastian Johansson has a drive-through penalty. That's his second one now.
So Johansson, as you can see there, back in 14th running and he pops the curb and goes right around.
Oh, and Liam Rance and Chris Weston both out of the pits at the same time, and Harrington's in. Still with that smoking engine. Maybe we get some more fans on it this time. Get the leaf blowers on to try and cool that engine down.
So these three, again, this is back in 3rd, 4th, and 5th, right back together again, basically, as they come out there a little bit in traffic, but they're still within about half a second to a second or so around each other. You can see them all in the same straight. I'm going to flash the lights from Jakob.
Gabba Havesi jumped him. Gabba Havesi got the jump on Liam Rance and Chris Weston, and is now up into 3rd place in this race.
And I think a lot of that is going to be owed to Liam Rance missing his stall.
Oh, that happened.
Yeah, he overshot just a touch and had to throw it in reverse real quick.
Oh, yeah, that's awful when that happens. That's so awful when it happens.
And you can see just on track what that costs you when it takes even just an extra couple seconds.
Sometimes that could even be race ruining.
Yeah, if this were coming on the last stint, I mean, even if Liam Rance had the pace, he'd have to fight for that position coming to the end. So they've cycled through at this point. There might be a couple more that need to still do some stops. This 3rd, 4th, and 5th is opened up, but Liam Rance is still within striking distance as he holds up the 34 of Enqvist.
Yeah, they're still pretty together, but it's gonna take a lot more than just cornering alone to get him ahead now. And it's the skill and everything, because I doubt Havesi will want to give up that position so easily. Oh, someone's out.
Yeah, it looks like it was Johansson again.
Not having a good race, is he?
No, and ever since he copped that penalty, he seems to... I don't know if he's got damage. The car is definitely looking a bit worn out, but... Rance running his line, but getting pressure from Kolsai. Jordan Weeks is in. One of the other IDOS cars. Still 32 drivers in the race. Jordi Juirs is running a clinic at the moment, ahead by almost 20 seconds of Max Bunovic, and Norbert Jakob in 3rd, who's another 20 plus seconds back from the both of them. St. Enqvist in Venturo, number 34, about 30 seconds behind there. Kalixai is at the Fancy Esports, another 37 to 40 seconds behind them. There we go. Martin Hemmingson, 6th place with FFSR, with a very unusual race. picking up in 6th, about another 40 seconds or so behind Riley McKibben in the first IDOS entry. He's about to go a lap down here before too long if he's not another lap. He's not too careful. Birkney, Silvazzi, Zolt, Bori,
Code
and
80,
Tweaks.
code 80 in 5,
Code 80.
4, 3, 2, 1. Code 80, all cars on the pit limiter.
Can't tell what that's for.
On screen, Johansson looks like he's stuck in the gravel trap. I think that's at the end of Beckett's. I could be wrong.
Oh, yeah.
And
Yes, he's stuck.
And
Seems to be in the wall. And he's just been sent to the shadow realm.
yeah, he was caught. It looked like it was on the wall, so he's been DQ'd.
Code 80 ending in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Green, green.
So that was a very quick code 80. No idea what happened there. We did see him struggling quite a bit with that car, so I'm guessing that it probably just wiped out as he then got caught on the wall. Couldn't get it going. Looked like Jakob was able to grab a quick stop. Take a look here.
I'm just still trying to find out what's going on with Hamilton's engine. It's still smoking. It's not cooling down. The issue with Martin Hamilton is the engine's not cooling down. Not sure if it will blow or not. Only time will tell, says Samuel Bentley, so it's still up in the air. See if he can still finish this race.
Well over an hour, and we'll see if he manages to keep going. I mean, if he makes it to the halfway point, I mean, I guess for them that would be promising, then be able to keep going.
Driver of the Day award then already goes to Martin Hamilton, saving the engine. So Engine of the Day award goes to the FFSR number 41 for staying alive.
It looks like Alexi is now moved up P21, which is going to be equivalent to 6th place, ahead of that guy right there, Holmwood. Nick losing out with the IDOS team, so a driver change there. Alexi stays in the RSS team drive, but they are now well back and away from that 3rd place battle that we were kind of keeping an eye on before. It looks like.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to run his race now, trying not to get involved in silly battles. I mean, he's still there or thereabouts, so.
It's true, yeah.
Only time will tell.
Lucas Lichten now out of the pits, so they're also out of cycle after that first lap incident.
Not really out of cycle since it was only lap 1. Still roughly on cycle. Jordan Weeks into the pits, and that's an IDOS car, I think. Let me just go take a look. Yeah, that's the 517 IDOS car.
So that was a bit of a quick stop.
So far, 2 cars out of the race, as we are at the hour and a quarter mark.
Phew. Slicing and dicing very quickly ahead of the.
Oh, driver change for the number 3. It's Matt Croden now into the car.
Oh, this guy! Oh, right in front of ADN.
What just happened?
Cole Scott. Oh, and the FFSR. I'm not sure if they actually made contact or anything.
Ooh, this could be, I don't know, quite controversial.
So watching it here, it's Bourrier in front, and so he gets. Oh yeah, they do make contact. So just a bit of a touch.
Oh.
He just got a little too close to him.
Yeah. It's not what you want to do when you're leading a race. No, sorry, I lied. I'm being stupid here. Fair and fifth. I'm just had a stupid moment.
It's all right. We're not used to dealing with this many cars, so. So yeah, you can see the gap there now. He's gained a little bit of an advantage over Bourrier. Not sure if that's going to result in any kind of penalty. They both kind of took each other out, but well, he took Bourrier
I'd say
out.
racing incident. And that's my unbiased opinion. I'd say racing incident.
Break over here, very, very, very close there, as he was just trying to run his line, and then suddenly had a P2 right beside him.
Mm.
And Tom Chasing apparently having a bit of an issue.
Who?
Tom Chasing on screen now, 12th place with FFSR, running one of the other Team McLaren cars.
Oh, yeah.
Should have a bit slow off. Robert Dobai is getting a penalty.
Hmm.
So the 360 entry, who's been struggling to get back into the P2 field. I'm not sure what that's for. That might be related to track cuts, but I don't have the penalties up in front
I'll
of me.
take a look. There's nothing. Oh, there's nothing for them in the stewards track. As Pimp's Hungry, number 22 had an incident with ADN on lap 27, and that's a racing incident.
So it's looking like it could be just a drive-through, and it is. So that was probably just for track extension. A little bit more insult to injury.
Track cut.
And then Max Binovich also kind of having a bit of a slide out on his own.
Scuderia Adriatica getting a warning for causing a collision. Oh, and finally, we get Lucas Lichten's input for the first lap incident. And he says, get the car out of the way, we are not racing you for position, we do not need a mess. So that still hasn't died down.
No, I imagine not.
Not about Jacobs in the pits. Not sure if that's scheduled, doesn't look like it.
No, still a little bit early for that to be taking place. We should have at least a few more laps before even the earliest undercuts would be coming in. Vrak running his best time with a 2:01.6. 4 seconds off the qualifying pace, but still not bad for the company he's keeping right now. A lot of drivers running 4s, 6s, 3s.
This isn't scheduled. It's 70 seconds. 74 seconds in the pits for Norbert Jakob. As Joe Biden in the pits again.
We can see him
Just driving through.
So
Looks like he's just driving through.
interesting. So he
Yeah.
maybe he didn't clear it the first time, or maybe he has a stop and go and he just thinks it's a drive-through.
Because then he went through this pits again, but it should be a drive-through for all tracks.
That should. Lakshai is now in. Engqvist is also in the pits, sitting in 4th, so that's 3rd and 4th on screen.
But see esports, drive-through penalty, gaining an advantage on the code 80. That's their number 29 GT3.
And another penalty, Daniel Krajnai on screen now in the GT3 McLaren, currently running 8th.
Oh, this should just be called the 8 hours of penalties, because that's what it's seeming like at the moment. 8 hours of penalty stone.
Jay Hatch getting ahead of teammate Alexander Vandervood. So that's for position 13th and 14th. So we see a lot more stops happening. So
Martin Hamilton's in 3rd, still smoking. Still smoking.
Dobai for another pass through on pit road. What is he doing? He must not be able to clear his penalty. I'm wondering. That's got to be a stop and go, and he's just thinking that it's a pass through.
Well, he's gonna get what's it called soon? DQ'd if he doesn't hurry up and take it. This is really confusing.
Picnier is coming out of the stop now. He's currently sitting 10th. Sorry, now 11th for Fancy Esports as Martin Hemmingson closes in. Hemmingson now up to 2nd place. And actually less than 10 seconds behind the leader. So again, that team's race just getting more and more interesting as the day goes on.
ADN car on the pits. This looks to be scheduled because they're a bit out of sync.
Yeah, they've been having a couple issues from earlier on. And Zolt is also in. Prebeck and Brakely are on screen now.
Oh, Robert Domai's not into a pits again. Maybe it's cleared.
So he's back in 15th place, last of the LMPs. It's got to be frustrating for those guys. It's still early on, so they could still pick up some positions as the race goes on, but I mean, you're starting to kind of get into it now. You want to be in a nice rhythm, and something like that, just totally throwing it off, just doesn't help. Does he have damage? He's wiggling around a lot.
Yeah, he did wiggle. Not sure if he was braking or not, but that was a wiggle.
Better not looking terribly settled, which, I mean, I wouldn't blame him.
I'm just going to get another drink. This makes me thirsty.
Looking in now at the Rance-Hevesy battle that's been playing out through most of the beginning of this race. They're currently sitting in third and fourth, respectively. Still very close together. And the ride of Chris Weston and Madness is still lurking in the background, certainly much further away than he has been.
Robert Derby in the pits again.
We can see him transversing in the background. McKibben coming around, 7th place in the class. And that holds up Vesey just a little bit, so that's going to let Rance start to wind him in as they head onto the straight. And Rance is looking on the outside. Oh, he had some overlap but wasn't able to capitalize. Can he make a move coming out of the final corners here? Nothing as they head down in the copse. Bit of a slide from Rance. So they bound through Maggots and Beckett's. So far not, I mean, we've seen quite a few issues from drivers going through those S's, but they haven't been too bad. It's mostly just been a few offs. Obviously these two battling, things getting a little dicey, but nothing too bad. I think Weston actually, yeah, he was able to improve on his time a little bit. Still a ways off. It's going to take one of these guys kind of spinning out or having a very big moment for him to be able to capitalize to any appreciable degree. Vasconcelos coming out now after being plagued with some issues earlier on. Currently sitting down in 30th overall. That's 15th in class. So penalties and injuries earlier on in the stint has not helped that Brazilian team at all. Bit of a shame too, because they were putting on a bit of a performance in the opening laps. Eggert is in. If you folks don't mind, I too am going to step away for just a moment, so I'll leave you with sights and sounds.
I'm back. Anything I've kindly missed?
Okay, sorry about that, everyone. Coming back. Some live sound. So Alistair Long is now running in second place for the GT3s. And giving Larf a good run at first place, currently sitting in second by about 4
Still
seconds.
smoking.
Still smoking.
I think that's just going to be a theme. Just the still smoking. Lap number 51. And they're still smoking.
Oh, and Zolt taking up position 9 away from Birknies. And, oh, he looks like he might actually be under attack now. Oh no, that's from the, it's just gonna get lapped there. Vinovich making a little bit of a pass by RSS. So Liam Rance has made his way past Vesey for third place.
I completely missed that. It's been recent because they're still pretty close together. Chris Weston looks like he's closed up.
And taking a look back. So about 120, so that happened the 126 mark. So roughly 14 minutes ago, I think is what it's showing for here. So it's been some laps according to this, but obviously Liam has not pulled away. Oh, and the IDOS LMP2 getting right in front of Weston in the background, causing a bit of a scare for the BMW. Ooh, is Zolt having an off in the middle of the S's? Hop on here and take a look at what happened to them. So, running.
Chathams out. That's the FFS McLaren. They're shown out of the race. Must have been a disconnect.
Zolt having a huge moment there going through the S's as he got held up by GT3 and just at a bad turning point.
The gaps, Liam Rance got passed again by Havasi, and the gap to Chris Weston's closed up.
See if we can find that pass real quick for you guys. Was any kind of oh yeah, and there was a big moment as Van der Voort comes through on the inside. Rance goes way wide, giving that position back to Havesi just before they head into the S's.
Yeah, I completely missed that.
Yeah, so Havesi able to take advantage of some LMP2 action coming through. Rance probably not terribly excited with the IDOS team at the moment. And then Chris Weston just kind of sitting back and watching as those McLarens start to get a little bit closer to him. Yeah, Tom Chasing, not sure. I know he was having some issues earlier on, so possibly related. And just before that, he'd actually had, he was passed and had some problems going off, so I think it might have just been a disconnect. And Hemmingson is now in the lead.
Hemmington, full smoking.
So the man on fire
Has been smoking from lap 1 to lap 54.
currently he is leading by about 3 seconds or so. By Peter Scholes. I'm not seeing Scholes in the background from the timing screen, so I'm not sure where it's getting that information.
So, he's crowding the final corner.
Yeah, so live timing needing to do a little bit of catching up here. But you know, Martin is definitely leading by more than 3 seconds. He's I mean, you can see he's all alone heading down the straight out of Maggots and Beckett's. Sorry, that was the other side of the track. Now he's heading down towards Copes. So yeah, again, very interesting run for this team. They've been smoking since lap 1, since the out lap, in fact. They've.
I think it started at the top of the green flag, from what I looked at, but I could be wrong.
So the engine is very hot, possibly from qualifying setup and/or engine mixture. We're not entirely certain, but regardless, he's been able to manage it for the first quarter of the race, as distracting as it may be for other drivers. he doesn't have to go through a smoke screen like the rest of them do. So now he's coming back on to the rear side of Liam Rance, and he's just making hay while the sun shines, doing his best to gain track position on those behind him. Peter Scholl's swapping out for Jordan
Finally, about
Schwieters.
12 seconds. Oh, a little up down Tom Chassing. Back in the race.
Excellent. Well, that's certainly good to see. So Santu Enqvist is under threat now, and as he sits in 4th place in LMP2. Last guy is about 3 or 4 tenths behind.
Wanna know how he's oh, Hamilton in the pit. You wanna know how Hamilton engine's still alive?
He's been blowing on it this whole time.
No. I believe mechanical failures are off. Yep, mechanical failures are off. So that's how he's been alive, really.
I can only imagine the stir that's going to be causing now as we continue on.
Yeah, it's not endurance racing if you can't have mechanical failures.
Yeah.
Imagine someone typing in the comments right now. And if someone does type that, congrats to you, got free entry to the Shadow Realm.
Taking a quick look down our GT3 order, Mantis Ricus still putting on a clinic and running this thing from the front, leading by, well, actually it's showing only about 5 seconds, but I think it's a bit more than that. Live timing appears to be off. I mean, you can see coming down through there, there's no threat from behind. Alistair Long in 2nd place. He's a little bit more under stress as Geber Hevesi is not far behind in the Pimps Hungarian racing team as they come out of the S's onto the straight. Liam Rance, you can see further in the background there, is starting to fall back a little bit towards Chris Weston in the Madness racing team. Currently the highest of those 2 BMWs after we saw Lucas Lichting get knocked around early by the man on screen. Then a ways back in the first Aston Martin in the GT3 field is the Russian Alexei Spirishev, who's backing away, running in what is that, in 6th place, is that right? I believe so.
I think you're right. Yeah.
But staying steady. Of course, not far away is Nick Homestead, who's now taken over on the first IDOS entry. Martin Farkas back in the sister team, again not too far away. And now he is under threat from the Brazilian team, driven by Vitor Joigneau. That's actually just started kicking off. Back behind them, you got Krajnai, Vrak, Brakelier, who's been in some trouble.
Chris Weston. Oh, sorry, no. It's a back marker. I saw Chris Weston on the back of the McLaren, and I thought, oh, could this be a move for 4th? But no, it's a back marker, and I believe it's Julian Vrak. who is the back marker in question.
And Join You takes the place away. He is now up to 8th. So we saw him just kind of force his way past. Oh, and the IDOS of McKibben, as he came out of the last corner, almost threw it into the inside wall. That was incredibly close. Very exciting. So Martin Farkas in the IDOS 117 falls back to Join You. I'm not sure if he's able to mount a charge. It looks like he doesn't have quite the same pace as that BMW at the moment. Krajnai, however, is starting to close in, and he does have a bit of pace, so those two McLarens should be coming together here very shortly. The next car behind is Julian Vrack, but he is a bit of a distance away. Board now with Daniel Krajnai, Fancy Esports, the number 29 McLaren, looking ahead as they head up here through the S's. They snake their way through down Hangar Straight.
So take a look, almost 2 hours left run. There's still only 2 retirements, so really the attrition rate's been quite good.
Yeah, and now, of course, as you mentioned earlier, with mechanical failures off, that's definitely helping with the attrition rate. Certainly, Hemmingson's been able to take advantage and run that engine into nuclear fallout level temperatures.
Well, I was getting a bit of a radiation spike. Probably, well, melting the block, really. Just all fused together to form a superpower unit. Unless he's got a battery in it, then he's just running it electric. Just sounds like a 5-litre V8.
Now, Martin actually, since he's taken his spot, or his pit stop, he's fallen back to 5th place, and that's given the lead back to Peter Schulz. But the way that these stints lay out,
A lot of cows for the lead. So Alexander van der Voort is in the pit.
and the way that these, like you were saying before, about 40 minutes or so, it's not clean.
Sorry to interrupt, but Chris Weston's goes right onto the back of the Emirates.
Yeah, not far away, riding on board now. So after Liam got shoved wide by the IDOS car right through this section that he's going through now, he really hasn't recovered, and he's been a bit off. Some of that might have been just because of how hard he's been pushing. Gaber Hevesi's, of course, been helping with that. But that car just not quite as fast as it was before. I mean, you can't see anybody else.
Unless he's double stinting tyres, I think he's pushed too much and killed this stat already.
It is a possibility. And that would pay dividends coming through the next pit stop.
We're about six laps until GTs are scheduled to pit again.
I guess Sam Bentley has actually taken over for Hemmingson. I missed that when he came in. So there was a driver change.
Oh yeah, just noticed. Just noticed that.
And Sam Bentley makes his presence known right there. Excellent. And it's gotten a bit cloudy in the camera. Martin Farkas now losing another position. So Krajnak comes by, as you can see, in the black and pink car ahead. Good looking livery. Actually, they both are. A lot of good looking cars on track this time. It's nice to see that teams are able to get their paint skills going and show that off for these races.
I'm just about to head off because I gotta get ready to do my stint in the 127.
Oh, excellent. Well, good luck.
Ooh, a slide. There's an LP2 in between Chris and Liam, and it got a slide through some. As just getting swamped by P2s at the moment.
Yeah, Robert Dubai is right in there.
Hmm.
But yes,
Yeah,
good luck.
Yeah, I'll try not to be killed or murdered. It happened last time I raced. I'm begging for mercy. And I'll join you in about an hour and 10 minutes.
Alright, well, good luck, and yeah, we'll see you back here.
Yeah, help, send help, please.
Alright, so you are stuck with me for the meantime. So Martin Hemmingson running at 200 degrees Celsius, trying to make a charge through the field. You can see Weston in there. I believe that's who Aaron was saying that he was going to sub in for. That is the 127. So he could have a battle going on here with Liam Rance if that's the case. Or if Liam swaps out, which I believe he should be doing here within the next stint. Koloski is now in, getting his stop taken care of. Looking for where he is actually in 5th. Now he's joined as well by Norbert Jakob. So that's actually for positions. That's 5th and 6th in there. Robert Dubai, 360, kind of having a bit of a moment by himself. So Alistair Long, as you can see here, so go down Wellington Straight. A bit of a gap now opened up between him and Hevesy and the Pimps Hungary Racing, but still not a comfortable distance away. As you can see them coming to the background, they're well within a straight. Santo Inkvist is now in. I believe that is for 3rd place now. Yeah, so He's up there, Sam Bentley up to 4th. Now some of them were passing a few of those who've pitted. So we're seeing this round of pit stops take place as we come in under 2 hours into the race. Krajnai is in, so he'll be giving that position up, and I'm not sure if that's actually, well, yeah, that should actually be scheduled, since the GT3s are able to eke out about an hour. Still about 22 degrees Celsius for the air temp. Not that that's really going to make too much of a difference in terms of engines overheating, because as we pointed out earlier, the mechanical failures have been disabled. Almost 3 wide as they came through that section, as Vessi is trying to do his best to close down that gap to 2nd. Engqvist is now right on the back of Koloskai. Now looking back. So not really making too much of an advance just yet as they swing through the S's. That said,
Hold on, I'm back. The FFSR car that's been smoking, lower boost, stop smoking, or DQ. It's their final warning. That's a development.
Excellent. So,
yeah, I'm gonna go now. Definitely.
So again, good luck.
I will do.
So trying to take advantage using probably their qualifying engine setting to blow up through the field, and it's certainly been helping, but yeah, that's and I'm just gonna wonder what the other teams are going to try and do now that they know that at least almost certainly you're going to know that it is turned off. As you see, Fancy Esports under pressure from Engqvist. Don Alexi closing in, and I believe there's a change for the lead. Just taking a moment here and going through. Let's see if there's anything. Yeah, there's the and currently being joined by Alex Skinner. As we see Engqvist go for a dive. How's it going, Alex?
Right, it's quiet down here. We're in, in the southeast of England, so, just keep things going, and got a nice 5 hours and 56 left of this very, very long race here at Silverstone. One of the longest I've witnessed for a long time, and, well, with the classes that we've gotten, with how the race has been going, it's actually been pretty entertaining.
Yeah, for sure. Having a full field of cars has helped with that, certainly, but a lot of good talent out there, too.
Agreed. A lot more drivers this time out than last time at Fuji, so definitely, a bit more of a bolstered grid on what is actually a tighter circuit compared to Fuji. Although, looking at this, the two LMP2s side by side, it's very, very close through here. It's just contact made, and it's just this track, as I was saying literally before we just got into it, like, it's such a tighter circuit compared to Fuji with the way that the track actually is. You get these incidents a lot more than you do normally, and it's just, it does make it, it does make it entertaining to watch how people try and cope with it.
For sure. Just as we're kind of looking back at the replay between Engqvist and Kolaska, yeah, he got knocked around as he tried to make that move on the inside heading into the final complex there. But yeah, it's quite a bit different from Fuji, and certainly we've seen that in the way that drivers have been handling. What are your thoughts on the Hemmingsen situation?
I've been pretty vocal about it in the Discord and talking to my own guys, in the 217 chat and stuff like that. Again, abusing something that shouldn't be there, but again, it's a mistake that's been made by, the server by James. It's very rare for him to make that mistake. But then for teams to go and abuse it when they know, that it's not something you should be doing, it's just generally pretty trashy in my opinion. But again, I'm not gonna go out there and say, oh, yada yada yada. I just don't think it's fair. You do this anywhere else and your car would have blown up within 15 laps running at 200 degrees. So, as cars, are coming in the pits and they have been given a final warning, we'll see if it does change at all. For both cars, as I heard the second one was actually smoking as well at one point.
Yeah, so that team getting slapped around, hopefully they haven't been able to take too much advantage from that at this point. I mean, obviously they've been doing that for pretty much the whole time since we've been running, so it's, we'll see what it does as far as results, but... And how's your race been so far for your team?
Jay had a game crash within like first 20 minutes, so that didn't go too well. So, he then got back out, came back in for a stop, and he's still going. Riley's had a pretty solid race on his own. Actually, as I say, Jay's still going. He's literally just swapped over to Linus Lundvall now, so that car's been a nightmare to run this weekend. It has been a complete nightmare. We've gone through about 4 drivers in the space of a week, due to circumstance, people having work and just not being around, which is fine. But Linus stepped in about 20 minutes into the race. He stepped in to help us out. So all credit to him and the Seawolf guys for helping us out. A great team. We've been great friends with them since the Virtual Le Mans series. So plenty of time we've known them, but the GT's been running pretty solidly, no issues from them at all. Actually, the guys holding their own pace, and the other LMP2s have been, just running their own pace as well. So it's just been sort of in the middle of nowhere for half the race, and sort of just been hovering around in sort of, the top 10 for the whole time. So I'm happy with that.
Yeah, we haven't really seen the IDOS teams coming out for a lot of endurance racing as of late. Where have they been running before now?
So we did M1 Bahrain under Chaos, which was me and Kieran Sharp, who's actually here today. Kieran just got into the, I believe he's just gotten into the IDOS GT, so into the 117. Alongside that, you've then got, we then kept back a bit last year towards the end. We didn't really do too many races endurance-wise. We finished off the Virtual Endurance Championship last year, and then sort of took this year off, sort of a break, focusing on more formula-focused stuff, as I was working with Invictus and now HM Engineering. But yeah, no, we're coming back a bit more this year and going from struggling to get one car on the grid last year to now having 5 on the grid. So,
Yeah.
you know, it's always entertaining.
Yeah, noticed that.
You know, it's just how it is at the end of the day. We know a lot of people, and you know, I just go, hey, like, do you guys want to do this? And they're like, yeah, sure, sod it. You know, so 5 guys, 5 cars, very little pressure, and you know, we're just happily running with all 5 in the race at the moment, which is actually a record. Because the last time we had 5 cars, only 3 of them started and only 2 of them finished.
Oh wow. Wow. And is it basically 2 drivers per car right now that you guys are running?
2 drivers, all of them except the 217, which has got through, which is Nicholas Homewood, Sharon van der Slut, and Sjeerd Fedema.
Gotcha.
And Sherwin has literally just gotten into that GT, so all good. And he will go for the next hour. I think they're swapping every stint, which, again, that car wasn't really planned to be where it is. It was sort of more planned just to sort of run wherever and, you know, get the guys back into racing, as Sherwin's been iRacing focused for the past couple of years. Sheard has taken a break, and Nick's not really done much competitive racing for a while, so it was more of a get the guys together, have a bit of a laugh, and see where we end up.
No. Yeah, well, I mean, sometimes that's that kind of carefree attitude, and as far as you know, wherever we land, we'll be there, can pay off. I mean, we've seen some guys get podiums just from doing that.
Yeah, at the end of the day, if you're not enjoying it, go as quick as you can do. So, yeah, for these guys, they're all just running the pace that they can, and it's actually quite cool that they were running pace and similar, you know, sort of times and everything. So, we've seen sort of with the LMP2s that Alex is a bit slower than Jordan. He's struggling with full speed back, and it's just quite, you know, it's sort of been a bit of a struggle for that car, for the 417. So, no, sorry, the 517. Christ, get the numbers right. The 417 is, well, it was going to run really nice pace until Hinz had to drop out literally at 11 in the morning, British time today, which was not fun. And yeah, then we had to. Then obviously Linus has come in, and he's going to be running as quick as he can with not much practice, or not much prep. Poor self. Calvin and Riley is probably our last hope in the LMP2 at the moment, because they're running 7th at the moment, which is really great. Calvin in the car now, so just got to see what he can do. But it's just in this case, it's just we're happy with where we are. And we're just getting on with it. And again, we've still got over 5.5 hours left, so anything can happen, as we found out here before, losing the podium 20 minutes from the end.
And actually, as you're talking about you guys, Sharp is now closing in on Georg for, I believe that's 5th. Where are we? 23rd, so 8th place. Right there, actually, as they go through the S's. Yeah, so that's actually a battle now for 8th, 9th, and 10th right in a row, as we see Gabor Havesi deep in the background. I believe 2nd place is just ahead of these guys. A bit up the road. Actually, I take that.
It's good to see Gabor again in GT. Raced with him at Bahrain, so I know exactly what he's capable of. But yeah, no, this race has been relatively interesting, because you look at the BOP for the GT3s, and the BMWs at the front, the AFP and the LARP team, which we knew, those two we knew were going to be at the front. We knew this was coming into this. And when I saw who LARP were bringing in that car, I was like, yeah, no, we've lost. But and you've then actually got the McLarens running up there instead of the Astons, which I find interesting, because the Aston's meant to be like the second best car of the GT pack at the moment, and then the McLaren. So it's just interesting to see that the McLaren sort of managed to find a bit of a break here at Silverstone, where naturally, especially on RFAX 2, with the fact that it actually built the complete opposite to the real life car, where it actually prefers slower corners compared to the high speed stuff, that it's actually doing really well here. And Kieran as well is really good in the McLaren. He's pretty much raced McLarens with us since he started with some GT3, so he's used to this by now. So I think that's probably how he's gotten so much pace already. But again, he's now looking for that P7 or P8.
Yeah, he's right there on the back of Geerg, and he's not too far ahead of the Brazilian behind, who's just trying to basically stay with this little McLaren battle pack, but he's ready to pounce. So they're putting pressure on each car there. Join you is just holding back, but yeah, the as you're saying with the BMWs, I mean it's basically just that McLarens and BMWs up the field. So
Well, you look at the balance, again, I bring BOP up a lot with the GTE and the GT3 packs because that is quite an interesting thing to look at. And on pace alone, oh, Kieran, looking side by side with the LMP2 there as well, just like, hello, I exist. It's always scary, especially with some of the LMP2s I've been looking at. You know, all the LMP2s have been really good, and I can't fault them really at all. It's just you look at them and you always worry a bit. You're always like, are they going to do something stupid or are they going to actually go through relatively smart? And when they do go through smart, it's sort of like that sigh of relief from the team boss's perspective. But no, going back to like the DOP, the BMW on sheer pace alone in race pace is meant to be somewhat like 0.3 quicker than the McLaren. So already pre-setup, it's got that advantage.
Yeah, it's pretty dicey up there. It makes it interesting to talk over.
It's like, Jesus Christ.
Oh, and Gerg tries to duck in and didn't realize that Dubai was right there, and that's going to give Sharp a chance to try and take advantage. Hevesi's now up in this group. It's not for position, but I mean, it's another body in the mix.
And that's always the sketchy part of being a GT driver is when you've got two prototypes right next to you when you're fighting someone, because you don't see where they are, you don't sort of see the second one. So if you're 3-4 wide down a straight, you don't know where that second prototype is. It's always very scary, especially when they get a run on you. If you look at a good few years ago, back at Fuji in the World Endurance, you had two GTs, a prototype 2 and then two prototype 1s, literally down the front straight. As the GT driver in that situation, you just basically, you know, scare yourself because you're trying to figure out where everyone is around you. But you know, especially when it's your teammate as well. When your teammate's near you and you don't have communication, it always goes entertainingly well. As I found out at Le Mans last year.
Yeah, and some of those moments, I mean, it's hard to get yourself out of that sort of deadlock of not saying anything because you're just so focused on what you're trying to do, and it's all split-second reaction. And you might not think to say like, oh yeah, by the way, I'm on your left, or you know, I'm over here, you know, I'm give me room, or you know, whatever you need to say. It's yeah, you got to just remember, oh yeah, make sure I communicate, breathe.
Scream at your teammates if they do hit you. That's
whatever it takes.
I think the best one was M1 Endurance Bahrain last year when I was driving in the GT for Liam actually, and just watching him dive on me every single time he would lap me. I think I was screaming at him every single time he came near me. And you know, if I wasn't such a courteous GT driver, I would have turned across the front of him. But again, you know, that doesn't get you anywhere in GT racing.
No, but that's a teammate. That's teammate.
That is teammate. And that is teammates for you, because they don't think. They will just run their race and they won't think. But another good one, actually, speaking of teammates doing stupid things, we're going to Petit Le Mans, and I know if any of the other boys that used to race with me are watching this, they're going to hate me for mentioning this. So we had a prototype of the GT BMW running, and they came to lap each other. And obviously this is Red Atlanta, so the first sector is pretty difficult to lap anyone anyway. They go through turn 1 perfectly fine, go into turn 2 perfectly fine. The LMP2 gets a run out of the tight right-hander of 3, and they go side by side down through the S's, and at the bottom of the hill they come together and the LMP2 forces the GT in the barrier.
Ooh, sharp up
I
the
breathed a
inside.
sigh. This is the thing, like, just up the inside, it's beautiful, like, plenty of room given, and he just goes through, and you look to go for that defence, but these guys, just so courteous, as I say, with dive bombing up the inside off the defence.
Mhm. Wow, shit.
But it's the thing, these guys fighting really hard with 5.5 hours to go, and you look at who you've got near them or ahead of them, and at this pace you just sort of want to take it easy, you want to sort of just focus on where you are, and then just, you know, maybe work together and try and close up through the stints, because you're looking at this, you look at the gaps between everyone, and then you look at who you've got around you and how many prototypes, and you've even got the GT3 leader behind, oh not GT3 leader, sorry, the GT3 third place, Mark Hutchinson, the last BMW behind, and you look at this and go, okay, well we're about to be lapped by the final car on the podium in GT3. Do we really want to be fighting consistently, or do we just want to get on with our race and run it and try and catch up to the guys in front? And 9 times out of 10, with 5.5 hours to go, you want to be doing the latter. You don't want to be, you know, just fighting tooth and nail. It's good fun, but it's not helpful.
No, unlike a sprint race where it's grab as many spots as you can, here you've got to look at it, and that's a bit of a decision. So, like for instance, with Sharp here trying to get around Gerg, it's kind of a trade-off, because right now he's pulling away. So it's, do I try and fight now and get by, so that way I can stretch this car's legs and just kind of gain track position over time, or do I settle in, maybe not get as much time, extend fuel, tires, what have you, and try and gain time that way by you know, being able to extend the stint. It's a bit of a trade-off, and of course the racer in you wants to pick the former and get by him.
Well, yeah, no, for sure. And the thing is, the good thing about that little trade-off there, no one really tried to defend it too hard. Yeah, he tried to come back, but he sort of, when he didn't get it, he just back. He was like, nah, not going to fight it. Which means that they have lost time, if you get me. Like, everyone always worries about being overtaken because they're going to lose so much time. But what people don't realise is the less time you spend fighting someone, the less time you lose. If they're that much quicker that they're closing, I mean, you know, say this in any situation. Like, if you look now, the last BMW's literally just cruised up to the back of these guys. If they get out of the way early now, they're going to lose less time than if they hold everyone up. Because it's going to enforce, you know, the car trying to lap them to do something, you know, a bit more risky to get by. And you look at the BMW that's just literally let Mark go through. How much time have they lost in this? What, maybe second half, 2 seconds? Watch how much time the McLaren, like these guys, the 29 is going to lose, and you're just going to see that BMW. Well, I would say they were going to close right up, but they just made a mistake coming out of turn 3, so turn 4, sorry. So, but they would close so much back up, and it's just the same principle of being overtaken. You're going to lose less time, and at this stage, you could gain that back later on anyway, if they make a mistake or something else. It's just, I don't know. You look at some people and you go, why are you fighting as hard as you are? When you could literally just be letting them go and making it easy for yourself, and maybe even learn something. You know, you can learn a lot by following someone on track. But what you can't learn from following someone on track is where you are when they're smoking, because your whole screen is covered.
Yeah, as we saw Bentley make a move on David there, and that's gonna slow him up pretty good. Vasconcelos is right there as they're trying to come out of the S's, Maggots and Beckett's. And there's an IDOS car in the background there. I'm not sure who that is. I don't think that's for position. This is for 3rd and 4th place, so that would have to be Santu Inkvist, which is not one of you guys.
I think that might be Linville behind. I'm not too sure.
Calvin Reinhardt. There we go.
Oh, it's Calvin. Oh, so this actually could be for position, because Calvin was in the top, was like top 7, top 6, I think. I'm not sure. Let's see again, then the standings change over. But no, it's been a pretty good run. No, Calvin is down in 7th, so no, they are nicely far ahead of him, just a lap ahead, so it just shows the pace of these front-end prototypes, actually, of how much quicker they are. but I cannot imagine how annoying it must be being behind Samuel Bentley right now. And obviously, just remember, those guys are at risk of being DQ'd here, so, you know, they can. People saying, oh, they can't stop the smoking. You can. It's called you back off, you short shift, you cool that engine down, and you fix the cooling.
Well, that's one way to back off.
Well, yeah, that is a way to back off, but, you know.
Sam Bentley getting a big slide through the complex there. Wow. So he's actually lost that position again, although he's still right there alongside. I'm not sure what, if it almost looked like he was holding up. Maybe that was just traffic. There's a, between the camera angle and everything else, it looked a bit unusual, and everyone's snaking through the S's coming down to Hangar Straight. That should at least give some pressure relief as classes are able to clear each other.
Smoke screen has activated as you can just fly down the inside of the GT. But this is sort of the thing that I was talking about. You see those P2s that do those really, really quite aggressive dives, and that's what I always worry about when I'm in a GT, especially when it's quite a high speed to medium low speed corner, because you don't know if they're going to make the corner or not half the time, especially when they're that, you know, they've got that much overspeed into the corner. You take the final corner at that was close indeed.
My.
And that was very close. Watching those two, that was close, especially for Bentley, you know, because he didn't know the GT was going to be that tight through there, so understandable. Compared to, you know, the GT, for once that was more the GT turning in, not the prototype, which is always entertaining.
This is a good battle right here. Now Bentley's does seem to have the pace to stay with Klossky. He should be able to close back up, although right now he's falling away a little bit, so that slide out might have hurt the tires just a little. See Alex Tunbridge now coming out of the pits. He's swapped over for that team.
Well, that was actually entertaining. The minute I'm talking about GTs obeying blue flags and everything, I get a message from the LARP guys telling me to get my GT out of the way. Always good fun. But you look at these guys fighting at the moment. It's really nice to see, you know, fights still 5.5 hours. You know, for prototypes, you know, the fighting isn't a problem because you're spamming softs. You know, every stint you're hitting, you're spamming softs. You're not worrying about tire saving, you're not worrying about fuel saving. You are flat out. So, you know, you can get away with it a bit more than you can in a GT because the GTs are a bit more, okay, if I blow my tyres now, I'm a bit screwed later on in the stint. But, you know, because of how tire critical those GT3s can be. Meanwhile, see Bentley in the pits. I'm assuming this could be maybe to cool that engine down, or this. It's what, 5.5 hours. Yeah, no, this isn't scheduled. They're not scheduled in for another bit actually, from what I can tell. So we will see. But what you can do here, just turn the engine off, let it cool down and stop smoking, and then just restart it a bit later. And they've got the pace to run this, as one of the parents backwards. That's not a great retry. I'm a bit behind at the moment, but just Jesus.
Now we seem to have a bit of an issue doing a quick replay here on what happened with Kushtan. As the replay loads up, we'll have to. So coming through the complex. Just trying to see if he had any help or if he was just maybe a little bit hard on the gas, and that seems to be the case. So yeah, it sent him off. Ooh, and then as he was in the grass, and then he comes back on track, right? That must have been a bit of a sight for those guys as they came around the corner.
I'd feel more scared for the prototype because the prototype didn't see the McLaren until he was halfway up. You just casually, I can imagine sort of the facial expression, just the shock on the face for a second as he pulls out and just sees his McLaren completely perpendicular to the track.
Oh, and Sheffield is around. So it looks like he was having some issues at Maggots and Beckett's. Looks like from where he was, it was coming off the last bit there. So here he is coming out of Copes, and he's all by himself, so this looks like it's just a matter of as he's taking that weight transfer, and he touches the grass a little bit. Ooh, hard into the wall. And that thing's still going,
Yeah,
so...
it's weird how that car... Because you get a wheel on the grass there, and you know you're either going to spin around or you are going to have a lot of understeer. But of course, with the way the ABS on this game, it doesn't slow the car down a lot. So you're going to be hard on into that barrier. And that is a lot of suspension damage, very, very, a lot of crabbing, and that is going to be at least 3 or 4 laps lost in a pit stop, because that is about as much damage as you'd expect. It's probably going to be about 200-second pit stop, I think. So keeping it off the track, though, very smart. They won't be getting any cut tracks for this because they are going slow enough. So, that's smart keeping off the track, off the racing line, and just sort of, keeps themselves safe and out of the way. And that I respect from drivers who, use a bit of intuition and get out of the way like that. Because you're not going to gain anything by being on the racing surface, and you're not really losing anything by being off it. So it's just, hopefully, a prototype doesn't come down the pit lane and, end up flooring it right in the back of them, which I have seen happen.
Oh, yes.
I've seen happen 2 times.
Yeah, lucky for him, he's that incident took place closer to the pits than not, so he's able to get in and hopefully not lose too much time. Now he is, unfortunately, last place for the GT3s and for the field for cars running. Oh, and Dubai now stuck. What happened there? He he had an issue coming out of the pits. He was stuck on the wall on the pit row exit. Just loading up the replay now to see what we can figure out happened with him. And it was Aiden Williams in the car. So Aiden Williams coming out and then straight into the wall, and I don't know if he got stuck or if he stalled it.
Isn't this your esteemed co-commentator here, Russ?
Aiden Williams? No.
Oh yeah, no.
That's Aaron Benton Fife.
That's it. I thought it was Aiden today for some reason. I'm doing well.
No, Aiden, of course, doing work on the tracks for various leagues, and sort of, I guess, I think he's actually running the 360 team, of course.
That's the 360, but a lot of suspension damage as well. Again, it's amazing how fragile the suspension is on these cars at the moment. And we've got, again, it's expected on a prototype, but it's just that wasn't a heavy hit at all. And the suspension is already going, nah.
Yeah.
So they'll be for another pit stop, I'd assume. No, they're going to stay out and risk it. Okay, that'll be interesting. So maybe
right behind.
Although, that is a spin. I want to say that was a BMW trying to get back down the inside of an Audi.
Yeah. And the ADN team, that Audi they have such good pace, and they're able to race pretty well. I mean, they generally are pretty clean. They've just had a few incidents where they've been up the inside of other cars or been hit or knocked around, and it's a real shame because I feel like they could be so much further up the grid if it weren't for so many of those incidents that just aren't really of their own doing.
Yeah, it's a shame, especially when you have an issue early on in the race, because you know that you can get it back, but it's so early on in the race that you sort of condemn yourself to quite a low end position relatively early, unless people make mistakes. You know, there are times, as we've seen, you know, in real life, where you can come back from being last and, you know, absolutely take a win out of it. It's just it is so difficult to do unless you are so much quicker or have such a great idea on the strategy that you can make it work very early on. And I can imagine how difficult it is and how annoying it is just running at the back. Although in GT, that lap car is looking very quick indeed and hasn't had any problems except from diffuser damage gained from lap 1 from the AFP team.
Yeah, he's right on the back of Avesi now as they head into Maggots and Beckett's. Sorry. No. Oh, nope, I was right. Okay. I keep getting confused with some of the camera angles going through here, but yeah, okay, so he lost a little bit of time going through the S's, but just the way that he's been driving, he should be able to make that up pretty quickly. And then we have Alex Tunbridge backing away from this group, but he's a fair distance away, so I mean, these guys will probably end up crossing swords here within the next few turns, I imagine.
Well, already onto the back of each other, so this is just how quickly it can evolve, and this is what I was saying about, traffic. Just traffic give this, and traffic take it away, and they've got GT traffic ahead, they've got one of the other Idols cars, I want to say that's 217 they've got in front of them. But of course, these guys will try and get through that as quick as possible, and then hopefully not get slowed up too much. But I wouldn't be surprised to see Mark get it through down the back straight. Shouldn't be too difficult. Gets a decent run out of turn 4 through the kink of 5. And that is going to be a nice amount of slipstream coming towards turn 6. And he probably could look for an inside move at Luffield actually if he gets a nice run through 6. But we'll see. Car kicking up the grass in front, but not going to make it work there. Maybe might get a look down to Cops, although prototype traffic behind would be safer just to hold there. And I want to say it's actually the lot turbo prototype behind, so this could work out in their favour.
Right on the back of them as they head through Cops, and now they're coming through. Unfortunately, I haven't seen too many cars extending there. Drivers have been respecting track limits for the most part. It's a little bit dicey as it's side by side ahead. Now the RSS team is right there with them. It's going to kind of slow them up on the exit.
Yep, the RSS team named Budget Rebellion by myself for this, with the skin that they're running. Beautiful skin. It just happens to very much look like the 2017 or 2018 one of the Rebellions, DBR Rebellion. Meanwhile, that is an awful. That is the GT getting very loose of the Idols GT, and then Tech and BMW getting out of the way as quick as possible. These two getting through without too many problems. But again, it's those sort of moments that do sort of get your heart rate going. And with more prototypes closing in, this is sort of rush hour here at Silverstone, sort of that little period where everyone's right next to each other. As we're on board with Hutchinson, coming down just sort of towards the end of the first sector, or through the middle of the first sector, sorry. And you can just see the difference in lines that the cars are able to run here. The BMW able to run a bit more of a tighter line, not lose out too much. McLaren sort of has to take it a bit wider. And it's nothing really that's, going to lose you too much time. It's just more preference. But again, down the back straight, you're going to have a prototype fly up the inside any moment now. And Mark does actually have a little look, has a little dive, and that is contact. He pushed it out very, very wide. He literally didn't turn for the corner. But again, this is GT racing. It's expected.
Yeah, that was a good maneuver. They, despite the little nibble out of the side, they were still pretty respectful while driving it on the edge. So good job there as he takes second place. And still not entirely certain what that that icon is, the face. Oh no! Hevesy getting whacked from behind by the LMP2. I think that's one of the FFSRs. Yeah, Toth coming up the inside as you saw him.
That was
Sorry.
just unnecessarily risky by FFSR, and that was just, yeah, that wasn't warranted, because you know that at that point that car is going to come across you. There is no way that car is going to run it wider through there, and you shouldn't be trying to dive it down the inside at that part of, you know, the mag of that part of the S's. So, and they're coming into the pits as well, potentially now because of damage, or potentially because it was the end of their stint. But again, just wasn't needed at all. Just sit behind and wait until the exit, or even wait until the final right-hander where it is safer to get by. It's just, you know, it's just things like that that cost people time and just aren't needed, and I wouldn't actually be surprised if that gets reported.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, we've been seeing a lot of close side-by-sides through the S's, and you always pucker up just a little bit watching it because, I mean, as you know, your car is just, with the weight transfer and everything, it's right on the edge, and it doesn't take hardly anything at all to send it off, as we see there.
And like the thing is as well, like for people who may be a bit less informed, well, not saying informed, but you know, people who don't really watch endurance racing as much, the fact that we're using GT3 cars here is also a big difference compared to GT, because GT has a lot more downforce than GT3, especially here. GTEs will run a higher downforce here than we can in GT3. So, you know, that GT... So knowing what the GTE is going to do, if you do run a prototype a lot, knowing that car is going to come across, you know a GT3 is going to do that and more to get through that corner. So, you know, it's just interesting to see the prototype try and dive it there, but again, we'll make mistakes like that, and you look here, just at the prototype just sitting there, not trying to force the issue out of the, you know, out of, the, you know, towards the end of the fire sector, and here, just running wide like that, you know, that's fair, you can't really complain about that, but it's just, you see stuff like that and you do tense up quite a bit knowing that that could be a very big accident incoming.
Mm-hmm. Now we have Peter Scholes, the leader, coming through the shot. Oh, and a wreck in the background. Zakharov, and it looks like one of the FFSRs. That's Steve Shedderville, or Shedville. We'll go back and see what happened. So Zakharov, I didn't see if he was up alongside him or if that was something that happened just in front of him. All right, so he was behind. This was as the LMP2s are coming by, and the sister team for RSS is right behind. So he was just up the inside. That was rather unusual.
That looks more like the RSS car turned across the front of him. Because if you actually look and you slow it right down, you actually can see, you know, the fact that that McLaren has the inside. So the RSS car coming across, and the fact that he's got a prototype behind him as well. The prototype was doing nothing wrong. The prototype actually backed off. But yeah, no, that's more on the RSS car coming across the front, unless there was a potential tap from the LMP2 that was behind, but I don't really think there was. So, yeah, it's just, what, you know, it's just spatial awareness sometimes, and we all do it, everyone's done it, I've done it a few times, and, you know, it just happens, but it's just, you know, it's just not something you want to see.
Yeah, actually, it was really impressive that the prototype didn't catch any damage or any contact from that after the fact, because it was incredibly close as the Aston Martin just flew out to the side there.
Oh, and news as well. I'm not sure which LARP car it is, and it is the LMP2. That is a big screen freeze, and it won't unfreeze. That car is out with the screen with a problem, and unless they've done the old disconnect reconnect trick, you know, they are out of this race from the lead in LMP2.
Yeah, I'm trying to go back and find out what And I guess you said that it was a screen freeze, so I mean this should
Yeah,
be pretty
very deep screen freeze,
self-explanatory.
and it wouldn't stop freezing. So that is a big shame for those guys running flawlessly. Actually, they were running flawlessly, had no mistakes at all this race, and again, rFactor 2 strikes again.
Yeah, that was. They were doing so well. And he'd actually slowed it down to try and. Yeah, and just plants it in
At
there.
that point, he would have had the freeze at that point, so he was probably guessing where he was in the circuit, or maybe had someone, watching, maybe even for a driver swap, just there watching, just telling him where to go on circuit, to maybe get that car around and get it in the pits, to maybe, get the driver swap done. So that's a big shame for those guys, for Svir, Schulze, and Cameron, who actually never even got to get in the car. So, poor Cameron. Didn't usually for it to happen to Petr Schulze, because Schulze's PZ is very tanky, so just shows that it can happen to anyone.
Schulze is back
and
out.
That is the lap car getting back on track, so they pulled the plug and got back in. The beauty of rFactor 2, you cut your internet connection and it will reset everything. So they'll get out, not in the lead, or nowhere near the lead, sorry, I should say. But they will have a chance of still salvaging potential podium out of it. Still, again, 5 or so hours to go, so plenty of time for those guys to get back. So good to see those guys actually managing to get back in the race at least. So we'll see. There's plenty of time, plenty of laps, and, well, plenty of potential problems for other people. But again, you look at it this way, they got lucky that that car is still in good condition.
Yeah, that was pretty quick work, by the way. I've never seen anybody get back in that fast before.
But only a couple of minutes to get back in, so great job by those guys getting themselves in and out so quickly. Or sorry, I should say out and in.
Yeah.
So good job to those guys, and that'll actually limit the damage I think that they would have taken. They might not have even actually dropped outside the top 5 with that, so be interesting to see. Because again, they were a lap or so ahead, the majority of the field, so they may actually have still gone down the top 5, which would be interesting. I want to say they are out in the 6th place, at least check the timings. Yeah, great job by those guys to get themselves back in this race.
Aaron Betten of Fife losing a spot to Zakharov. This is back in the GT3 field. That's for 5th place that he took from Aaron. So previous co-commentator was getting swamped by the RSS team. Ooh, Scholes is now back in, so I'm not sure if... Now, when you do the disconnect, is that...
No, that'll be getting him out of the car. That'll be getting him out of the car, I feel. That'll be probably repair any damage they have and get him out of the car. Because with a screen freeze like that doesn't want to unfreeze, you don't want him in the car for any longer than he needs to be. So I wouldn't be surprised if they get Geordie back in that to try and make up some of the places. But again, they've got plenty of time left, in this race to get themselves where they are.
Yeah, more than half left to go. So, and with the pace that they were able to put down before, I'm sure that we'll see them at least unlap themselves. Which right now, I mean, it'll take some work, but I think they can do it. And Toth having some more issues, and by the way, that was the Fancy Esport. Apologize to the FFSR guys, it was not one of theirs. Similar color schemes, but...
Yeah, very similar, even I got confused.
And actually only one generic livery running, and that was Sebastian Johansson, who is currently out.
Which I want to say is the AFE prototype, of which I don't think got the skin in time, so...
Yeah, a bit of a...
Yeah, it's great to see so many custom liveries here, and so many beautiful looking custom liveries as well.
Yeah, it's I was a little sad that the Pimp's Hungary Racing LMP2 wasn't able to enter because that one, I have to say, I did a pretty good job making it look quite nice. But, you know, maybe some hubris there. Oh, and Roz and Rikus are into each other.
Oh dear. That is... And that's an interesting spot to come together as well. Maybe someone was just coming into the pits. We'll see now, we'll see on the replay, but Jesus.
Just waiting for the replay to load in here, and then we can see what happened between these two. Alright, there we go. So Roz is all by himself back here. Coming up on Rikus, the GT3 leader. Ooh, it's okay. So yeah, they just got together. Rikus quickly slinging it around, but that's gonna definitely cut into that lead he had. Now, in a case like that, I mean, it almost looked like Rikus was pushing out, and maybe he didn't quite realize he was there, or... I mean, they just kind of converged on the same bit of track. Roz down in 8th place. Rikus obviously.
Just having a look at it. Oh, yeah, no, that would more be... That's more just a racing, but it's just more a case of that was always going to happen at that situation. You know, you could have been smarter in the prototype and backed off, you know, instead of going around the outside, because most times the GT3 is going to run it very wide through there, because the natural line for both classes is to come out onto that Astro. So, you know, at the end of the day, it was just, you know, it's complete RI, you know, both cars just in the same places where they want to be. But, you know, hindsight, you could have backed off, you should have backed off in the prototype, GT had the line, and then cut back across. Meanwhile, more issues for Larp.
White, it looked like he ended up just kind of wiping out through the S's. Oh, big traffic jam behind with a bunch of LMP2s coming up and closing in.
Yeah, we're just making up for the traffic that's not in London. You know, just all the traffic's migrated to Silverstone, and we're having to deal with it. Very expensive traffic jam, I'll be honest, but, you know, says much about the economy these days, doesn't it?
Yeah, we won't talk too much about the economy at the moment, and just prefer not to look. Give me a year.
Stock market.
Because it's been crashing almost as much as some of the cars on track in the last like 10 minutes here. So White swapping in for Scholes after that last stop.
Oh yeah, so Kian White will be in there. So Kian's actually gone from GT up to the prototype, which is good to see. So Kian, they've put in the very, very fast Irishman into that prototype. Kian, not too shabby in a prototype, not too shabby in anything you put him in really, and good to see him get in that car, see what he can actually do, see how much time he can make up. The last time he was racing here, he was in a Formula 1 car and, well, got a podium out of it, so good to see. We'll see what the EERC setup shot Larp turbo car can do, and that was very close in front. I don't know if you saw that, Ross, seeing the IDOS prototype cutting across the Larp GT there through the first part of the S's. That was almost very, very deadly for both parties.
Yeah, no harm done. But as you said before, I mean these prototypes move around like jet fighters compared to the GT traffic. They just, I mean, the direction changes are incredible after you've been watching along with a BMW or a McLaren for a while. These guys come out of nowhere. So Seeing
It's
down
even
at
worse when you're in a GT and you've got a prototype 3 behind you. You know, like the Norma or even for me Endurance Pack, the Ligier, because those they change direction as quick as a prototype 2, but they don't go anywhere.
Yeah.
They don't move, and it's so annoying.
That's exactly right. And speaking of the LS cars, we've got Reinhardt now closing in. This is for position, and he is hounding the back of Bentley. Oh, and one of the Madness cars is around. Oh, and a big contact.
Love, just not getting any luck here today. I don't even think the BMW moved. I think there was more Kier not noticing, or maybe not realising he was backwards, because the BMW looks the same from the front and the rear.
That was a hard hit. I'm hoping that, yeah. So it was Aaron. So on board as they come down hangar straight. So, yes. Okay, so he.
No, yeah. That'll be a penalty.
And once again, I think he's out. It's showing DNF'd again.
Why would you rejoin like that? Why would you not rejoin and spin it left? Because that doesn't make sense to me. Why you'd rejoin in that manner anyway? You either reverse it off the track or you spin it opposite way to which way the racing line is. So, yeah, that's confusing me. Meanwhile, Bentley is just trying to carve through this GT traffic, and again, this is just always entertaining. And has the oldest car actually got him past? I'm not too sure. No, he hasn't. That was a different car I was seeing in front.
Sorry, we were. Camera's bouncing between two of the FFSRs.
Too many. There's too many of them. Just I'm just gonna shut up.
But they are two close battles for position. Reinhardt is still on the back of Bentley, and then we've got the other battle going on. Reinhardt has a penalty, it looks like. Not sure if that's for track. Oh, and he's off. He's off. Big slide. As he comes back on in front of our GT3 leader, Rikus.
We will get the overlay back to you guys shortly. As I've just seen in the chat, someone asking where the overlay is. Just a couple of tech problems here. Our expert broadcaster, just making sure that his overlays are working.
I don't know what you're talking about. It's right there, of course.
Of course, it was never not there.
Reinhardt now serving.
But Calvin coming in, I'm assuming to serve his penalty, which I would assume would be for track extending. If it's only a drive-through, which it looks to be, it will be for extending. So probably got a bit too wide through a few too many corners, did the American. He'll come out just behind the GT3 that he was in front of. Meanwhile, we're rejoined by Aaron, who I'm assuming has just gone out of the BMW.
You may be right.
Were you getting out of the BMW that was facing the wrong way by any chance, Aaron?
No?
Good. No, that's fine. Welcome back, Aaron. How was your stint going?
It was okay. I had an incident with the GRG car where it overtook me, and it was lapped, and was still trying to still be racing with me, and then coming into pop, it was blocking me, and then brake checks me, so it led to me going into the bathroom, and it was really unavoidable. The brake checked me into cops.
shame we saw some of the end result of all of that.
I don't want car's fine. It was just a scratch.
Well, the car being fine is always a better sign of things to come. And of course, plenty of time left in this race still. And of course, with plenty of time comes plenty of incidents in endurance racing, especially at Silverstone, where anything could happen.
Oh, speaking of, there
And
goes
as I
Aiden
said
Williams.
Woo. I'm doing really well at cursing everything or calling everything exactly as it's about to happen.
That happened as
I
we
think
were.
this is why Speedy might hate me in VEC. They don't like me being on comms for the sole purpose of I managed to curse everything.
It's the commentator's curse. I mean, you can't get away from that.
You never can, especially in endurance racing, because you can say something in hour 1 and it happens in hour 7. You'll never get away from it.
Right, switch headset. How do I sound?
You sound fine.
Okay.
Yeah, you sound fine.
Yeah. There's currently, what, 4 DNFs now? Alexander Vandervood and Ian White, however you say that.
Seeing.
I didn't actually realise that Van der Velde went out. Jeez, okay.
Yeah,
I
that
think
happened about halfway, about all the way through my stint.
Oh, so me and Ross both missing both missing things here. We need to talk about the action going on at the front instead of cars that are retiring left, right, and centre. But oh, that is indeed. So that is one of the Idols prototypes down. So 1 down, 3 to go. And see, I say this like I'm worried, like I've still got 2 cars left. But of course.
And then there were 3.
And then, if we're going about the whole lot of them, then there were 4 because we've still got 2 GTs running. But
Yeah.
of course, keeping an eye on the prototype field at the moment, and it is just every which way and when that things are going on, and it's now sort of settling itself out, which is always a good thing. Everyone's sort of now getting back into a rhythm towards the next pit cycle, so everyone's just sort of able to keep it out on their own and keep themselves going. But it'll be interesting to see what happens come the next few hours, as cars will get closer together and people will make some mistakes.
And we do actually have pressure for the lead between Vagapov and Kolaskai as he's heading through the end of Beckett's.
Is that? Oh no! Wow! It's actually stopped smoking. I'm shocked.
Yeah, no, they stopped smoking a while ago now. They were told by the admins to do it, and the admins found out that you can actually change the grill tape in your pit stop, so sort them out on their lies.
Can you? Oh,
yes,
I didn't.
you can take grill tape off. It's been a thing since 2013. But either way, they got the grill tape off, they cooled the car down in the pit stop, and it's now gone from 200 degrees Celsius now down to a nice and toasty 90, which is usually what they run that car at, usually at least, so good to see the car running nicely.
Got a bloody jet car to blow it dry.
Aiden Williams comes speeding through the field.
Probably put it in the freezer for about half an hour, and meanwhile, car rejoining, and that MP2 seems to have been a bit in the wars the past couple of laps. Be interesting to see what they can do, hopefully to just get themselves a bit more comfortable and get themselves back to where they should be consistency, and hopefully don't end up in that grass again.
Yeah. Aiden is,
and I was right, Ross, about the screen freeze earlier. Could hear and drive, had it force feedback and everything, it was just the screen that was frozen, so would have been directed by one of the teammates.
I had a screen freeze whilst just trying to stay out the way of my teammate in the free car. My screen froze, and that was it. Didn't hit anything, but still, it froze.
Yeah, but it did do what it did to Peter Schulze, which was freeze and not unfreeze at all.
Oh.
So
Yeah, I saw that car stopped on track. I was a bit like, something's happened here.
Big
I
shame
thought they
for
ran
those
out of
guys.
fuel.
no, it was a very big screen freeze through Luffield, and thankfully it happened in the braking zone, so we could just get it off the
Same.
track and into a barrier.
Mine happened in the racing zone at Luffield too. It's something about that corner. I'm telling you.
Aiden Williams.
Well, that car, the LARP LMP2, is officially out of this race now. They've called it a day, with just over 4 hours to go.
Now that is unfortunate.
It is unfortunate indeed, running such a faultless race and then killed by a game bug. Again, a thing that RF2 and 397 have been chasing for many years and still haven't really managed to cure. So it'll be a great day when they manage to cure the screen freezes. I can definitely say that.
Party.
Oh, there will be a massive party if they fix the screen freezes. If they fix half the problems that are still with this game, it'll be a massive party, and it'll be a very well-deserved one. Because they've been working round the clock to try and fix half of these problems, while still trying to keep the game as, up to date and, fresh for content as they can. Again, all these new GT3s, GTEs and stuff all coming in the recent 2 years here of R Factor 2. So, got to keep it fresh, got to keep it going, and so with the amount of championships that use the content, they got plenty of reason to keep bringing it out. And again, as you can
Bring
see,
it out for new Bentley, please. I want them to bring out the brand new Continental GT3 because I'd race that till the sun sets.
don't need the new Bentley. I think today they will get a lot of fan bases if they manage to somehow get a Ferrari license. If they ever get a Ferrari license, they will somehow have every single person towards this game because it'll be one of the major sims that actually has an official Ferrari license implemented in.
I want
of
to
course,
see...
iRacing, the only major quote-unquote sim to have it. I say quote-unquote because
Project Cars 2 is not a sim.
I'm not going to get into that argument with P-Cars fans or Forza fans. I'm just not going there.
It's not a sim.
It's not worth it.
No, it's never worth it. Never worth it at all. Meanwhile, the two RSS cars, Linus Stern, the Budget Rebellion, alongside the Rebellion Aston. I'm just going to nickname the Rebellion to the field because they do look pretty similar. Very beautiful.
Oh yeah, totally.
But just very similar to the Rebellions back in 2018.
VTEC Rebellion. VTEC. They're calling it.
Well, same car. It's literally the same car except with a slightly different nose. That's all it is. And less power, of course. But either way, the RSS guys running a very clean race. No real mistakes from these guys.
A little dicey behind.
We both saw that at the exact same time, didn't we?
Yeah.
Trying to go the other inside of the GT car through the first part.
That doesn't work out too well usually.
No. Plenty of times it didn't through the S's.
See,
Chris Weston now up to 7th in class after getting the car handed over by me in 6th in
good
class.
to hear. As the GT3 leading LARP car comes into the pit lane, we can now see those guys come in, stop in their box, and they're in also with one of the other GT3. So this is sort of towards GT pit stops now, of course. Again, here towards the hour mark, those GTs doing about an hour on fuel, and one of the RSS Aston Martin in as well. So see what we can do, see what these guys can do, and that is the LARP BMW in as well. Will that be a driver change for the Team LARP squad? Potentially going to hand over to either Alistair Long or to Cameron Roger. I think if Cameron has swapped over with Kian, so we will see momentarily. But of course, there's going to be a point in the near future where those GT3s are in at the same time as those prototypes, and that is when it's going to get busy.
Oh, interesting. I'll tell you what, Donut Frozen, who's doing an absolute massive triple stint in the car right now, has managed to get up to 12th in class after being punted into a wall on lap 1 when Lucas Lichten was in the car. I say punted with quotation marks.
Well, yes, it was deemed a racing incident, so no real blame put on either driver by the stewards. But of course, everyone will have their different opinions. But yeah, of course, the one thing you want to do is have someone that's quick and consistent in that car, and you've got to make up time. And well, they're doing a good job of it. They're not that many laps off the rest of their GT field now. Meanwhile, the AFP car, the Amsterdam Force Polonia GT BMW, leaves the pit lane. I want to say, just cruising now at this point, not really having to worry about the LARP team, who are a fair way behind them. You can see them, not even see them towards the back of shot. Actually, that was an Aston Martin in the back of shot. So, still getting just nicely through this stint, and just nicely out of this next stint. And of course, plenty of traffic towards them, but all GT cars. So, clean track in front, and pretty much clean track behind in terms of prototypes. They can relax and just final 4 hours of this race. Already halfway through this race now, Russ.
Yeah, just 48 minutes to go, and the nightmare will be. The race will be halfway over.
For the nightmare. Not that much of a nightmare, man. Calm down.
Depends on whose race you're watching.
Well, that's a fair point.
Just looking down the order. Oh, and is that trying to find where he is? Alistair Long. Is that oh, so there was a driver change for there. We'll just update that. There we go.
So I wouldn't be surprised if there was a swap in the field for the LARP guys. Alistair Long back in the BMW now, down in 3rd place. So they're now back right behind the McLaren that they've been behind for so long this race. I think they're probably a bit fed up following the rear end of that thing now, seeing the nice bright yellow and bright white and purple. Sorry, God, yellow and purple. God, jeez, I'm colourblind. The white and purple McLaren 720S GT3.
Now,
nice nimble car compared to the very big and boaty BMW M6, but of course, both working extremely well around the Silverstone circuit. But you can just see the little differences on corner entry and corner exit, but it's just helping the McLaren just keep ahead of that BMW.
I do want to point out the white that you're seeing was actually supposed to be chrome. Unfortunately, there were some issues with the JSON file because it looked pretty sharp. I just want to throw that out there.
There was a few cars struggling with that.
Yeah, it's another issue apparently where just some of the JSON files, for whatever reason, seem to fail, and hopefully that can get fixed for the next one, because there's also a gold version where the white is gold, and that also looks pretty sharp. But I'll stop now, just because it's.
We'll stop. Crying over JSON files. Let's go cry over the Mark files and the Ross files instead, shall we? Meanwhile, though, back to this fight for what is going to be second place on the road in GT. That is actually going to be a nice run for Alistair Long. They are in between prototype 2s at the moment. So 360 cars just gone through, but that is Long. It's just very close between these two, not even giving each other really any room. But again, you can't really get by. You can't really do much, at all.
So this was for second place. What happened to Rikas? Because they're now showing as DNF'd.
Oh, apparently potential driver swap problems, from what I heard in the EERC chat. So Ernest trying to get in the car, and they can't driver swap, which means this is now the fight for the lead in GT between LARP Racing, who remember qualified on pole and are still struggling potentially with diffuser problems on that BMW, and now fighting with a team that hasn't really been anywhere near the front, near those lead cars for the period of the race, except now when they
Yeah.
they've
And
really
they
come alive.
led a lap. So, GT,
Oh, look down the
Oh,
inside.
and it's a move, and
he's
oh,
through.
can he get the switchback? Yeah. Oh, side by side.
He's going to have the
Still
outside.
side by side, and he's got a bit loose. Oh, and he slips in behind.
Beautiful job by Anselon, tunistic on the slipstream under brakes. You know that turn 6 is always going to come back to you through Lutfield because you will go down the inside, you'll run it out wider, and you'll be on the inside for Lutfield. No way that you can really get that back, and with the fact that Ali Long was one of the quick drivers of that GT BMW, wouldn't be surprised to see him pull away now. So, LARP back where they belong in terms of where they were in qualifying. It'll be interesting to see if the AFP GT manages to get back on the circuit, of course. And that is another LMP2 car slipping down the order in prototype. And I'm not sure who that is because I need to get the live races open again because for some reason I don't have the live races open.
Same, I don't have it open either.
Bergenier is just sliding up the inside, cutting through there
Could be
as they
slightly
hit the hanger.
beneficial.
So right in the racing line, that's going to hold up Hevesy.
That's just the natural bit though. Again, you can't, you go down the inside, you know that car's going to come back, so you just got to pack off and get by as quick as possible. Gabor knows what he's doing, and a very quick driver, very respectable driver. One, obviously, as I said, I've raced with, and great to have raced with him, as a matter of fact. So he knows what he's doing, car preservation, tyre preservation, and running in second place. Definitely not surprised whatsoever.
Right, I just got live bases open now.
Ah, you're joining me in that fact. I'm just having a look.
The top speed is rather questionable in the LMP2. I looked at the top 3 best laps. I think they've done 1,353.9 kilometers an hour. I'm pretty sure they were sent to the Shadow Realm.
Geordie, for God's sake. Geordie being sent to space when he is 44, apparently. That's what top speed. Oh, sorry, no, that top speed was done by Sebastian Schue Hansen.
Oh yeah.
So
I wondered why. Yeah, I wondered why the default Orca ended up in my front garden because I am the king of the Shadow Realm, self-proclaimed king of the Shadow Realm. And no, it's not because I constantly send people there.
Oh yeah. So of course, looking through, just actually looking at the who is where at this moment in time, and it is extremely interesting to see sort of everyone's placing, everyone's positioning, and just looking through at the spread of cars on the circuit. There's no bit of track that is empty at the moment. Usually you get little periods where the track is, there's no one on that bit of track.
Yeah, I had that during my stint.
Everyone is everywhere at this point. There is no straight that hasn't got a car on it. So it is interesting indeed to see what this is, where this is going. But of course, the LMP2 lead, now that LARP are out of it, is only just under 9 seconds here at Silverstone. And in GT, obviously, it's only 4 tenths, and then 20 seconds back to Alex Tunbridge, who is now inherited 3rd place. Well then, he must be smiling.
Yeah, the 127's back up into 5th and is chasing now with a passion the RSS Aston. Has a really cool camo livery on. And if I can find them, yeah, I can see what you mean by calling the LMP2 a the Tech Rebellion.
Oh, it's just a bit of a throwback to the 2018, I want to say TVR Rebellion livery. No, I actually want to say it was even last year's Rebellion livery. I cannot remember because I didn't watch too much of last year's season. But of course, just looking up and down the order at the moment, Looking at potential positions that could change, that fight for second is only separated by 5 seconds at the moment, then third to fourth is only separated by 6, and then fifth place is only 10 further seconds behind that. So the gap between second and 10th is only about 20 seconds. Oh, sorry, second and fifth is only 20 seconds at the moment, which in the grand scheme of things isn't much, especially considering Calvin had a penalty as well. So actually, in the grand scheme of things, 20 seconds for a pit stop, or for a drive through the glorious pit lane of Silverstone. Imagine where Calvin could have been right now. On merit.
Oh yeah.
And also Sam Bentley in the FFSR 41. He's only 9 seconds off the back of Ryan at the moment, so he is on a charge right now.
I wonder how many people who run CFAG and run this championship are gonna want to get out of the car quickly and do the lockdown showdown soon.
Lockdown showdown.
Yeah, because that's starting in 20 minutes and it's going to be fun.
See, I keep forgetting that you guys are 4 hours ahead.
Yep. It's called the UK, which well, it doesn't feel like it.
Ross.
It doesn't feel like the UK. It feels more warm, more Central Europe. And I have news on the 35. I believe it's the 35 Manchester.
Oh,
yeah,
we all knew that they went out with driver points. We knew they couldn't stop driving. They decided that because they could not win the race, they decided to call it a day, which is a shame because they still would have had a really good race. Still would have actually got some decent points, and of course, at the end of all this, there is that potential prize at the end of the season. But of course, you're in it to win it at the end of the day, and it now puts the lot BMW into the lead of the race. Again, that BMW running flawlessly. They have not really made a mistake this entire race. So.
You really need to stop talking. You're going to put the commentator's curse on it. It's already happened this race.
Let me put it this way. Every single driver in that BMW has driven for me at some point. I cannot, and I've found out that I have no curse on my own drivers. So, by that logic, it is impossible for me to curse Hutchinson or Long. Or even.
I think you're playing with fate with that.
Yeah, and with that, the BMW proceeds to go off the circuit, blast the greens, and days ended.
Yeah.
Reinhardt still chasing down Roz for position. Riding on board now as they come on the hangar straight.
Who's betting by the end of this race a BMW or GT3 is going to be in the top 10 overall?
Yeah, I don't know. I doubt it will happen because enough of the prototypes are running consistent laps. But it'll be interesting to see what happens.
Yeah.
In terms of things in that retrospect, and of course, 2.9 or 3 seconds now between second and third place in LMP2. This is going to get very close indeed between these guys, and it could, if it all goes wrong, end in a very interesting situation indeed. But of course, we've then also got the fact that Cameron Reiner has been overtaken by Benjamin Ross. So, obviously, we were looking at that just then, but you can see, those two prototypes very close together indeed. Same camera shot now. Potential chance for those two to have a nice little battle coming in the next few hours. But of course, it's interesting as well to see that these guys are close as well to fight for 5th place. Obviously, only separated by about 4 to 5 seconds, all within the same camera shot. But of course, it's going to be a long time now, and I think that Sam Bentley might just pull away. He's got 20 seconds to catch the car in front, so we'll see in the next few laps how far he pulls ahead of these guys behind him.
Yeah, he's pretty far up the track there. Fortunately not smoking. They were able to finally take care of that.
I'm still waiting to see if there's going to be a Stewart's report not a report, because there's already been a report submitted, but a decision on what happened between the 127 and the GRG car, because the GRG brake checked me, and
What?
yes, it was reported, and
This might be what's being mentioned now, because I see the steward typing in the decision chat. So I wouldn't be surprised if you brought this up now and it gets instantaneously mentioned. And the race director Will Coates, of course.
yeah.
It would be ironic, and I would laugh
Yeah.
if it actually was that is
it's
being
'cause-
mentioned in a moment.
He brake checked me, and I couldn't react. So I went into the back of him, and he went off into a wall. So I'm not sure what's going to happen.
A likely story.
Yeah,
No,
of
it was
course.
true.
Definitely happened. Me and Ross
defending me, no.
not believing people.
No, he was defending from me as well. Like, he's a black car and he defended. Like,
Oh, okay.
what's the
The
point?
FSR Esports number 111, that is the McLaren GT, I want to say, has got a drive-through penalty for punting a car. He's gone into the back of a car at corner entry.
Oh.
So that's a penalty for the FSR car.
Oh, yeah, when you said punting a car into because that's exactly what happened with us. Although he did, brake check me, and I'm pretty sure that was just out-braking himself.
So he's actually just pulled in. Looks like he's getting service.
So probably actually was pitting before the penalty was announced, so they'll probably have to pit. And then,
Yeah,
do
there's
the penalty.
nothing. There's nothing in the chat saying he's going to sign a penalty yet, so we just have to wait.
Looks like there is a driver change. Mario Valencia is now heading out. You saw that LMP2 on screen driving away. Very impressed, halfway through the race almost, and still a lot of close gaps up and down the order. Now they're still, within 5 seconds.
There's still a
or
lot
so,
of people fighting back through the order, doing that for example.
You can see Alistair Long there in first place for the GTs, getting chased down by Gabo Hevesi. And you also have, I think there was the RSS team, the ADN team in the mix there. Yes, that's Danilo Nascimento. Had those guys in the booth at the end of the last race. They were able to kind of chat a little bit about what was going on. They were fortunately able to recover a lot of the misfortunes from earlier on after they clearly had pace in the car. Ooh, Sam Bentley gets a little wiggly. Gabbo giving a flash of the lights.
I'm just laughing at something I found out from one of my drivers, is that both of our cars are literally within like 4 seconds of each other on circuit for position. After 3.5 hours. The two boys that qualified, well away from each other on the grid, are now somehow right next to each other almost.
Yeah, Kieran Sharp and Nick Holmwood, not far away. Yeah, they're right there.
I'm gonna make you so jealous right now, but I'm having a barbecue for dinner. Jealousy levels increasing.
I'm being passively aggressively threatened by my own drivers as well, I've noticed.
How? Why? What? What happened?
I poked Sherwin, who is obviously one of the other guys in the 217 IDOS. And of course, I just mentioned to him, I say, oh yeah, we're P6 and P7, great job, poggers. And he's like, I will crash this car if you're not nicer.
That's how you run a team.
Oh, well, I wouldn't take him up on that offer.
Massively aggressively memed by your own drivers.
Yeah. Oh, I wouldn't take him up on my offer. There's a lot of points you could lose.
I've known Sherwin for many, many years now. He wouldn't do such a thing, please. Please don't.
You say you wouldn't do such a thing, but oh my god, has he just gone into a wall?
This is Sherwin.
I'm joking.
Accidentally do that.
Shedville is back into the pits, but it looks like it's service again.
Now this
Maybe
is
he's
odd.
doing a drive-through and a stop go.
Maybe a issue with driver swap, maybe damage.
Yeah, I mean, if it is a stop go, that would make sense. And Benz has got a penalty. That's in the LMP2.
Still not seeing anything about it in Stuart's decision chat.
It's the, I believe it's for track extensions. Typically when they show up on the TV client, it's because of something issued through RFactor 2. So in this case, and that's second place. Pantokai Benz is the second place LMP.
Oh my god,
He will lose not only second but third as well, and may even lose. He actually might drop down to fifth place here with that drive-through penalty. So definitely a lot of potential time about to be lost here by Benz. I'll keep an eye on it for you guys, but I'd keep an eye on a bit further down. I'd just keep an eye on the rest of the field, to be fair. And that GT lead fight is only down to a second now between Long and Hevesy, so I'll keep an eye on that prototype that's just coming into the pit lane to serve a penalty.
I'm just looking back at my incident, and it's like 3,960 seconds ago. And I know none of you can see this, but we're going on to the old start finish line. He moves over, so I go to move over, and then he moves over on me, and then continues to move over to try and block me. And then brakes early. And then he kind of goes into a wall and loses his rear wing.
Oh, the RSS team, the leader, Vagapov, slides right across the nose of his teammate, who's trying to catch up to the DDoS car.
Oh gosh.
That was... Jesus.
Hello, boys.
Hello. And he gets a move done on. Oh, that would have been that's a huge code ground moment.
So we're just kind of following along with the battle.
You've got an RSS PT there, an RSS GT there. You've got both IDOS prototypes, or sorry, both the remaining IDOS prototypes, and you've got about two or three other GTs there.
Yeah. Chris Weston, I believe, is closing onto the back of Zakharov in the RSS, in the 17 RSS at Aston. So that could be interesting because he's in for a double. So quite fun to see how that turns out.
Look at the replay of that, obviously, as Ross has put up on the stream. It just locks the rear brakes, and he gets so lucky. Well, no, he actually hits the back of the IDOS car, but the IDOS car is so lucky to not really go round with that. Probably just get a tiny bit of damage on the back, and that was very, very lucky indeed.
The brakes is so easy to do.
So little actually happened there between it, because that could have gone a lot worse and a lot more time could have been lost. But of course, still 20 seconds between the leaders in Prototype 2, so it'll be interesting to see what happens.
The RSS car almost turned the DDoS GT as they are now battling for third position. On board with the RSS car right now, and so close to running into the back of the DDoS car, as the DDoS car looks to be slow on the exit turn 2, braking, doesn't look to get the move done just yet, kind of fallen back, but Ooh, that was fun and close, but I think it's another lap.
Yeah, Alex
He's managed another
Tunbridge.
lap.
He's you know, he's not quite as strong as Liam Rance, but
Just getting so close now. It's surprised they haven't made
Oh,
contact and shoot screwed as we LMP2. That could have almost been a punt. As Zakharov squeezed another LMP2. That could have been a huge incident there at on the old start finish straight. But now Zakharov getting right up to the gearbox of that McLaren. Through Magnussen Beckett, being sensible, not trying to get overly moved. It's Pascal Eggert's in the pits, I can see. See who can get the better exit out of Magnussen Beckett. It actually looks to be Tunbridge as he's pulled out a bit of a gap. But how strong is the draft? Quite strong as Zakharov's closing. He's not going to be close enough to make a move. Thinks about it. Certainly close.
Alex
Could get
way
it down into the
offline.
final chicane. As he thinks about it, moves back in line, doesn't want to get it done just yet. Probably trying to think about how to do it the most safest way, considering they're only just halfway through the race. Oh, just about halfway through the race. We're not there just yet, I don't think.
So this is the type of aggressive driving that we're used to seeing from that RSS Aston Martin.
And this is when it works out, which is really good. And he's closing up onto Tunbridge, who blocks him, and it's right close as they go down onto Wellington Straight. The draft working an absolute treat, blocking, moving around to the outside is Zakharov. Can he get the move done under braking? Side by side. And yes, he goes through. Can Tunbridge get the switch back? No, and Zakharov is up into P3 in GT.
And he'll fade off in the distance at this point. Alex just not quite having the same pace as that Aston Martin.
You can see he's already formed a bit of a gap. Diesel's car, which was involved in some drama early in the race. Some people saying lucky to get away with saying it was a racing incident. Some saying should have got a penalty for the lap one incident.
The leader, or GT, is right behind. Enqvist now making a move. He's now up to second place.
Barcelona's looking to actually lap these people. Bloody hell, he's got some wheels on his BMW. Same with Gabber Vessi, who was just really ramped up the pace.
Yeah, he's not far behind. He's been able to maintain fairly good pace throughout the race, and he's
Just Weston looks to be closing up on Tunbridge too, but that's going to be a while before we see any sort of move from that car.
So gap first to second in LMP2, well over 6 seconds. So Santu's got some serious work cut out for him. But that being said, Enqvist,
He knows how to drive an LMP2.
he certainly
so
does.
Expect him to be closing right up in our charge.
Big wiggle there.
For that 112 incident, so this is an LMP2 involving a corner cut, it equals no further action.
And Bent's down in third is in the pits.
I'll just find out what car that was. So it was...
Oh, for a drive-through. There it is.
Oh.
Oh, and he comes out and he's right into the side of one of the other
my
P2s.
Yep. Oh, spinning is Samuel Bentley. Oh, Also, the Madness car lap 98 had no further action, so that was the number 3. So that's Donut Frozen, I believe, unless they swap to Lucas Licton. No, it's Donut Frozen, who's actually in 11th place after being 2 laps down at the start.
So I'm not sure if they're going to be able to mount the same kind of charge they did last time at Fuji.
Yeah, I'm seeing someone's reaction to this no further action. Explain? I think he's silent.
Huh? What? Sorry, I was messaging Ross, just saying that I'm going to have to head off in a moment. What?
I see
what
that.
Yeah. About your reaction to the number 3 Madness car with a no other action. Just read your reaction.
This was just. Yeah. Why? It was obvious that he's rejoined into a line of moving traffic when there was ample opportunity for him to swing it left, seeing about 3 or 4 cars literally in front of him, I will say, because he was facing the wrong way, and he has gone into the line of a prototype.
Have I just sent off a rant?
No, I've just explained my cat. I've just, gone, what the hell?
Yeah. You said a lot more than that.
It's official decision, it's fine. I'm not going to argue with the chat, with the admins, because there's no point. And it doesn't involve my car.
Yeah, I won't be slapped with a penalty.
People, at the end of the day, the fact that Kim was hit and then actually would have gotten 10 minutes of damage from that had he not just, quit out on the spot.
Bloody
Which is
hell.
another thing. That has caused a car to retire. That is not a no further action, that's a penalty. But anyway, as I mentioned, I will have to dash for a while. I may not be able to be around later on. But I may
send a video of this, because I'd love to see it.
It's on the stream. We watched it on the stream. It literally happened in front of us. But of
What's
course,
the timestamp?
oh god, but again,
It's in there.
It's been a pleasure, gentlemen. Thank you very much, Ross, for having me on. And
Thanks for.
I wish you the best. I'll be watching.
I'll send you a beer if you return.
I need a beer at this point.
Cheers.
So yeah.
Just trying to check.
User left your channel.
So looking at this, Zoltan is now closed up to Bence after he's had to run through and make that drive-through and had that incident. And Reinhardt's right behind, so this is battle for 3rd, 4th, and 5th. The last spot on the podium.
8 hours of technical penalties. I'm looking in the chat from 10 of technical issues from 10 guy break here left. Kind of funny.
Reinhardt is pushing that thing hard to catch up to Zoltan. And they're on top of each other now. Zoltan's going to be able to make a move on Bence, who seems to be slowing or at least off pace from the last couple corners. And yeah, he's just gonna get out of the way. So he must have some damage from when he went off. So Varkanya Zoltan is now up into 3rd. He's on the podium. And Reinhardt is going to try and find his way past Bence, which he should be able to do just based on that pace. Ooh, and a big wiggle as he tried to look on the inside, but was just a little bit loose under brake. He's got Sedville right in front of him.
Oh, who's got a drive-through? Christoph Tosh.
Stoff running down in 12th place for LMPs. The dicey underbraking there with Reinert, who's now trying to
Just
quick
take look what it's for.
lap up that track position as much as he can to get onto the back of Bent's. And Bentley's having some issues.
Is he? Let me take a look. Oh yeah, he's kind of spun it. Where is that? Oh my god, almost into the line on another car.
So that's right where we were
Scared
watching.
me. Yeah, that actually scared me, so sorry if I've destroyed anyone's ears.
So Sam Bentley falling back. He's now in 5th place behind Bent's. And he's crabbing. He's got damage.
Oh no. Oh, that makes me want to cry. Honestly, I want to cry now.
Yeah, Sam Bentley, and he's got a ways to go before he can get back to the pit road.
I'm just gonna cry. Don't mind me.
So he's going to pull out a line and let those guys go by. Good call by Sam. Reinhardt now onto the back.
Yeah, someone's saying code 80 car crabbing sector 1.
Now may not need a code 80. He's fairly clearing away from most of the other cars and able to maintain a decent enough pace considering.
Hey. Yeah, well done. So, for Fantasy Esports number 43, I believe is Christoph Toff. Yeah, it's for unsafe rejoin on the racing line at slow speed with oncoming traffic behind.
Yeah.
That is what the drive-through penalty is for.
And that's not surprising as we watched that happen. He just came right out of the pits and is right into traffic. Now, from his perspective, he may not have been able to see them right there, but it was... I mean, he could have moved over and kept on to the right-hand side. I mean, yeah, you can kind of have a lapse when you're not paying attention to your splits, but yeah.
Don't want to jinx anything just yet, but we're soon gonna pass halfway through the race, I believe. And Samuel Bentley is out of the race. He has just put it into the garage, and Samuel Bentley is out of the race. Really unfortunate for that car. Maybe it was actually the end. They wanted to give the engine a rest, so they're like, yeah, they just put the car to sleep, just to save the engine. Not that there's much left of it anyway.
Just loading you.
Chris Weston got past Alex Tunbridge.
Yeah, we're pulling
and
up
is
that.
now up into 4th in class. So this number 127 Madness car is really pulling its weight. They had a good race, really. Just touching every single piece of wood in my room because that's my car. Please, no continue.
So
Yeah, Chris Weston's been really doing well. It's real well done from him. I'll just
watching why that happened there with Alex Tunbridge. So he got loose off of turn 1 and went around.
Ooh. Number 5 Fantasy Esports car. 20 seconds stop and go penalty. Unsafe rejoin resulting in collision. They're flying in thick and fast, these unsafe rejoins. And there's a car from the background. I'm just following with what's his name? It was Chris Weston and Claudio Chazou. He went off on the exit. Managed to keep it out of the wall, but still. Ooh, that was scary.
That team having some, still some problems. Claudio down in 12th place. They just
Yeah.
really haven't been able to recover from the earlier misfortunes of the day. And Adam Williams is getting a penalty, so this is about the 4th one within the last minute or so.
Oh, well, I said these were kick. It was going to kick off with penalties. Let's see what this one was for.
Gerg is in. He's currently sitting down in 22nd.
Still trying to find what this penalty's for. It's not showing up for me.
Riding on board now with Hevesi while Aaron is looking up that penalty code. And I think you can just see up ahead. That didn't look like Alistair. But,
Yep. Alright, it is back on it again with the moaning. Not saying it's a bad thing, but I'm laughing.
And it looks like Roz now has, Benjamin Roz, also getting a penalty. So the track extensions are coming quick and dirty.
Oh yeah, apparently the 35 was getting some help, but Mantas couldn't be bothered apparently to get it fixed. So it's really annoying. Because Ernest really wanted to race, I believe.
So it looks like that opportunity's been taken away and all that practice and planning out the window.
Hmm.
There's your Discord stream.
Oh, perfect. I got the live pictures. Taking a look, Chris Weston still sitting pretty in 4th. He's coming onto the Hanger straight, and he has closed to Zakharov, but still not close enough to make a move. And that's going to be really interesting to see how far he can close up with the remainder of his stint and his next stint. Because it'll be fun to see how quick, because he is quick, he can close up.
And now Tunbridge well out of the shot.
6 retirements so far, and we're halfway through the race, and into the wall goes an LMP2. What car was that? It was an LMP into the wall, got on the grass and straight into a wall. It was Tangatide Benz. He got into the wall. Well, at least on my end anyway, he got in. He's continuing, but he got into a wall after overtaking a lapped car.
Oh, and now he just got hit by
and
Valencia.
Contact! I saw that.
Mario Valencia down in 8th place, taking a
Will
whack
he
to the
rejoin
inside.
safely? Yes, he will. Good rejoin. You deserve a cookie.
That was
Interesting, to say the least. No doubt expect there to be a penalty or stewards report. I'd say penalty kind of harshly. I think it was just a racing incident.
looking at Mario's car. It's difficult to say because he's going through some turns now, but he may have a
He
bit
may
of
have some damage on
suspension.
that thing. Yeah,
Try and get a shot as he
he
comes on the
may have
straight.
some damage. Cause damage, and I think Pangatai Bents will get a penalty.
Williams is in now to serve his penalty. It's a bit hard to keep track of a lot of these.
Right on board with him, see if he pits. He's trying to overtake the ADN Audi. I believe that's the ADN Audi, I may be wrong. As third place is in, Varconi Zoltan, and Aidan Williams is in.
Yeah, presumably he's serving.
Mario Valencia continues. But Pangatai Bents is in. That must be damage. Although, it may be around the time for pit stops. I'm not sure about LMPs.
He missed his spot. Yeah, I'm a bit off from the schedules, although I think that it's about time for a lot of them to be within their window.
Wonders how long it is going to be before we get the LMPs and the GTs together. Expect a lot of pit lane incidents there because of how fast this pit lane is. What a ridiculous 62 kilometers an hour for a pit lane. You'd think, oh no, that could get someone killed, we'll slow it down. Nope, keep it the same.
Currently looking at your race leader of Peter Vagapov running that RSS team and aggressively working the lights to get those guys out of his way, because Santo Engvist is coming 5 seconds behind, and we'll see if he comes onto the straight in the background. So I guess more than 5 seconds, so live timing's still a bit off. There it goes, now it's updating. As he goes around Roz, I'm assuming that Ben Roz was able to serve his penalty. Oddly enough, he's Vagapov's blocking. Not sure what that was about, but he's giving the flash of the lights to Gabor, but this is going to be tricky. He's going to try and go around the outside. That's risky. He makes it work, though. So Gabor, he's coming up on Alexander Zakharov ahead, but he's actually down a lap. He's just been lapped by Ali Long. That LARP racing team still well ahead. Yeah, wish the timing wasn't screwed up because it's making it very difficult to read some of these, but Vagabov kind of in the middle of some excitement. Whew. Lots of stuff going on. So, going through here, see if we can poke through and see what's going on. So Alex Tunbridge back in 4th, showing that he's supposed to be pretty close, but I believe he's kind of ways away from that RSS Aston Martin. probably by about half a course. We'll see if we can get live timing to sort itself out. Hopping back
Just
to
gonna message my teammate quick since I'll be back on.
we'll be here. To not put on of the other Madness team earlier on from Lucas Lichting getting knocked around by Liam Rance on the opening lap, losing a tire and falling back. Currently sitting in 23rd. And 10th overall. They're 2 laps off from the leaders, but they're only a little bit less than, they're a lap behind some of the rest of the field, but they're starting to close that gap up. So there's still a very strong chance as we pass the halfway point that they'll be able to improve their position. It's going to take a lot of strong consistency. So they're on the back foot from earlier on, and but they still have a chance that they can come back and possibly salvage another maybe top 5 out of this if we continue to see some of the same issues that other drivers are having. As Williams goes around the outside. Martin Muletai is in. The mini fancy esports teams. And Valencia is off. Mario Valencia is off again.
He has no way of winning, so he's made contact with the wall, and he's lost a tyre. He has lost a wheel, so he is out of the race and stuck. Interesting to see how this one happened.
Pulling up the replay now.
He's trying desperately to get it moving, but just won't budge. Disaster for FFSR. We now have potentially 2 cars out of the race. I think he's just decided to stop now because he's overheating his engine trying to get it out. And he has no mechanical failures, so he can overheat as much as he wants, but I wouldn't recommend it. This could be a curve 80, he's been there for a while. But can't get it going.
Yeah, with that tire missing, he's probably
He's
dug in.
Yeah, he's beached. His race is done, unfortunately. Disaster for FFSR.
Now, he
No.
could simply pull his cable, pull his internet, come back in.
Yeah, that
Is
should work.
There's no other way that he's going to be able to get out of there. I mean, he's going to start smoking here in a minute.
Yeah, my friend did that once in their first ever race, which is actually just over a year ago now, the 16th of March, which was an 8 hours of Silverstone. We had this issue with the driver swap where it wouldn't allow us to change cameras.
Mm-hmm.
And instead of pulling just the internet, I accidentally pulled the computer cord as well.
Oof.
And that's the very PC I'm running today. It was kind of a gift for me.
Wow.
After stuff happened. Maybe the computer was a gift. I wonder why I take extra care with it and treat it well. Like the last bit I've got. Like sad and all dark and sad.
Oh, so
Yeah.
Mario
So that's
Valencia
when
is
dark
on.
and sad. It's just yeah. Well, that's it. And just realised it's the same computer.
So a bit of a battle heating up with Weston and Homewood now. Madness and IDOS BMW versus McLaren. That gap is starting to come down just a little bit. It's a battle for 7th. This is the sister Madness car, not the one that had the struggles early on. Though they're not as far up as they'd certainly like to be. They have had a few minor struggles throughout the race, but they've that have kind of kept them from advancing as much as they would. Of course, they're fighting against the headwind that is some of the lead teams. Looks like there are a few driver swaps here. We've got Sandor Lengyel is now in for the Pimps Hungary Racing. So he moves up. Hold second place anyway. And Alexander Zakharov in the RSS Aston Martin is now in 3rd place. He's a bit of a ways back, but not too far away. Stationed behind him is Alex Tunbridge in the DDoS McLaren. He's also spread out. And not very far behind him is Kieran Sharp. So those two have come together a little bit in the past, and Kieran is really working to chase him down. Back behind that group is the Brazilian team, one of the two sister teams, being driven by Vitor Jonu, and he's that's the BRT number 12. The sister team having a ton of difficulties through the first part, losing a wing, copying penalties. They're a ways back.
Yeah, that race kind of just turned back on the start. Rather than getting caught up with an instance with, I believe it was the GRG McLaren, actually.
And Chris Weston's not far behind him at this point. In fact, they're both on screen. The two BMWs getting closer and closer.
I believe Chris Weston will have taken quick.
Yeah, at this rate, that pace is... He'll be up there within the next probably lap or
Knows
two.
how to handle a BMW.
And I'm not sure if Lucas Lichten is the one who works on the setups for these guys. I know that he's definitely involved with team management. He a very fast driver on his own.
Yeah, he usually does the setups, but not going to brag, but this may have been my setup. I'm kind of proud, because I've never ever made a good setup.
We all know that the setup can definitely make the race.
Totally.
Martin Farkas now taking back over for Kieran Sharp. Still down in 7th, about to get lapped here by Ali Long. Nick Homewood for the other IDOS team. He's in the pits right now, sitting down 21st overall. And then there's the other Madness team, Prodon, trying to do his best to salvage that race. They're up to 9th now, so they are making progress. They're actually on the same lap as all the other GTs up through basically 4th place. So a very strong drive from that team, a huge recovery effort. It sucks that they have to go two races in a row where that's been the strategy, is just be as strong and consistent as you can in order just to salvage, as opposed to fighting for the top position, which is certainly where they probably should be. But it's always great to see that come from behind charge, regardless of where they end up finishing. You know, just the potential that that team has. Gerg has been in the car now for a while, back in 10th place with that McLaren. They've been further up the order, but have sort of drifted back.
Ooh, something's going to happen in penalties. No further action for FFSR number 111, the triple one, and no further action for DDoS number 75. Not sure what happened with Tunbridge run, but DDoS car has been notified of itself being an issue.
Yeah, lots of controversy surrounding that team throughout the race. Alex, a very strong driver. I would say he's probably not quite as aggressive as Liam, so usually any of the penalties that happen there would be more owing to technical reasons. Not to say that it can't go the other way, but that's just generally how that goes for that team.
Now, I'm not sure if they've adjusted it, but if you're looking for some nighttime action, then you might be disappointed, because the sunset at Silverstone for the tracks set really high. It's like 10, half 9, and you're still not in total darkness.
So it's what, 6:30 where you are?
No, not 7:30.
Oh, that's right, BST. The old summertime.
Feels like it. As I'm just watching Weston versus Genu, who now moved up into 4th and 5th in class, as Tunbridge in the pits.
Going back through, Nagy's been having a really tough race down in 13th.
Yeah. But really closed up onto Alexei Spearshev.
And we've got problems with David Martin. He's missing a wing.
And he is in what class again?
As a GT, he's running 14th.
Oh, yep.
Number 97. He's having a hard time.
Oh, and he's run it. Can he get it? Can he get back into the pits? Oh.
Huge struggle
Yeah.
there.
No, he might not be able to get into the pits. That would have been controversial.
So that GRG team has also been having some major issues throughout the race, but this is compounding the issues. In fact, the only team that's running worse than them at the moment, that's still running at all, is the one by Steve Shedville in the other FFSR territory.
Yeah, but should we just call this a nightmare for FFSR?
Certainly for that sister team, they've had all kinds of problems, from penalties to being involved in incidents.
Yeah, wasn't it last race we were saying FFSR are so going to win, and then all of a sudden they had like 200 seconds of damage. This
Yeah.
time they don't even get to finish.
Yeah.
Wonder what happened next time. First lap incident? I hope not.
Now that was for
Next time it's a 10-hour race.
that was for the LMP2, where it was Martin Hemmingsen leading the way, and then you had Sam Bentley coming in.
Jordan's now in the top 10 for Madness Racing number 3. So both Madness cars running in the top 10. one of them running in the top 5 and is looking really strong. Same with Donut really. He's got a real backhand down the inside. Chris Weston on the
Ooh.
Vito Junu. Junu going wide, trying to take
He
the attack, the defensive line.
He really could have forced that issue, but he didn't. He pulled out. That was very smart.
Which one?
Weston.
Yeah, he is a smart racer. And I believe he's going to try down into Cops, under braking, pulls out, which is pulls out the move, which is really smart. This is why he's a good racer, and a good teammate too, and quick. Because he's smart, he knows when to overtake, and he doesn't take unnecessary risks, especially with this long in the race to go.
Yeah, they've.
I mean, we still have more than an entire Blancpain race to go.
He and that team have worked too hard to try and recover from the beginning to throw it away at just trying to make a desperate move at this point. He knows he'll get it.
Being at P4 from when I got handed the car was in P5, it's really amazing to see how quick this car is. It's really, really fun. As I believe that's Santu just making a move on both of them into the chicane.
So we'll see if he can get the crossover. Not enough overlap.
It's gonna be close, so I don't think he's gonna try and move, go into, what's it called, yeah. He's not gonna try and move into turn 1, but he's close enough, he might try into, turn 2? Oh, he's certainly closer, both taking the proper racing line. So, what's his name? Not really trying to defend. Oh yeah, this one not really trying to go overly defensive, as coming up off the Wellington Straits. Still ahead, but it is closing.
Holding station now behind Join You, mostly just trying to take advantage, make his turns as efficiently as he can, so that way he can get right up there and take advantage as soon as he can. Because he does have a little bit better pace than Vitor does. And this is not where he wanted to catch him coming out of Copes, because then you get into these S's, and being two GT3s, you don't want to be side by side through here. The LMP2s can seem to make it work, hanging it on the outside if they've got some pretty good
Not
grip.
the greatest idea in the GT, I will admit. As they're onto the Wellington Straight now, so still trying something? Maybe not. And so doesn't seem close enough to make a move just yet. As is that Vitor into the pits? Yes it is. Vitor Genu into the pits.
So that frees him up a little bit.
That frees Chris Weston to go and chase Alexis Birshev, who's going through turn 2, I believe, right now. So that could be an interesting battle brewing with still a while left in the race to go.
Yeah, so he's coming down Wellington. He's actually got Gabor Hevesi coming up behind him. So second and third right there on screen, but oh, I'm sorry, not Hevesi, that's Langiel.
Oh, they've done a driver swap.
Mm-hmm.
Must have done.
So he'll actually be putting him down a lap.
Yeah, they've done a driver swap. Just think, if we get any more retirements, from P2s, we will probably start seeing GTPs in the top 10.
And Mario Valencia, yeah, he's out, so that means we've only got 11 LMPs left in the
They are
running.
dropping off. And I would have thought it would have been most the GTs dying, but it's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Shedville's in. Oh, and looks like we've got a battle here going on with Roz and Muletai. So the two fancy esports teams are nose to tail. Well, I say the two of them. They currently have 5 in the LMP2 field.
Yeah, how many cars are there? Because I swear they had some GTs too, some Audis. Well, they're not running today. Unless they...
No,
Unless...
Nagi's in there, as is Kovacs Gerg. They've got 2.
Yeah.
So there are 7 fancy esports.
Yeah, they've changed cars actually. Because they were running Audis, and I think they're now running McLarens.
Mm-hmm. That's right. Yeah, because they had the bright neon red cars for a bit.
Yeah.
Oh, and Roz didn't want to see that BMW. Souza right in front of him.
Oh,
Somebody's off.
And that
Zakharov and Bentz.
Oh my God, no! Yep. Oh, that's Chris Weston's gone through, and Chris Weston in the 127, the BMW has gone into 3rd position. Come on. Yes, I may be a bit biased because he's my teammate, but damn, you got to get some good driving.
So definitely giving a bit of a pump up for Madness as they start to see some of this race come on. Just trying to see what the heck happened here. So there's Alexei going through, and there's Bentz coming up behind, so they're approaching Maggots. This isn't going to be good. So he tries to dive in. Oh, and he thought he had made the pass and did not. And just totally clips the front of Alex's car, sends Alex hard into the wall.
Oh, that's going to be a lot of damage. Yeah, he's into the pits now. Is he snapping?
I imagine he'd have to. So that's...
I'm going for dinner, so I should...
Okay. So, yeah, Bentz is almost assuredly going to cop a penalty for that. Lundvall having Che Hatch having an off. Hatch in for Lundvall at this point. Looked like that was kind of on his own. Could be wrong there, but... Lots of blue flags being shown. Are they being observed, though? So you've got a bit of fun happening ahead. Bentz off again, almost the same spot. Lundvall just looking for Che Hatch, what position he is in, and he's actually got Peter Schoenemann ahead. So Bentz, this isn't for position, but that's not helping his cause. So Che Hatch unlapping himself from Bentz. Currently running 9th. Bentz is showing 4th. Bourdin is in. Join is now up ahead, so the Brazilian team moving up one. Join is up to 6th, and Alexi in that RSS, who was running in the in podium position, was knocked wide, and so that team is going to suffer massively for that. And Alexi actually losing more spots as there's some off, so he's really struggling with that car. I don't know if it's because he still has damage or if it's just cold tires and he's a bit aggressive coming on. No, that car is still damaged. That is definitely crabbing. So Alexi had come in, gotten service. He must have taken another whack. Huge disappointment for that team. They've been doing so well up through the race, just holding on, running well. They've been hovering outside the podium for a while. They finally got up there after some misfortune from a few other of the teams, and now they tumble down again. But it's not over. We're only just past halfway by almost 30 minutes now, so there's still plenty of race to happen. Got to remember that. Even if there's 30 minutes left in the race, there's still plenty that can happen. Looking at some of the more recent postings, looks like there were 2 racing incidents with DDoS and FFSR. That's the 71 and the number 111. So I think we're going to take a moment and do a short break just so we can reset a few things here, and we will be back. So stay with us, and yeah, thanks for playing. Alright, welcome back all. We're just getting the server back up for you here for live images. The server hasn't crashed, just for streaming purposes. We're getting everything reallocated for you so that way we can have minimal interruption. So a lot has been happening. We've had a few DNFs so far. And, oh, it looks like we might potentially have a few guys coming back in. So, getting back to live images. So just recently, we've seen the RSS Aston Martin get knocked around and had to come into the pits twice. They are now back to 11th and 3 laps down within the class. So that's been a huge upset. Right now we've got Mark Hutchinson leading the way for GTE. So those guys have been doing a invariable job in holding that. It took a little while for them to get back up to first, but after some misfortunes from other teams, they've got the position and they're holding it with strong determination. That LARP ride out in front. Down behind in second place after a very strong showing so far is Langyel with Pimps Hungary Racing. Gabor Hevesi has been doing an excellent job with that team to get them going. Had some great racing with DDoS and a few others. And now that they've gotten into that podium position, they are holding it very well. Will something happen where they get a chance to run it first? I guess we'll see what happens in the next 3 hours. Right now they're several seconds behind and pretty much holding pace. To round out the podium is Chris Weston, who has kind of been sitting back for the most part and just watching. His teammate has been in and out of the car as well, teammates I should say, but it's the number 127 Madness team's turn to kind of have a great showing this week after they weren't even able to really start last time. We'll cut away from that podium as we see Calvin Reinhardt losing a position to Bence. So this is for 4th place in LMP. And Bence we had seen actually the reason for the RSS falling back to of Alexei Spirshev falling back into 11th place.
I'm back.
Oh my.
Oh my.
And
Any news?
no, just kind of running down the order, and Reinhardt has just lost a position to Bence, and we're seeing that Vitor Joigneau has gotten a penalty for track cutting. So the Brazilian team again
Okay,
getting
I'm just
slapped.
going to speak to my teammate quickly.
Oh, it's getting congested back there as Reinhardt's trying to get that position back, but he's got traffic in the way. So Vitor has gotten another penalty. Oh, and Nick Holmwood having some problems. Tough to tell if he's moving around because of braking or if he has any kind of damage from a recent off. Looks like he should be okay. It's not going in. That team's sitting in 7th, as you saw.
I'm back again.
Is in. So after Weston, it looks like Liam Rance is actually back in the car for DDoS Racing, 4th place. They're well off and behind the podium position, so they're just waiting to see if any more moments happen for those up in front of them so they can capitalize and move up. Meanwhile, Martin Farkas with the other IDOS Racing team currently coasting in 5th. He's also a ways away from Liam, although they are on the same. Well, that was not Liam. Looked like it was for a second there, but they're a bit away. So he's not close enough to make much of it, but there are still several hours left. So a good pit stop. Oh, and Reiner actually takes a position back, so he moves on into 4th, getting around Bence. Bence has sort of been up and down. Seems like they've had decent pace at a few spots, but between the damage they've picked up and some of the riskier moves they've taken, it's just kind of caused their positions to vacillate back and forth. Now they're headed into the S's with Farkas right in front, so that's going to cause a bit of a cork in the bottle kind of scenario. Being a sister team down in a different class, he wanted to try and get out of the way as quickly as he could. Bence with a look down the inside, but can't really do anything with it. He's not close enough. Boy, he got pretty close then, though. So despite what it may have looked like, this battle is on. So looking back at Bence, this is from Reinert. He's been able to pull away from him just a little bit. And there's 8th place Gerg, Kovacs Gerg. Had a bit of an interesting race so far. Varkonyi Zoltan is now out of the pits. 3rd place Fancy Esports for LMP. And Santu Inkvist, who's in 2nd place, is now into the pits.
Just taking a look at the gap between Chris West and Liam Vance, it's quite substantial actually. Oh, and Vance went off the track actually.
Yeah, that was, we were actually just watching that. Reinert was, he took a bit of a ballsy dive up the inside of Rance, heading into Maggots, and Rance probably wasn't expecting it, nor should he have expected it, but that caused him to sort of be out of position when he came into the next few corners. So we have somebody going. It looks like Bence is headed off to the pits. And Enkvist is now away. Looking at Roz right now, it's showing that he's very close to Multai, but looking ahead, I believe that's him right there. A fellow Fancy Esport teammate. Actually, 3 of them in a row. So ahead of him is Bence, who was in the pits, and we're closing down. So there's Multai. He's just pointing in front of the RSS team.
Oh yeah, Chris Weston pulled out a huge gap now. Like even larger gap. As Paul Robert looks to be overtaking the DDoS car now, just going through Cox and gets me done fairly safely, leaving him a lot of room there. There was a driver swap for Madness car number 3, Lucas Lichten's now in the car, and she should, in theory, be taking that car to the end now.
Yeah, with a little over 3 hours to go.
Because Donut Croden's done a lot of driving in that car.
And what is it, 65%? Max
It
driving
was
time?
About 3 hours. Lucas said he wanted to do 5, so they are, and with that stop, yeah, he should roughly be taking that to the end now.
Race leader back behind him. So now the race is on for just strong, consistent laps the whole way through. I mean, that's always the goal in endurance, but at this point, it's being...
There's no point dating anyone.
Yeah. just claw back as many positions as you can. They're down in 9th place. They were well far and away behind all of those guys. I mean, they've made up half of the field at this point of
They are quick
GTs.
drivers, both of them, so really, if everything went well, both cars would be in like 3rd and 4th right now. Maybe even 2nd if we could have got Jabba Havesi and the Pimp's Hungry car, which now has Sandor Lengil now in the car.
A couple other swaps, it looks like. Just trying to pull up through here. Escafiel Sanfrey for the BRT, so he's down in 24th. Again, that number 78 has been having some problems throughout the race.
Alex Skinner's getting really annoyed with Lucas Lichten at the moment. Yeah, I'm just reading the Discord.
It's hard to believe since Lucas only just got on track.
I know.
Milotai is now out after spending quite a bit of time in the pits.
Yeah.
Milotai in 7th. So he's fallen down a bit and gifted a few positions up the order. So he must have either it was a booched swap or they had some damage, but they were in there for an extraordinarily long time.
Oh yeah. Which car was that again? Sorry.
That was Martin Milotai in the number 888 Fancy Esports.
Oh yeah, they've not been anywhere really.
Actually, a very similar color scheme to what would have been the Pimp's Hungary Racing team had that LMP showed up, but unfortunately they weren't here this race.
Alexei Spiroshev, after that, he's contacting Wolves now P10 in class, and I believe he's going to be trying chasing down Lucas Lichten as Kovacs Berg is into the pits, and that promotes Lucas up to 8th place. So both Rand's cars running really well in the top 10, so good to see how they're going.
And Daniel Krajnai now in for that team. He takes over for Gerg.
Oh yes, I just noticed that. See how his outlap is. Because maybe he's been thinking that car's been running 204s, 203s for quite a while now. So pace isn't really there for that car, so as they are now getting lapped by Lengil. But they still have a huge David Martin still has a huge gap, and he's crabbing. He's had an incident. David Martin's slow on behind the straight, and he's in the wall again. And he's spinning it and into the wall again. So he's definitely had an incident.
Headaches continuing for that team down in 14th. He's just going to pull off the racing service and stay out of the way.
Ooh. Oh no. Sorry, I thought the other car. I thought David Martin had the tyre off for a second. He doesn't. I want to say, which. In this car, the Lark car. No, this isn't the Lark car. I'm having a mental breakdown. No, I'm not. Yeah, no, yeah, the Lark car. The Lark car hasn't joined and would have been an interesting battle for the race win. Sometimes don't like is when people join halfway through a season and they can ruin the championship fight for some people.
Mm-hmm. Some more driver changes as Ross steps out and Kianek comes in. Kianek is currently sitting in 8th after falling back a little bit and right in traffic.
But no new words from the stewards since about 10 laps ago. So it's been nice and clean, really, and clean.
Chris Kianek is right now behind Peter Schoenemann. This is for position.
I'm just going to take a look back at Chris Weston. He has a huge gap now on Liam Vance. Liam Vance just go through Luffield. Well, Chris Weston's already on the hanger straight, so it's really, really going well for the man in this car. Like, I mean, that's not even me being biased, which I so could be biased because, damn, he's doing a great job though.
It's a little biased.
It's not. Okay, yeah, maybe, but still, it's doing quite a good job.
Kianek not really able to pull up too much onto the back of Schoenemann, even though it looked like he was going to have him coming out of the pits. Tires should be about up to temperature now. Peter Vagapov holding a very impressive lead, still about 20 seconds ahead of Pon Robert, who's taken over. And then Barkoni Zoltan is in third.
John Stockwell C60 LMP2, Magnus Honeywell is now racing that car. They were in GTC last night, when they had a huge incident at Fuji. He's now in the, so they're both all now in the LMP2, so still going strong, so it's not all too bad.
Speaking of Weston from earlier, he's right in the thick of it as these LMPs come through. Lots of very close racing, but fortunately everyone makes it through and out the other side.
Weston's smart in traffic, that's one thing that makes him a great driver. He knows when to fight and when to be okay in traffic. As he gets past the GRG car.
Down to Maggots and Beckett's, out of Chapel, onto the hanger straight, and it's a big conga line as they head down.
Oh yeah, I see that. It's fun.
Around the long right-hander of Stowe, and Kianek is just a little bit wiggly.
Whoa. Where's the GRG car's going really slow now. Just want to take a look at my lap times. Just let me go for you, yeah. 210s, 2.8s, 2.6s, 2.7s. Yeah, they're not on the pace at all. Well, if we look at Eric Gadget, who's in the FFSR car, and his lap times are quicker, 205s, 203s, 204s, so shame they're so many laps down because they would have caught and probably caught some of the other guys as well.
Coming right now up into the leaders of GT, going down Lignel. Close again, boy. That's it's getting busy out there.
I think this next stop should be when GTs and MPs are together. That's what I think, anyway.
For some of them, for sure. A few of the LMPs have kind of gotten out of sequence.
That's probably all just strategic, though.
Well, some of it. Some of them, of course, reacting to various issues on track. Now, Che Hatch is right in the mix of things. Is that for position? No. Che Hatch is just moving by. He is up in... Excuse me, I have to switch on back. He's in 9th. So he's actually unlapping himself. No, I'm sorry. Yes, he is. So Che Hatch is actually...
What have you done? Hey, Hatch is in 9th, and he's in this quaggle of cars. I say quaggle.
Quaggle Rock. Oh, it's very close right there.
Oh, and he gets a move done. Oh, wait, yes, he does get a move done.
Now Schooneman falls prey to Koenig for 7th position.
So that's annoying because Che Hatch is a lap down on these guys, whilst they're all pretty much in the same positions. It's really annoying there. There would have been some good moves to get through. I'm going to leave and get ready for my final 2 stints.
Excellent. Well, good luck, and
Yep.
we'll be watching from here.
Yes, make sure you don't catch any bad bits. Not saying there will be any.
Uh-huh. Well, whatever happens, you know.
Hopefully nothing too bad.
May see it. I don't know. Well, best of luck to Aaron as he heads off. So Schooneman falls back, and that battle's going to kind of fall away. Che Hatch with some impressive speed as he pulled his way through there. So he's unlapping himself from this group. He still has a few more that he could potentially pass, but he may end up making up a few more spots before the end of this thing if pace stays as it does, which of course there's still plenty that can move around. So Schooneman still not relenting all that much, but he is starting to see some space between those two. Meanwhile, Zoltan is up in 3rd place for the Fancy Esports number 88, and not too far away from Pon Robert in Venturo number 34. It's showing that he's within about a second, but that's clearly not the case. In fact, if we ride on board and look ahead, you can't even see Pon anywhere in view. Ooh, and he gets a big wiggle going through turn 1. Now Pon is actually on the other side of the track at this point, heading down through Hangar Straight. So the live timing is quite screwed up. So apologies for that as we look around the track for the closest battles we can find, and while working around with live timing as best as we can. Track temperature starting to very slowly fall just a little bit. Now outside of the engines doing better in cooler temperatures, which, as we've seen, isn't an issue since mechanical failures are turned off. There is the chance that it can affect performance by causing some of that heat drain. The engines just can't perform as well because it's just so incredibly hot. But I'm not sure if that really comes into play too much. Certainly with only 2 degrees in change in Celsius, it really shouldn't. Now, as the sun drops off, we should see that air temp come down quite a bit. I mean, this is middle of April, not even, and it's the UK. so a bit unseasonably warm. And as we said, the sun's going down, and that's going to present some new problems for these drivers. Most of them are fairly familiar with Silverstone. It's, oh, and Eric Gadget. Gadget having an off. And that's down at Wellington. Oh, and he looks like he's hit the wall. See what we can find out what happened to him here. So he goes way wide, gets into the grass. And it didn't actually look like he made too much of an impact from that view. So for him to be crabbing, that's pretty unusual. So it's possible that he was just kind of loose. Although, yeah, he's got damage. So Gaggett, yeah, that car suffering again. Can he hold on to it through the S's? That is pretty rough. Hevesy closing in from the background. Still holding station at number 2. Sorry, Langyel. It's always a very nervous situation when you close up quickly on an injured car. And now Schoenemann is off. Turn 2 into 3. Oh, so he's just a little bit too hard onto the throttle at the hairpin. But back underway, Schoenemann down in 8th place. Several off-track moments for a lot of drivers. This commentator is going to take a quick break, but don't worry, you guys will keep on the action. We'll be right back with commentary in just a moment. And back for the live commentary. Thank you for your patience, just catching up on some of what was going on behind the scenes. And for the number 12, Alessandro is trying to actually get in for that car, and is having some technical issues in doing so. And unfortunately, his driver is getting rather tired. So that's actually for this driver right here, Victor Jagnon. He's ready to get out of that thing and have a nap or a bite to eat. So quite a bit going on. You can see first place there. I guess we can do a run down the order just to kind of get our bearings on where everything is as we come in under the 3-hour mark. Leading the way in LMP2 is Peter Vagapov, who's been running a very steady race, and to be honest, wasn't looking like he would be the leader at this point in the race, but we've seen two of the likely front runners fall away early on as Martin Hemmingsen had some technical issues that caused that car to slip back until Sam Bentley had it, and then they had a bit of a crash after getting stern warnings that they needed to stop taking advantage of the mechanical failures turned off. And then afterwards, Benz had fallen off, and then we'd had a disconnect for, I believe that was, I can find it here. Not Mantis Ricus. Cian White was also out, but I don't know that it was him per se. But the other of the forgive me here while I find them, the LARP entries, which are off right now. So actually not finding in here. Not sure where that car went, but oh, there it is, Rekka Turbo LARP. So that was Cian White, yes. As he was kind of on the broadcast when we were watching. Alex Skinner was commentating a bit and making mention of that when he went away. So anyway, Vagapov with the RSS team taking advantage of that, even though he's I mean, you can see he's pushing the car very hard throughout the race, which has helped. Had a few moments of his own, cutting across the nose of his teammate, but fortunately was able to mostly get away with it. As we see Magnus Kunnerup copying a penalty for track extension. Magnus is currently in 11th, well down the order for the LMP2s. In second place is Paul Robert, who has been running with Santu Inkvist, another team that has sort of been back in the middle ground and finding their way up to the front. Obviously strong talent on the team. They've been able to stay consistent and find their way through others' misfortunes, pull in that position. Directly behind them, battling for position, is Varkonyi Zoltan with the Fancy Esports, the first of 7 on the grid, one of 5 in the LMP2s. And they are hounding the back of that other LMP car, so we'll come back and take a look at that battle in just a moment. Calvin Reiner has been having a very interesting run throughout the race, but he's found himself in 4th place in the first IDOS car on the order as we get down to the last third of the race. Penkotai Benz, it was well up the order and then just running into all kinds of issues. One of the other Fancy Esports and one of a train of 3 that runs from 5th down to 7th. Behind him is teammate Mark and Mikutai. Also some very interesting things happening for that team. A very long extended pit stop forced them back down the order just a little bit. Still not 100% sure what happened there, but they are still definitely in the running. And then Christopher Kianek bringing up the rear in 7th place. And a ways back as he works his way through some of this GT traffic. Peter Schoenemann with the Scuderia Adriatica Sim Racing Team number 24, 3 laps down to the leader and 18 seconds away from Chris ahead. They've sort of been having a what they would probably describe as a mediocre race, even though they've been putting together some pretty good laps, definitely having some good fights with a few of the other teams, such as this man here, Jay Hatch, running the 2nd IDOS car for LMP2, down in 9th place, currently trying to revive a race that has sort of kind of fallen apart at a few moments, but they've managed to start bringing it back in line a little bit. We'll see what they can make of it for the last 2 or so hours. Pat Silvasi is further down the order in 10th place, the last of the Fancy Esports running in LMP2. And they've mostly stayed out of the headlines and Stewart's commentary, but they have had a few of their own problems. Magnus Kunnerup with the 360 entry. Speaking of problems, that team has been all over the board, starting off with Aiden Williams taking over and running it straight into the wall at the end of pit road. Still no idea what happened there, if that was a screen freeze or what. But they've also copped some penalties and have been trying to struggle away from that. So they are the last running of the LMPs. We've had a few DNFs so far. Mario Valencia, the most recent with FFSR, and then Sam Bentley just before then. Actually, Mario Valencia may not actually be FFSR because they're both running that number 94, or sorry, number 41. Then we also had Cian White, as mentioned, who was out towards the front leading with the Turbo LARP number 398. And we also lost the one of the other IDOS entries, number 517. Sebastian Johansson was the first to fall away. Real quick checking in on this battle for 2nd place. Zoltan is right there, still holding right behind him. Dare I say, just a little bit closer as they head into the S's out of Copes. Colin Robert taking him down the hangar straight, still holding position ahead, not able to get much out of the slipstream, late under braking, and that sun getting low in the sky. As you heard Aaron mention, oh, and they're both into the pits at the same time, just getting onto the brakes. Close and trying to make this millimeter perfect if they can. A very interesting driving style as he's tucked out just in front of Robert. I'm not sure how that's going to affect his time, but Robert is gonna have a hell of a time getting out and around. That's a bit of a cheeky maneuver. I'm actually surprised that Zoltan was even able to get service with this car that cockeyed. A bit of a Days of Thunder move right there. Oh, and what a cheeky move. So he pulls to the inside, killing the crew members, and away he goes. Very entertaining stuff, that. And I believe that's Reinhardt for position right behind them. But he is a lap down. So he is behind actually both of those LMPs on the screen. He's kind of in the meat and the sandwich, but he's a lap down from them. So doing his best to try and get back ahead. So while that battle has kind of resolved itself, Bentz is also out for his stop, and Maximilian Kalinic is out. Vitor Geniot is out. Although that might just be where he was on track, and it thought he was leaving the pits, but in fact was not. Penalty being awarded for this man right here. That Brazilian team has just been getting beat up throughout the race. Kalinic is out, the only Audi in the field. Currently posted at 10th. Calvin Reinert is in for his service. So back to looking at the running order. We'll pick back up here with Alistair Long, who has taken over for Mark Hutchinson. Ali Long holding a sizable lead over Sandor Laniel, who we can't even see yet. So he's actually managed to pull a big gap as we hop back. Yeah, Sandor is not even onto the same straight. As he heads down to the fast Copes corner. Sandor, of course, is taken over for Gabor Hevesi, who put on a phenomenal drive in the first half of the race. Sandor obviously hopping in there a couple times and continuing that strong run as he is doing now. Just trying to maintain pace. Up to third place, Liam Rance, who's been moved around the order from just drive. Ooh, you see a big wiggle in the background from one of the Madness cars as another one slides, almost like there's oil on the track. As this chain of cars comes down through the straight. And that's the man chasing him right there, Joigneau, who's actually managed to turn that race around a bit. And we do have some pit cycling to go through, but Vitor has done a great job of getting that Brazilian BMW up the order. He's getting chased down by Chris Weston. So third, fourth, and fifth once again, with Liam Rance leading the way, very close together. And minds are starting to get tired. Still 2.5 hours left of this race that these drivers have to go through, and the 360 cars around doing a 360, and I'm sure that was that woke a few people up. So there you see third and fourth up ahead. Well, actually third was around the bend, way up the road there. It's the DDOS car. We do have another Madness Racing ride in between there, number 3, which we'll get to in just a moment. Schoeneman having a moment, seems to have recovered though. And then Martin Farkas, who we're used to seeing in LMP2, joining IDOS to run their McLaren back in 17th overall, currently 6th. Sorry, 5th, as he passes Vitor Joigneau, who's pulled into the pits. Fedma is currently running in 18th overall, 7th for the class. The sister IDOS car. Oh no, and Chris Weston has copped a penalty for track extensions after doing so well. So now he'll have to come in. Speaking of bad news for Madness, Lucas Lichten is charging up the mountain of a race that this has been. Unfortunately, very similar to what happened at Fuji, where that team had a phenomenal car, started off very well. Lap 1, Liam Rance and DDoS was trying to put a block on, and the two came together, forcing the Madness car off track into the wall, losing a wheel, and several laps afterwards. So he's currently on the charge back to the top. With his team behind him, they've actually made some pretty good progress, and they're looking to make more, hopefully getting into a top 5 before the end. We had a couple of the guys in last time, and when they were talking about it, and they had hoped just for basically like a 7th, maybe an 8th, and ended up finishing quite well up the order, thanks to some of the other drivers falling away and their team staying consistent. So we'll see if the same thing can be repeated here, and they can make up quite a bit of ground. This RSS team has been quite a story throughout the race. Alexei Spirzhev has and his fellow Soviet teammate have done a pretty good job despite things happening around them. They were sitting back in 4th and 5th place for a while, and just watching as things were happening up ahead, they were able to take advantage and were well up into the podium position when at one point the LMP RSS team in first place cut across their nose. No damage done there, but then they were also hit by Bentz, who kind of took them out and away, gave them some bad damage. They copped some more in an incident that we didn't see afterwards, and had to do 2 lengthy pit stops to get that repaired. And so now they're down in 9th place. They've actually made up some positions, but much like the Madness Racing team, they've got a long race ahead of them. Speaking of long races, Maximilian Kalinic is running quite a long one for that ADN team. With Brakelier was also in that ride, and both drivers have kind of been experiencing some off and on moments that have just caused them to fall back and behind. So they've just been doing their best to try and make that up as much as they can. Daniel Krajnai, who's been well up the order, also has fallen away. That's one of the other fancy esports, and they're nose to tail with Kabai, Farinit Kabai, who's back behind them, and the other McLaren, the number 69, which was being piloted by Nagy. This team has seen tons of struggles. They spin out right in front of Liam Rance. They are probably ones that can't wait for the next 2 hours to be done. And then you have this team, the Brazilians, which have been in all kinds of problems. They've copped so many penalties, and they've also are seeming to have some driver change issues. Alessandro was trying to get in and relieve him. I think it was, actually, no, I'm sorry, that was the number 12, not the 78. But regardless, this team has been dealing with their own issues, and it hasn't helped them in the long run. Still, down the order, Dave Martin is dealing with that ride as well. In the GRG entry, they've just had major struggles throughout the day, had some major incidents that they've still been able to recover from, but things not going great. Same thing with Gaggett and the other FFSR entry. could go into the laundry list of problems that they've been having. But a few disconnects and so on have been giving a few different drivers issues throughout the day. There was, I don't recall which team was it now that lost it. They were leading the race, and LMP went straight off into the wall, got stuck because of the freeze, and had to do a network pull and just get back in. And they actually managed to do that fairly quickly. Mantis Ricus, who was basically owning the GT field in first place, also having a disconnect and just completely ruining it, and they just decided, well, if they weren't going to win it, there was no sense in continuing on. Sad to hear, but that's just how it goes. Jay Hatch having a bit of an exciting moment back there a few turns ago, going off. There's Kalasai, who is right behind, I believe it's their teammate just ahead in the Fancy Esports. Yeah. As they quickly head into the S's. Now I believe this is for position. Oh, as he has to straight line it, this is gonna possibly get ugly. Very close. 5th and 6th place. Have to split on the grass, trying to get around it, holding position. That was desperate. Kalasai just barely holding on as they went through the hangar straight. Down it through Vale and out of club to finish the lap. Oh, and he's into the back of his teammate. So he was having some problems. Temper, temper, boys. Two and a half hours remaining in this race. That was a decent hit. I'm not sure if Daniel copped any severe damage from that. I wouldn't be surprised if he did. It's right on the nose. But Fancy Esports survives, and they're holding 5th and 6th. Leader is out of the pits now. So actually we've got both class leaders on screen at the moment. Agapov giving a flash to the lights, but Long definitely has position. He was not happy with that. RSS need to be careful because they can get a penalty for that kind of driving. Now, even if he did have overlap, that was not a good place to pass. Certainly not with it being that close. Now he did have the right of way. Cunner up with some more issues. That car has not been too settled for that team, either because they've gotten damage from before or drivers are just tired of it. He finally gets it off the grass. And back to the other side. So I think looks like he's got some damage potentially with the suspension. We'll see if he comes in. He stays out. And Lucas Lichten is now moved up. Well, he's trying to anyway. Maximilian Kalinic and Lucas have been fighting now for the past few corners. They've just been back and forth. And he just can't clear him. They're side by side. These two drivers giving each other plenty of room. Lichten finally makes it through. It doesn't look like there'll be any cutback action from the Audi. Alright, good job. Well maintained from both sides. They were able to stay very close together. So Lichten improves position once more up to 8th. Big question on everyone's mind is, well, who's following this anyway, is what can he do with the next 2 or so hours? Can they make anything more of it? Looking at the splits at the moment, Lucas Lichten is running 19th. He's about 18 seconds behind. Of course, the timing's off, so it's probably more like 30 seconds behind Fedema in the IDOS number 217. Now, fortunately, after that, a lot of the drivers are fairly close together, and they appear to be all on the same lap. So, if Lucas can make his way up there and improve that gap, then he should be able to have a fairly straight shot at a lot of those guys. But he's got both IDOS rides, BRTs ahead of him, and then of course his own teammate for the number 127 Madness BMW. So big shout out to Lucas Lichten and the whole team there at just being able to bring that thing back from the brink. Magnus Kunnerup again having some issues. That car has to be damaged. Running a bit of a meme just with the thing moving around like it is. Really should come in and get it fixed. I mean, you can see that he's just even struggling to hit the marks properly. Oh no, and Che Hatch hard into the wall. Big impact. Looks like it's off of turn 2. And he's just straight lining it. Yeah, major damage. This could be a code 80 depending on how bad it is. It looks like he's mostly maintaining speed, but that was a huge hit. So there he goes through turn 1. He gets a little bit off, and then around he goes. Swings back. Oh, huge impact. It's back to live pictures now. And it looks like looks like Alex Skinner may be able to join us again, if I can find him. And Alex is back with us.
Yeah, for a short while at least.
Another stint ahead, huh?
Yeah, gotta keep you entertained somehow.
Yeah, right.
Poor Che though, literally I'd come back as Che was screaming about the hit he got and the accident through turn one.
Yeah, we just caught that as
Yeah, he got hit by GT on the back on the straight. GT didn't see him, so not no one's fault, but didn't see him. Got him suspension damage. He thought he was fine. Came through T1, and nope.
yeah, it looked bizarre because I mean he was just going, and I mean he got a little bit off on the curb, but I mean it turned off so violently it just didn't seem like that could have been it. But yeah,
We saw it earlier though. We saw it earlier with the FS Star car when that crashed at the exit of the S's. Yeah, you get such a small little slide and you catch it, grips up, it'll fire you in the other direction.
mhm.
Just yeah, it is just the nature of the LMP2 here. If you've got a decent setup, but just looking, and I've been keeping a very close eye on that second and third place fight because of how close it's been. Um, especially with where we are. It's been very close, and I have, I've taken a picture of that pit stop because that was absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
The two cars literally angled towards the pit.
That was great. Yeah.
That was beautiful, and I love it in every way.
And
You were saying about Luke Schlichten earlier as well. He's been a bit of a naughty boy through this race as well. Plowing into cars laps ahead of him, trying to get past them. But and he's now about a lap almost behind the car ahead.
yeah,
So,
probably even closer by now.
yeah, so plenty of time for him to catch up, but it's just a very tall order for him to get anywhere else. The GT3 fight is sort of going to calm itself down because Liam is very far ahead of Aaron Benton at the moment. But yeah, no, I thought I'd give my little review on the race.
Yeah, well, that was good to know, just because that was Che flying off on the side there came out of nowhere. Quite unexpected. We see Liam Rance having his own little wiggles as he fires through turn 1 and 2. Yeah, things have started to, for the most part, kind of quiet down as drivers get through the most grueling part of the race and just seeing what they can do to get to the last hour, the last couple stints. Just get it done. When Martin's off again. Dave Martin. The GRG team just continuing to have struggles throughout the race, and he's not getting onto the asphalt. Clearly damaged there. Oh, I seem to have lost Alex again. Not sure what happened there. Maybe you lost internet. Anyway, while we were talking, Maximilian Kalinic has disconnected, so that Audi is out. And we saw that while we were watching Che Hatch get some work done. I'm not sure if he was trying to go for a driver swap and something happened with that. Quite possibly. I'm not sure if Nascimento was supposed to be filling in for him. It looks like Alex had a TeamSpeak crash, of course. So Vagabov, our race leader, is in, getting service. Ooh, Krajnai in the background getting really close to the wall. We've seen a few drivers just barely missing it, some not barely missing it at all. Joigneau is still out in the car. He's running 6th, so he's doing pretty well for his class. Still not sure. I haven't seen anything else from what's going on in the back end in terms of if he can get into the car. He's been back and forth with some of the let's see, I'm just reading through here. Nascimento also having some issues. Yeah, Alessandro still not able to get in. So he's doing everything he can to desperately get in there and relieve his driver, but so far nothing happening. I'm sure if Vitor is tired now and there are 2 hours left in the race, best of luck to him. I mean, he's doing a pretty good job, all things considered. The only other consideration, of course, would be can he get the requisite number of hours in. And we have another off by Escafi Sanfre. Looking at the sister team, so just looking through some of the steward decisions to see if there's anything of note here. I mean, some of the things we have seen. Doesn't look like there's anything really new to report. A couple close calls. And Alessandro's still doing what he can to get in there. Vagabov upset by a drive-through penalty that happened just a little bit ago. So Vagabov has actually fallen back into 3rd place after getting that drive-through. Getting a bit hazy out there. As you can see, the temperature's really starting to drop down. And it looks like Bunvik is now in there. Sorry, just reading through some of the discussion going on in the background to see what that drive-through was for. It looks like it was for track extension that was being issued by the circuit. So Vagabov fallen from 1st place down to 3rd, having to do a drive-through, and then also did a pit stop for a driver change. And Marks Bunevik is, or Bunvich, try and get the names right. And the sister team, Alexei Ispirchev, is now out. He's still down at 9th place, the RSS Aston Martin. So Pon Robert, teammate Santu Inkvist, and they're being chased doggedly by Zoltan, who's right behind. You can see on the screen there. So this is a battle for 1st. Now, will it come back? We still have over 2 hours left for Vagapov to get in there, and he is not far away. In fact, you saw Hanger Straight there. Ooh, big slide coming out. And there he is. So there's still a strong chance that Bunovic is able to close that gap down. We haven't seen him out there driving in these conditions quite yet, but he was still strong enough to be able to improve the gap during the last stint that he was out there. So this can start to get interesting. So looking at the Lucas Lichten situation, as you heard from Alex Skinner, not too happy with his driving etiquette on track. Now we haven't seen too many things specifically on the broadcast while we've been going around, but we've obviously focused on different cars here and there. So hopefully it's not too egregious, because we'd hate to see that that team get copped with any kind of penalty for driving infringements after they've been trying so hard to resuscitate that race. You can see him closing in on Martin Farkas, who is up several positions and a couple laps ahead. In fact, about one lap ahead, is that right? Yes, so he's up into fourth, so Lucas is going to probably unlap himself here from Martin. We'll just kind of keep an eye and see how he's driving, knowing what we know now. Aaron Benton-Fife is now in, so he has swapped in, taken over, and is doing his fuel stop. So I think he said that he was in for 2 stints. So I don't know if he's going to finish out the rest of the race. I'm guessing not if he's coming in now, because that'll take him down to the 1 hour mark just about. So here's Lucas closing in on the back. Uh-oh, and we've got a bit of lag there with the leader. That's always terrifying. And that's actually forced, I believe that's the 360 team off. So Alistair Long staring down the barrel of a potential lag disconnect. You can see his car skipping around. Might be settled now, but it's a bit off pace. And Lichten around without really any issue. So he gets himself unlapped from Farkas. And continues on. Meanwhile, we've got this battle going on up here in LMP2. At least we did for a while. So Bunovic is now in 3rd place. I guess he still has been. Trying to find where Zoltan is. Nothing new to report there. Zoltan is actually up past Kops, and let's see, he jukes around the second place ride there. So, this is all rather confusing. It looks like Zoltan is, so Zoltan's actually right behind Pon Robert. So, sorry, this is for first and second. I was thinking second and third. Obviously, RSS is well back there. Trying to gauge where he is. It says he's only 1.5 seconds behind. That's clearly not the case, because once again, Live Racer's not doing its job. So that battle pack in the front is going through turns 1 and 2. And Reinhardt looks like he's got some damage. Not sure what happened to Calvin. Bunovic is coming up behind Jay Hatch. He gets around. Oh, and we've got an off up there on Robert, and that looked like, yeah, that's okay. So this is all forward position. Go back and see what happened here. So Pon Robert in first. Coming around. Oh, and he just had the GT leader just show up out of nowhere, tunnel right into him. Unreal. So he's in. He's fallen back. So Kalsky is there. Zoltan is in first. Pon Robert second. And so Alistair Long in. So the two leaders came together after some netcode tunneling. Liam Rance looks like he also had some issues. And currently up to second place, so we should be seeing him come into play here very shortly. Yeah, so Liam Rance actually is going to take control of this race for GT3. No, never mind. Apologies there. Langyel is actually in first place. I'm not sure why Liam wasn't able to take that position away. He must still be a lap behind. But the Pimps Hungary Racing now move into first place. So we've had both classes change leaders all within the same minute. Alistair Long is now out of the pits, second place. He comes up through turn 4. And off into the Wellington Straight. And Chris Weston, who's been doing the best that he can to move up, currently sitting in 7th, it looks like. Zoltan is now in second place, which puts that RSS team back into first. So just as quickly as things cycled around, RSS team moves back into the lead. So lots of swapping going on. It's Pretty exciting stuff. Quite a bit of banter going on in the chats, both in Discord and in YouTube, as we see Vunovic going around Lichten. Fairly competent passing through a very tricky part of the track. Certainly hasn't worked out for several others. Not the same way, anyway. So now I'm just trying to figure out where everyone is, and we've had a couple swaps. So we'll just have to refresh here and see if we can find where everyone is. So this is your leader with the LMP2 RSS team. Max Vunovic is running ahead of Paul Robert, who's been running with Santo Enqvist in that Venturo number 34. They were in third, went to second, were in first, back to second. They're chasing down, or sorry, being chased down by Norbert Jakob and the Fancy Esports team, who had the lead for a little bit, but they're now backing away. Surprising that they weren't able to take advantage once Paul Robert had those earlier issues. And Calvin Reinert is in fourth place. And they've been moving around an awful lot. It looks like they have suspension damage. Either that or the car is just really ungainly at the moment. I mean, it's twitchy.
What car's that?
It's Calvin Reinert.
I'll take a look.
Welcome
oh yeah,
back.
I see what you mean by twitchy. That could have some damage on it.
So out of nowhere, co-commentator returns. Welcome back, Aaron. How was your drive?
Good and then awful. Let's just say I need a new rim. My downshift pedal's broken.
Yikes. Yeah, that's no good. You eventually do need to downshift.
Yeah, I know. Not registering it or something. It can click. Half the time. Like I just heard there, but it sometimes takes so long for it to actually do that, like it's stuck or something.
Hardware difficulties are the
Probably
worst.
gonna have to retire this rim.
Yeah, just watching him coming down the straight. As he goes up the inside of Lucas Lichten, they stay apart from each other. Well done. But yeah, just watching Reinert's car, it seems a bit dodgy, and it doesn't look like it's just under braking.
His wheel does actually look slightly bent from what I can see. Its last lap was a 2:43.1, I believe. Yeah, 2:43.1 was his last lap.
Bit of an off there. It doesn't seem to be losing a whole heck of a lot of pace, but yeah, just watching the wheel on the stretch Seems to be moving around quite a bit.
Yeah.
Maybe just not enough for him to consider coming in. We'll try and work out some more of the stint before thinking about it. Coming up behind Zakharov and the RSS Aston Martin. Langell is out of the pits now. Still holding second place, but Liam Rance is up to third, and well, he's a bit of a ways away. As you can see, coming onto the Wellington Straight, and Liam still hasn't even crossed the line yet. And there he goes. So a sizable gap. Not too much worry there for the Pimps Hungary racing team. But now we have Yuri Kasdorp up in the LARP BMW, running at the top of the field. So he's
Two
going.
Madness cars running seventh and eighth, so it's the 127 leading the eighth.
Speaking of, Magnus Kunnerup just going off track and into the wall for the
That's
360.
always the best way to race. Oh yeah, big off it looks like. At American Beckett, yeah. Not sure he's been in the wall.
He's
Oh, he's
almost-
off again!
Yep.
And he's spun, and that's into the wall. Maybe he has damage.
The car definitely has damage. It's just able to get it started again.
Yeah, oh no, there comes loose Lixon. Yeah, that is loose, because the way you can tell between two cars for Madness is the colour of their nose. The 127 has a black nose, whilst the number 3 has a white nose with black fenders.
Yes, indeed. So Kunnerup getting into the pits, hopefully get that thing repaired, but they've just been having massive struggles with that car all race long. Looking back, it seems as though Chris Weston is not too far away from, Fedma and the IDOS 217 entry. And not on the same straight even. Timing and scoring is showing 2 seconds.
From
Not
the last pit stop rule 127 made, they're actually going to try and make it on a one stop till the end. And they pit with about an hour and 20 to go, an hour and a half, hour and 20 to go. There's going to be a lot of fuel saving there to make it on one stop.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, they'll almost have to do pit road or pitting engine. Well, except they can't do engine
You can't
issues.
change engine modes. It's not like iRacing where you can change the engine map of the GT3s. They've just got one engine map and that's it.
So Jean-Yo is still running in that number 12 car. Alessandro unable to get his R-Factor 2 to connect to the server and relieve that driver. And besides just the technical issues of hitting minimum drive times or staying under maximum drive times, he's tired. And I mean, despite that fact, he's still running in 5th place. But I mean, it only takes one slip up through a fast corner to end your race.
What car is this?
The number 12 BMW, the
Oh, that's-
BRT.
interesting. Because seems to be kind of losing his focus a bit.
Taking a look at some of his times right now. Now he's not doing too bad. He's about 3 seconds off his best lap. He's had 5 pit
Not
stops.
too bad. Yeah, it's not too bad.
But under 2 hours left to go. The last quarter of the race. Temperatures dropped to 16 degrees.
We're just under 2 hours to go, right?
Mm-hmm. Vunovich having a fast first sector. 30 seconds flat. Apparently not his fastest.
How long has Victor been in the car right now?
Not terribly long.
Quite a while.
It's not too
Yeah,
long.
but how much of a race has he done?
He'll probably be in it through the end based on how much Babsovich has been in there.
Hmm.
Sorry, I think it's Vapov. I'm mixing up my Russian. Vagapov, there we go.
Ah, that doesn't count.
Vagapov now having a bit of a say against Stewart's. Oh, Eggert having some problems.
Oh.
Had a bit of an off. Currently sitting 8th, but he's able to recover. He's behind Lucas Lichten as they come on to Hangar Straight.
Yep, that's even number 3, but in front, we're behind, sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Babigov having a huge argument in the Discord.
Martin Farkas is also in. He's currently sitting in 15th overall, 4th in the GT3 class. So that's actually still a pretty good improvement for that team. They've been able to hold strong through most of the race, even though they're about middle of the pack early on. Cream slowly rising to the top as they take advantage of misfortunes of others. Konarap having another off. He usually doesn't have a race like this where he's constantly going off track, so I have to believe that there's something going on with that car. I mean, that BMW is actually right up his tailpipe. So that's Yuri Kasdorp. Sorry, Kasdorp. LARP able to get back into first place after Alistair Long having some connection issues, having to do a swap. One of those connection issues actually taking out the leader of LMP2.
Yeah, that's just heartbreaking.
Pascal Eggert also having some time drop-offs around the track at a few spots. As the sun starts to go down, and it looks like we'll start to get into some nighttime here. Almost there. It looks like the sun is just down underneath the
Yeah,
grandstands.
it's just starting to set. Just ever so slightly, and whilst in the real UK, it's actually set.
J Hatch up to P9. Speaking of a team that's been moving around the field. So it looks like, oh, and Martin Mutai is getting a penalty for track extensions. So that's one of the fancy esport teams. And actually, it's not Mutai, it's swapped out for Surej. Getting some final swaps here in before the last.
He's now chasing Vitor Journey.
Bit misty out there. Is now in the tail end of the pit road. On board now with Chris Kianek running in 7th for the LMP2s.
This person's got a huge gap to climb if he wants to pass Vitor Journey. But he's also got a bigger gap if he wants to continue trying to fight for that P3. Alex Tunbridge is way up the road. Almost got half a lap on him. But he's done it before, so he can certainly do it again.
Yeah, the GT field is definitely spread out a little bit more at this point. Although you've got this battle here with Sharp looking ahead to Weston. That gap about 2 seconds. Closing. Kieran Sharp is Alex Skinner was saying earlier. It's
Oh wow!
confident driver.
I got to mention as my birth. Looks like my VIN had arrived and it's going to be given to me as a birthday present. And I'll actually get changed out here then.
Wait, you already ordered a new wheel?
Yeah, I had it ordered ages ago.
Oh.
This one's been getting old, so needed to change it. Also helped with my birthday just this Thursday, so
Wow.
gotta get this changed out.
Thought perhaps you'd ordered it as soon as you were talking about it not working and had somebody go pick it up from the local store or something.
No, I'd ordered it just a few weeks ago actually.
That's decent timing.
Yeah, it actually arrived a few days ago. They're just keeping it hidden from me.
Fifth place is now in jeopardy. Chris Weston watching that gap slowly peel down. There's a bit of traffic too that's going to sort of keep him offline going into the final complex of corners. So out through left field and Woodcote. I'm sorry, Vale and Club. I was thinking the other side of the track. Too many versions of the circuit. So Sharp now right on the back of Weston.
Testing, can you hear me?
I hear you.
Okay, cool. I was just making sure I got my sorted because now the new rims installed. Oh my god, downshift works. Shame I won't be getting back in the car. Damn it. So annoyed, but yeah, new rim, woo.
New hardware, always great to have.
Tree hatches in the pits, just gonna say. Has a cut. Oh no. Looks like Cunner is going wide, but it's not. Hatch been in the pits. I mean, it's not finished, he's just staying in the pits. Something wrong with this car. And there he gets it going, and it's Linus Lundville now taking over.
LaCour ahead.
As it's out. Now about between Kieran Sharp and Chris West for what is it, P5. So close is Kieran onto the back of Chris. Might try and get the move done soon.
Riding on board with Chris now, looking back at Sharp. And he's gone defensive. There's a bit of a gap up the inside. He doesn't force the issue. But he's definitely poking at him, looking for the chink in the armor.
Oh, and
the
it's
inside.
side and he gets the move done, under braking.
Neat and tidy pass. And he falls back to 6th. Still a good job for that team after coming up through the order. Still over an hour and a half left. Plenty to happen.
I was looking for actually getting a good, decent double points finish for today, for the first time since Turkey actually, since Istanbul.
Nice. Yeah, the Madness Racing team is like I said, have been sort of on an uphill battle for a lot of the time.
Like, we have the pace, and we know we're quick. It's just drivers are getting caught up in silly incidents. It's just ruining our races. Really annoying. We can easily get top threes and potentially wins just when get caught up in silly incidents and when the fun stops.
And Junyo is now out of the car. And it is... who took over for him? Looks like it's Faranik Kustian Kabai. I'm sorry, no, that's incorrect.
Yeah, the
Frank
12 got drive
Vasconcelos.
swap done. Yeah. Good to see that they actually did get a drive swap done.
Alessandro was supposed to be getting in there, but still having problems.
Let's try got another driver in quick then.
Problems continue on for Magnus Kunnerup, who's struggling to even get around GT3 traffic. Pascal Eggert is in the pits. It's getting rather misty out there, almost foggy as you look off into the background. Makes sense, it is 15 degrees. It's really cooling off as the sun dips down below the grandstands and just starts to touch on the horizon. So Chris Kyanek is,
I see what you mean.
there's the battle for 6th place. You can see Surej just up the road, dealing with a bit of traffic. Looks like he's round him. This gap slowly coming down. Now with Chris, and that gap has closed up considerably now within just the last couple corners. So local time 9:45 at British summertime.
That would be correct.
Really extending the daylight. Alex Tunbridge getting a flash of the lights. Alex, I believe, running back in 3rd or 4th place for the GT3s. third place, it looks like. Ooh, a big wiggle from Chris. As he lets Surej just get a gap going away from him. Magnus Cunnerup again having a problem right in front of our GT3 leader as he gets back on track. I haven't looked yet, but I'm sure many drivers are having the same sentiment as our leader, Kasdorp, flashing the lights of, you need to get off the track. Magnus now holding up Reinhardt, who's, I believe, in 4th place, yes? And Yuri is the Yuri Fury. Just he keeps closing up to the back of this prototype, and he can't go anywhere. And he doesn't have a terribly huge lead. I mean, it is about 10 seconds or so. There's a comfortable cushion, but you'd always like more as a driver. Just watch them. You can see the lights coming, so they're still like, they're about a straight apart. First to second. Coming back to Surej.
Not sure Chris Weston and Kieran Sharp could put up some interesting cars, because it looks like Chris is closing.
With him right now. So about 5 seconds or so between the two. Western flashing his lights. I'm coming. Oh no, maybe that was Reinhardt letting him know that he was coming.
Yeah, this could turn out fun.
Onto the hangar straight. It's still about the same gap, but you can see it there. It's the battle for 4th and 5th. As they get a bit swamped with the LMPs. So the RSS team of driven by Max Bunovic is back to 2nd place. Pon Robert is up in 1st. That gap is actually right on. So there's Pon. Back. There's Max. So as they navigate through some of this traffic, Bunovic is trying to maintain composure. Bagapov, his teammate, co-driver I should say, a bit aggressive through the field, and Bunovic is doing so as well, although he seems to be leaving plenty of room. He's not diving up the inside, but he is getting a little bit anxious to get up there and try and take a swing at first, because they copped that penalty for well, they've had some, I think, for course cutting, but at the very least, if not that, it was for contact and or endangerment for other classes as they're coming up through the field. So now he's back as he slings it right through there. Very confident with the car being able to do that. And Norbert Jakob, he's now coming through there. So he's actually not too far away from that group either. So if they end up getting together and crossing swords Jakub might be in position to be able to pick up the pieces from that affair. We are under an hour and a half left.
Oh yeah, I just noticed that. Just you're right, just under an hour and a half left. It's got about 87 minutes left here, and I still don't think we're done.
Cunner up slow, very slow, right in front of second place, who almost wipes
Oh
out
my
trying to get...
God. Oh, that could have been awful. Look, you can see Chris Weston from the background too. Does he have damage on that car?
So, Univic...
Was it? Sorry, I do lie. It wasn't Chris Weston in the background. It was Lucas Lickerton in the background.
Univic probably cursing in Russian right now inside that helmet. Virtual helmet, of course. Could be wearing a real one, I don't know. But, yeah, he was right on the back of first place and salivating over the idea of just taking that right back with only, I think, one more stint to go. One more stop, and then he's home free.
Chris Weston is going to actually try and finish the race on a one stop. It's going to be interesting to see how it plays out. It'll be quite fun. Especially when they finish. That is. When they all finish, it'll be interesting to see how that one stop works, or if they have the what's it called? Fuel saving. Being able to do it.
Weston still maintaining pace with Sharp up ahead. Fourth and fifth. And Maximilian Kalinic, who was out before, back in with that Audi, so the disconnect has been resolved. Now they're back in 13th. ADN still having many race woes, but he's fighting for position with Escafil Sanfrey.
Budget Rebellion Racing RSS lead says Skinner. And he does have a point. It does look like a Budget Rebellion car, but still leading with a 14-second gap. So it could happen.
So Max getting that position back. That's for 12th place. So at this point, the race has kind of gone in the bin, but they're just doing what they can to make up any position possible. The next one up is, let's see, that's 11th place. That's Frenet Kabai in one of the fancy esports, but over a lap away. Kaluxai and Kianik, I believe those are both fancy esports, yeah. So this has sort of been the fancy esports train that we've been following the whole second half of the race.
But was it always a train when you realised just how many cars they have? It's hard to believe it wouldn't happen.
It is. As they get up around Chris Weston there. Got one, so there's Surej in 5th coming out of frame now, and then 6th place, and there is 7th. So
I just love how the lights are so bright on this car. With those cars, with how the lights are shining so bright with these cars, it's kind of beautiful. Just watch, and just all you can see really is just headlights and position.
Mm-hmm.
There's a certain feel about endurance racing that can't be created anywhere else.
And as we talk about those headlights, Kalashai's go right ahead, and so he's moved into 6th place and his teammate back as they work through some more GT traffic. There's Sharp ahead. Still in 4th place for GT3 class. Kaloxai is within a couple seconds of his teammate ahead. He might actually be able to move up into 5th ahead of Surej if he can maintain this pace. Calvin Reinert is in.
I tell you what, gives people some advantages and disadvantages when racing here. Like for some people, like Silverstone's a track, people just grind, no matter what. So it's really annoying when you get these people who are trying to race properly and you're just getting overtaken and overtaken and overtaking. Just because other people have designed it and done thousands of laps on the track, it kind of ruins it for some people. I'm actually going to have to go off soon. If there's a big incident, I do believe King 5 is where Chris Weston's going to finish. Ben Sharps is pulling away massively now. Unless our fuel saving can actually work properly. So, see ya. So, it's been fun commentating and racing.
Hopping off?
Yeah, I'll definitely watch your stream though. Have to be around to finish it. You just can't commentate. Yeah.
Very good. Well, it's been a pleasure to have you here, and good luck with the rest of the race for you and your guys.
And I'll be back commentating for Red Atlanta.
Yeah, look forward to it.
Hopefully. Yeah.
Alright, so less than an hour and 20 left. Temperature down to 15 degrees Celsius as the sun finally dips out of view. And we are officially into the night. St. Freeze in, just barely missing the end of pit road. And he's not alone. Surej, Kayanek both in. They're right together. That's for 6th and 7th. Reinert was in before, which should have gotten him. There's Reinert. Kulosky is back in the background. Timing's showing him within 2 seconds. Again, it's off because he's nowhere to be seen. All right, let's go ahead and hop back here. So he's having a bit of a moment with Cunner up. So he's coming out of that turn there. Yeah, so he's nowhere near. That's out of Cops, and now they're heading down into the S's. So he's quite far and away. Not really having a chance to close that gap up much by the end of this thing. Following along with our leader right now. GT3. New Cassadorp. Around completing his lap. Krasna is in. Ooh, and Sanfree. He's off track. Problems continue to mount for this team. A bit wobbly coming out of the corner down heading towards Copes, and oh, just a big slide. Bit of a bounce into the barrier. Not terrible though. He's going to come in and get that damage repaired. Taking a look at our second place Langyel, and he's still holding on pretty well. It's showing 11.5 seconds behind. Looks like it's probably going to be a lot more than that. Trying to find 13th, so he's in the middle of sector 2. Looking for 12th, he's actually rounding out the final corner. So about half a track away. It's going to take quite a bit of driving skill and maybe some luck for him to be able to close that up and have any kind of chance at first place. But holding a really nice podium finish at the moment. This man here, Alex Tunbridge, in 3rd place. He's also got a fairly sizable gap to that 2nd place position. Just trying to find where he is relative. We've got quite a few drivers in the pits right now. Kieran Sharp up in 4th. Still, again, pretty spread out. Weston has fallen a little bit of away from him at this point, several seconds back. That's still a potential change of position if anything happens to Sharp, but Kieran has been doing a pretty solid job of maintaining pace, so doubtful that's going to happen unless something happens to him. The IDOS sister car not too far away either, so those two gaps pretty close. Frank Vasconcelos is quite a bit of a ways back. Won't be able to do much with that. And then you've got Lucas Lichten, who's even further away there. Still in 8th place, even if he was able to finish with that, a great salvage. But he does have quite a bit to go. Zagarov in 9th place, definitely not where they wanted to be, but not really of their own doing. They just were forced wide and had hobbles of damage to take care of, and that's just set them way, way down the order. It's just too tight up the order. Oh, and now Weston has an issue. Weston with a big off. That's going to really hurt him. He's not going to be able to catch up now, and he's going to have to worry about those behind him. And it looks like he's on his own. I'm not seeing any other cars around him, not even LMP traffic. Oh, so under braking, it just gets loose on him and brakes. That is rough. So there he is in 5th place, and as we hop down to 6th place, you can see him onto that same stretch. So the IDOS sandwich getting a bit back towards the heel. Bedman now looking a bit more like the shark, like the cat in this game of cat and mouse. Now GT3 should be making pit stops fairly soon, some final pit stops. And Reinhardt is off and around. 4th place falls. Reinhardt loses it. He's back into 5th. Koloskai is now up there. So what happened to Calvin that caused him to lose all those spots? So, aim through maggots. This doesn't look good. Oh, it's a bit slidey, and it just kept going. Keeps it off the wall, though. That's something, I guess. Now he's on the back of his teammate. The question becomes, will he be able to catch back up to David in 4th place? You can see he's well up the road, just going out a shot there. So a late change for position, and he's probably getting annoyed by that GT3. But there's nothing you can really do about it. You just have to deal with that traffic. During that little moment, Kalinic is now out of the pits. And it looks like Kainek is right up there with Surej in front of him. Battle for 6th place is on. We saw before, he was able to really close in on Surej quickly. Had him not looking quite as confident in that prototype as his teammate. Quick flash the lights, hey, I'm here. Don't hold me up. Down through the S's. Oh, and he just gets in front of that GT3. Which means that he's going to have to go a long way around. He still holds on to it. It's very impressive when the LMPs are able to hold that line on the outside. So that held him up just a little bit. Chris not able to close in as fast as he wanted to. No, he's very quick through those S's, so he probably would have been right on the back of him at the end of Hanger, but now he's got to wait just a little bit longer to make this move. So they head down through Vale and out through Club. to finish out the lap and off into turn 1 at Abbey. Up through Farm to the long stretch at the hairpin and Village. And then the other hairpin at the Loop. Out through Aintree onto Wellington Straight. Can he do anything at Brooklands? Nope, turn 6, not close enough. Down through 7 at Luffield, and up through Woodcote. Onto the National Circuit. And back to Copes. He's still not close enough to get on him through this section. Now, they are coming up to some traffic. So can he do the same slice and dice beforehand? No, he's not. Surej is going to be bottled up. He's going to have to go the long way around. They both will. Kynec is able to improve just a little bit. Can he force a mistake? Just a small error. He's in the slipstream now. Toth was around just a few moments ago. Wow, so despite his impressive closing rate, he has not really been able to do much with Surej now that he's there. We're coming up to just 1 more hour to go. About a quarter after 10. The race getting started a little bit later than anticipated, as drivers had some issues getting in, some complaints about the join track time. I think it was set at 20 seconds or something like that, which caught some people out that they were trying to get in and just couldn't do it. And Pon Robert has just moved in. Oh, and it's a fight for second. Jakob and Robert, and they make contact. Fancy Esports fighting for second place ahead of Venturo, and somebody goes wide way on the side there. Fancy Esports to second place, as Pon Robert can only watch him start to slink away. So that happened rather quickly. And Pon Robert has a penalty on top of that. Track extensions. Now, he'll probably argue that that was due to a racing incident, or that he was just racing in general. So I would say that he could get that waived. Of course, the extensions are set at 10, so I mean, if it just took one to get him there, he's already sort of been dancing with the devil in terms of what the stewards are looking for. So he hasn't come in, and I'd argue he shouldn't, so I don't have the penalties up in front of me. Lots of chatter going on in the various chat rooms. So Robert's going to watch as Fancy Esports sort of pulls away. This battle's still going on back behind them. Adam Surej still holding his teammate at bay. So the two of the other Fancy Esports. lots of fairly close racing as we get just within the hour mark. Got 1 minute 45 to go. Temperature continues to drop, now just a little over 14 degrees. Kassadorp now coming to, actually it's Hutchinson is back in the car. So fallen to second place, which means that Langell has moved into first, but this is going to be short-lived because he will have to make a stop. Now, is that enough fuel for Hutchinson to be able to make it to the end? Is the question. And I imagine that Sandor's going to have to come in here very soon. I'd be surprised if we didn't see him in this lap. And Adam Williams is now back in for Magnus Kunnerup. Fortunately, 7 drivers out of the race. A couple for disconnect issues, or actually most of them were for some kind of technical problem that just kept them from going on either directly or which led to an accident that caused terminal damage. So he's still not in. So he's going to keep extending that fuel mileage. And here comes that Surej battle. Adam and Christopher. So you head up through the village section. And the hairpin, that's going to force a bit of an issue with Chris behind. So he's going to lose some more ground to Adam. Bit of a flash of the lights. Hey, I'm coming through, just so you know. Now, Sandor really not at fault there. I mean, he's running his line. That is frustrating when you're trying to chase someone down. But you just have to deal with it. Linus Lundvall is in. And they won't be able to make it if this is going to be a fuel stop. They're well outside their window by about 18 minutes or so. Ooh, Adrian Williams coming through, having a big wiggle. There has to be something funky with that setup, and or it's just taken a lot of damage over time and it's not the same car. Tunbridge still holding third place. Not much change there. Mark Hutchinson will likely be the effective leader. Now has to run a long game, meaning that when Sandor comes in, which he's in now, so he's going to yield the lead back as Hutchinson goes through Vale. Out again, so he's going to take the lead back. There he goes. There's Sandor still getting service. Only 20 seconds in. Tires are done on that car. Working on fuel. Very lengthy stop. fact, at this rate, Alex Tunbridge should be able to catch up, although I believe he's going to have to take his stop. So just under a minute. Just about a minute. So he's going to come out a bit into traffic. But he's good for the rest of the race. Now it's showing that, and there you can see the DDoS team right behind, but Alex is going to have to come in. I haven't seen him come in for a change, and I know he had a big off earlier. So BMW leads 2 McLarens. A bit of a question mark over Hutchinson as to whether he'll be able to make it. He should. I think he's close enough that he can extend that fuel mileage. The question is, can Lingniel improve on the time enough to be able to close that gap up? He's currently about 20 seconds behind. Something to keep an eye on. We'll go ahead and take you to the top of the order as our leader, Max Bunovich, is in. So the RSS back at the top of the board. Norbert Jakob, who's now approaching. So they're in the pits now at 55 minutes to go. Not really sure if they're going to be able to make it. Jakob is not going to be able to make it, as they take back the lead now. Nascimento's just DNF'd, possibly a disconnect. They have not taken back the lead, so Max is actually out of the pits. And he is just a little bit in front of Norbert Jakob, so he did not inherit the lead. Max was able to get out just in time. So these two are very close together. They're about 6 or so seconds apart. And if Jakob's able to close the gap, it'll come down to a final pit stop of just a splash and dash. Prodan has now moved up to 7th place. So that team, which has been trying to climb the mountain, has just gained another spot. We should be seeing some of these other teams coming in for their final pits, as we're starting to. Tom Chasing has now come out. He'll be able to make it the rest of the way. Danilo Nascimento is in the garage, so they're going to try and get that thing going again. And they are back. So another quick turnaround after pulling the cord and trying to get that thing sorted. So back to the drive through the field. There's your first place LMP, followed very closely by second place Norbert Jakob. That gap closing up kind of quickly. So even if he gets by him, Bunovich is going to have a shorter fill once they come in for their final stop, even if it is a splash. The only way that they're going to be able to avoid a second stop is by switching off the, or switching the engine mixture down. And even then, that's a bit of a stretch to be able to make it last. I mean, we're still at 52 minutes to go. So they're almost certainly going to have to come in and stop. And then you've got Pon Robert, who's ready and willing to take any positions away should the opportunity present itself, because he isn't too far behind those two. There is a distance, there's a gap to cover. Sanfrey having a moment, and Eggert is in. hopping back up. We've got 4th place, David Koloski, another fancy esport, and he's just sort of been floating at the back. He's been able to clear his teammates, and they've made very steady progress throughout this race. Just a very strong concerted effort. Calvin Reinert, this team has been all over the place, but currently sitting in 5th, not terribly far behind either. Nascimento now falling back as they finally come on track. I believe they might have lost. They haven't lost a lap. Sorry, back up. So we were looking at Reinert. Oh, we've got Christian Kabaya well off the track. Figure out where that is. That looks like it's, yeah, that's going onto the hanger straight, so off through the S's. Not really in jeopardy of getting caught by anybody. So looking at this, we've got Reinert back up here again. He's in 5th. Oh, and a big slide. Big slide. That's a pretty good catch. Doesn't help the tires, but whew, that got awfully exciting. Back behind him is Adam Surej, who's fortunately nowhere near. He's actually coming up onto the straight leading towards Copes in that section where Reinert just went through, so still plenty of gap there. Where the gap isn't is between Surej and his teammate Kayanek right behind him, the Adam and Chris show, which has been going on for quite a few laps now and may continue on through the rest of the race. We got Weston playing the cork in the bottle as they sling through the S's. Back on hanger straight. It's Pascal Eggert, who's in 8th place, but obviously he's just in front of these guys, but positionally behind them. Linus Lundvall is back behind Eggert, and not by a ton. So that Lundvall could make a move against Eggert. Christoph Toth, plenty of issues of his own, is currently sitting in 10th. Not much of a chance to make up position there. And Aiden Williams, which we've commented on plenty of times, that 360 car just really not up to snuff. But at least it's looking fairly stable right now, at least enough that it's not a big danger to others. We get to our leader then in the GT3, Mark Hutchinson, who's in 1st place, but he's got the longer stop ahead of him. He might be able to make it to the end, but he's going to have to conserve some fuel. Sandor Langiel should be on to finish now, able to kind of just pump out really strong laps. Kieran Sharp is now in, who's in 3rd place. Which means that Alex Tunbridge, sorry, I guess they had a driver swap, Liam Rance, he's now coming up. And it looks like he'll take the position away. There's Kieran on the right. So Liam Rance pulls ahead. So DDOS back into 3rd place. And Sharp is away. So Sharp's going to have some really strong tires, but they obviously had a bit of a longer stop. not quite as well timed with their stints, unfortunately. Oop, and a bit of a contact with 13th place ADN. Back in 16th, 5th overall is Chris Weston, running that Madness BMW and doing a fairly decent job. He's still kind of off and away from catching anybody, but he's a bit of an island himself from cars behind. Verdon, teammate, now up to 6th place. An amazing run for that car and that team. Some controversy around their methods for getting up there. Accusations of muscling other drivers out of the way, even though they were a lap down. We didn't catch any live, but it'll come down to the stewards to decide whether or not they need to be punished for their racing behavior. Regardless where they are right now, 6th place, that sticks. That's going to be a really good finish for them. And just looking at the gap, there is a chance that they can catch Weston. 45 minutes to go. They might be able to do it. So Fedma being replaced with Vandersloot. Sherwin Vandersloot. That team doing a fairly decent job. One of the IDOS drives. A 7th would be a pretty good result for them. And so another driver change. So all these guys getting through and getting their final stops in at right about the hour mark. Frank Vasconcelos is out, and now Alessandro Barcelos in. So he was able to figure out his connection issues and get in here for one final stint at the end. So good on him for that. And Zakharov, 20th overall, in the number 17 RSS. He's back in 9th. Right in front of his teammate, who has to go way wide as he closes up on him way too fast. He's going to try and stay out of his way and take a wide approach to the corner. Try and let his teammate by, because he is on a mission, trying to hold on to that first place ahead of Jakob, who is, trying to see if that's him on the backstretch there. There's Reinhardt, and I believe that is the Fancy Esports number 88, just down the line a little bit. Anyway, rounding out the rest of this, there's Krajnai for the other Fancy Esports GT3. Kabai, who've just had big struggles throughout the race. Nascimento having a disconnect as well as other issues. Zakharov is around the RSS team again. And we just saw them getting lapped by some LMP traffic. So here he comes. Did he have any help? The flash the lights. Ooh, and he just got loose on his own. Might have been sucked around. I didn't see any damage or any contact. But he's going to come in. He might have copped some damage from the wall. Reinhardt is in. That will be a final stop. they'll be able to make it to the end from here. Meanwhile, Kabai also had a bit of a moment which we missed, but it looks like it was just something on his own. Surej, how is he doing? 5th place. So it looks like is Kayanek still back behind him? Yes, he is. See him just out of frame there. There he is. So these two still going at it. Battle of pace and wills and patience. Meanwhile, Eggert right in the middle of all of that, but he's down the order a ways. A couple positions back. Krajnak copying a penalty just now. Looks like for track extensions. Sanfries in serving one that he had gotten. Krajnak also in to serve his. There's Jakob, 2nd place. What just happened there? Sanfries looks like he had some kind of glitch, and now he's stuck up on the wall. This race couldn't get worse for them. Trying to move, flashing his lights. Not sure if he's asking for one of the other drivers to kind of hit him. Oh, Jakob turning his lights off. Sanfries probably going to have to do the old unplug and plug back in. And Marcello's having some problems. Alessandro. We'll drop back in time and try and catch that. Oh my! Reinhardt booted him big time. That looked like it might have been a mix of netcode and just approaching very quickly. That was a huge hit. So cars kind of all over the place. That thing has some damage. Toth and Eggert both having penalties now. Max Bunovich also having the problem. Looks like he got together with Aiden Williams. Still holding 1st place ahead of Jakob. Cholocorn is now off track as he gets right in front of Alex. Cholocorn. Looks like he's got it under control now. He's not going in. Surej is now going out of the pits. as he just loses a position. So finally getting passed by his teammate Chris. He moves ahead to 6th place. So a bit late in the stops for him, but that's just how it kind of landed. So he's free to use that fuel as much as he wants. In fact, he may put up the engine mixture and just punch that throttle. Adam either congratulating him or frustrated that he lost the position, not quite sure which. Might just be letting others know that he's coming through. Big wiggle and around. That looks like Joe LaCour again. So big time struggles for that team. They continue on. He's going to be a bit of an obstacle now going through the S's for Kieran Sharp. Kieran giving him a flash of the lights, currently in 4th place. Sanford now DNF, so another DNF. That's going to be number 8, I believe. Car's out. Alessandro Barcelos is just wrapping up a 107-second pit stop. Very long after getting that massive damage from Calvin Reinert. So interesting this, so Max just crossed the line. Lap 239. Norbert Yakov and Pon Robert both about the same lap. They're 238, but they'll be coming through here shortly. David Kaloskai is 237. A lot of the drivers around him 236. Still very close up and down the order. Now this battle is on. Rajna is in. Now, it's not surprising because he had gone into the big slide and he's around. Does he save it? Oof, that was pretty close, right in front of his teammate. So kind of off on his own. So he just gained that spot and he loses it again. So back to 9th. Pretty frustrating for that team. So Reg not really giving up. He's a couple seconds back, I believe, at this point. So about 3 seconds or so behind Chris. Now, interestingly enough, unlike the last race, a lot of these gaps have opened up. So nothing terribly close, but we still have a lot of drivers coming in and leaving. For instance, Krajnai just left, but a few drivers still copying penalties. Ooh, big slide by Surej as he tries to slow down for the 11th place car of Kabai, who gets off the racing line to stay out of the way. Coming up to 30 minutes to go. Koloski having a bit of a moment in the background. So that's coming on to Hanger Straight. It's been one of the most problematic places on the circuit for drivers. And you can see why. There's a lot of momentum shift, a lot of weight shift within the car. That's very difficult to manage if you're just not on top of it and your car is just not behaving underneath you. Of course, that's assuming that somebody hasn't helped you out there, which we've seen a few instances of that. Whether it be LMP2s trying to make it go at slower traffic around them, or just battles for position where drivers thought they had overlap and therefore should have some space. But we've seen it go both ways. So Suraj is still the closest opportunity anyone has, and he's right there. You can see he's looking ahead. Linus Lundvall 2 positions back from these guys. Sorry, 2 laps and positions. So even if he gets by them, fortunately, it won't be a gain for him. Buys around again. As he comes back onto the circuit, as they head down into turn number 3. Koloski is in. That's 4th place. We're saying how some of these drivers are off and they're pitting. He wasn't going to be able to make it. He shouldn't have to fill up too much since we're at the 28-minute mark. Assuming that he doesn't have a penalty he's getting service for. So Koloski has been overtaken by Calvin Reinhardt. Chris Sinek is now in, right as his teammate takes off. And here comes Suraj up the field. Can he get there in time? His teammate is up to speed. They are nose to tail. Linus Lundvall in the background, but not really anything to be gained there. 27 minutes to go. Zakharov having another off. Probably very tired at this point as he has to come in again. I have to assume that's for damage that he took once he was off there. Because it's coming up on 6 o'clock where I am, and I'm getting tired. Approaching 11 p.m. local time in the UK. Throughout Europe, you've got plus or minus that. And if you're Alex, it's probably quite early in the morning in the motherland. And Reinhardt had a moment. So there's Paul-Robert right ahead. That's for position. That is for the last place on the grid. So looking ahead, a bit of traffic in front. Pon has to be careful because if he keeps extending track limits like that, the stewards are going to slap him with a penalty. Pascal Eggert moving over to the side, letting these guys through, giving them racing room. Has to go the wide right around Alessandro. So head into some of the slowest parts of the track. We see that Kabaya off track again. Troth is off. Sorry, I guess it's Silvazzi now. 10th place in LMP2. That's coming out of oh, which turn is that? That's over by Chapel, going through the Hangar Straight and now in through Stowe. Back towards the top. So Robert, still holding ahead of Calvin Reinhardt. A fairly large gap to the first place Bunovich. Alexander Zakharov off again. So probably tired and frustrated at this point with just 22 minutes left. Koloski going around. The Fancy Esports. He's still pretty far away from 4th place, so he's not going to be able to do much. Oh, big slide by Zakharov. Yeah, that car is just totally unsettled now as he goes round and around. Despite the frustration he carries on, he's so close to the end now, he might as well just finish this thing. Now back to 10th place as Daniel Krajnai goes through. was not for position. Sinek looking ahead to Adam Surej. He's well up the track. No jeopardy there. A big twitch. He's really done something to the tires on that thing. That car is just so unstable now, particularly under braking. Probably, I have to imagine it's got to be a lot of heat degradation that's built up in them. Assuming that he didn't get new tires on the last stop, which is what it looked like. You saw him weaving, going down one of the straights. Big slide. 20 minutes left of this. Can he hold on and not cause any damage to someone else's race? Same could be asked of Kabai, who's been having an almost mirror image of a drive. And Zakharov is actually not, I guess he's a lap away, so if you did catch him, not sure why he's flashing his lights here. So Robert not far away from Jakob for second place. There's Jakob. Barely 2 seconds ahead. That time frame ever shifting. All of these cars are definitely worn out, or at least halfway to getting there. All these drivers are worn out. Linus Lindvall now is coming in. That's 9th place, so that's an unusual pit stop. Toth is the only one behind him. Sorry, it's Silvazzi. Patrick Silvazzi took over for him. Right now on board with Norbert Jakob. And looking back to 3rd place, Pon Robert, who's putting up probably one of the biggest fights he's ever had. Coming on to 17 minutes to go. Looks like Robert might have been caught up a little bit in traffic. Both these teams pretty strong, both drivers, very steady. So yeah, he's definitely fallen away. That's going to give Jakob some breathing room. Now, if Paul wants to actually close up, he's going to have to settle in and keep pumping away like he was before. Zakharov's still struggling with this thing, and that's no big surprise. Even on the straightaway, he's got problems. So he must still have some damage. So let's look back at where Kabai is. Kabai getting hit by the sister RSS team, the current leader. Wasn't thrilled by that, and yeah, Max needs to be very careful because he does not want to cause a penalty for himself. Ooh! Right out of turn 1, he's around. It's probably just going to be a matter of time before he gets in front of somebody and ruins their race. Checking in now with our Discord chat to see where things are. And Alex off again. Hang in there, buddy. You got 14 more minutes to go. So let's take a look back at that third place battle. Pon has been able to close in. So this is on to the end. 14 minutes is not going to be enough time for Jakob to keep that kind of pace and not get past. He's going to really have to work traffic and hope that it comes to him. Unlike this, so he's got the switch over here. He's on the inside. Weston, who's up in 5th. Good drive by that team. Gets a little bit in the way, but he's kind of held both of them up, so really not much change there. Still looking through to see if there's anything exciting going on. And yes, Alex Tunbridge, it is time for drinks. Never too early, because it's only 12 minutes to go. You might as well start the celebration now. So lots of back and forth going on. Getting closer, getting closer. Let's see if there are any other battles going on. Looks like the Surej, the Adam Chris battle for Fancy Esports is still kind of going on, but they're not terribly close together. There's Surej, and Chris is a little ways back, so not really anything of mention there. Zakharov was off again. Coming up to 10 minutes. So let's take a quick look at what's going on here as we hit the 10-minute mark. First place, Marcus Bunovich for RSS is leading the way by a good healthy margin, around 6 seconds or so. Second place, you've got Norbert Jakob, who's being harangued by Pon Robert, as Alessandro is up to 8th, good on them. Pon Robert is on the hunt. We'll come back to that battle in just a minute. Calvin Reinert up to 4th, and he's just kind of cruising, looking to pick up any positions that might fall away between 2nd and 3rd, fighting it out. 5th place, Kalaskai is doing pretty much the same thing, although he's a little bit further back. Then you've got Surej, who's holding off his teammate, Fancy Esports, Kayanek. And interestingly enough, all these guys are on the same lap. Well, sorry, I take that back. Top 3 on the same lap. And Jakob actually has just fallen prey to Pon Robert as he makes the move around. There's back and forth, but they gave each other room. And considering how hard Robert was charging, I don't think he's going to be able to even make a charge back with Slipstream. So within the last 10 minutes of the race, a switch on the podium as Norbert Jakob falls back to 3rd without any consequence as far as them coming together. Very clean pass. So down the order here, Eggert as coming into the pits. Either he's got a penalty brewing or he just needs to do a quick splash and go. And you got Linus Lindvall. He's too far back to really do much with this, but he might be able to make a move and take away 9th. He's coming down Hangar Straight, so it's still quite a ways away. Zakharov around again. So there's Lindvall. He's closing in. Eggert coming out of the pits now, so he's out and away from turn 1. Linus Lindvall coming in through Vale. So he's too far away to do anything with that. And Silvassi is even further back as he goes around Stowe. And there's Aiden Williams to round out the rest of the field. Mark Hutchinson leading the way in GT3. Untouchable at this moment. And we see the Kabai car off in the background. Langveld, oh, and there's the RSS. His race has just fallen apart hour by hour, and now it's at the bottom of the barrel, really. Langyel doing a great job holding 2nd place, and will finish this thing out likely right there. Liam Rance is a lap behind, but solidly in third place. And you've got Sharp, Kieran Sharp right behind as he gets forced wide by Calvin Reinert. Oh, and we've had a switch. Pon Robert had to go into the pits. He had to get some fuel with just 6 minutes left in the race. So he falls back down to third place at the end of the podium, getting the bronze. Meanwhile, Jakob further up the field, laughing his head off. I'm not sure how that could happen, because I thought that he grabbed his stop just at the right moment. Clearly not. So there's Robert. He's coming around. He's back on the Grand National circuit going out through Copse. So he's well at, or sorry, now he's coming to Copse. There's no way he's going to be able to do anything with that. Reinhardt's still too far behind. He might as well be in a whole other country. Sorry, back over here, looking at Kieran Sharp. He's now holding up Robert as they go out through the S's. Then you've got Chris Weston, who's made the most out of that race. Would have liked to have done more, but still a pretty good charge despite an incident early on, a big incident, when Aaron was in the car. And Sherwin van der Sloot coming in and finishing out the rest of this race as he took over the 6th place position for IDOS ahead of Donat Prodan. Was up to 6th, so Manus was running line to stern, but has fallen back now. And then you have Alessandro, that Brazilian team, doing a really good job. Alexander Zakharov in the pits, serving a penalty probably for barely having control over his car and just trying to make it to the end. Krajnai back here in 9th place. All these guys likely to finish here unless something ridiculous happens in the last little bit of the race. Zakharov serving his penalty. Kabai probably not able to do much with it because he's a lap away. Same with Nascimento, Joe Licora. All these guys having some serious issues with their runs and all quite a ways away from one another. But Koloskai is actually, is that Reinhardt who's right there? So this is for position. There's Calvin Reinhardt up in 4th. We've got 2.5 minutes left, and he's closing in. So there still might be a couple last-minute changes. Oof. Comes right onto the back of them as they go through turn 2. Sorry, turn 3. So now they're out through village section onto Wellington Straight. Calvin Reinert off the track, and that's a change for position, a honk of the horn. Reiner able to recover it, but he is now fallen back to 5th place. Terrible luck for IDOS, doing everything they could to hold on to that, but Fancy Esports is now sitting 2nd and 4th, and 6th and 7th and 10th. And 20th and 21st. A minute and 15 seconds remaining. We still have some drivers coming out of the pits. That's Zakharov after serving his stop and go and getting some repairs done. We'll just have to wrap this thing up. And just at the very end, Danilo Nascimento is DNF'd. Oh, and Donat Pradhan off track, big off. It looks like he's got some damage potentially. Oh yeah, the thing's crabbing violently. Oof. So he was actually back up into 6th, it looks like. Coming down to under a minute left. As we try and load this replay and see what happened to Pradhan. So he just gets a big wiggle, goes off hard into the wall. And loses that position. He's got to be so frustrated with himself after he just made it back up. Unbelievable. And he's just going to probably drive that thing home at this point. But we're now 8 hours in, and I don't believe Max crossed the line to take the white flag. Previously, so this should be it. So there is the white flag. White flag is out. Or I'm sorry, no, that was the that's white flag for the rest of the field. So there's your winner, Max Binovich, followed by Norbert Jakob in second place, and Pon Robert, who's going to bring it home. Right ahead of him is the winner of GT3, Mark Hutchinson. So LARP, who is looking to sweep the series, having issues earlier on from contact, he comes home and at least wins it for the GT3 side. Lengyel with the Pimps Hungary Racing going to finish second. And Liam Rance in third, so great job there. Up in fourth place is Kalaksai, and then Calvin Reinert in fifth. He's already in the garage. Surej in sixth after a hard fight. Kainek in seventh. Pascal Egger in eighth. Linus Lundvall ninth. Silvazzi in 10th. Aiden Williams finishing out in 11th as soon as he crosses the line. Back in GT3, Sharp for IDOS finishing 4th. Weston in 5th after a hard-fought battle through the field. Vandersloot bringing it home and sliding back into 6th place just on the last lap as Donat Pradhan, a frustrating crash, ruins it for him. Alessandro Barcelos was able to do the most they could with that team, bringing home an 8th. Daniel Krajnai in 9th, Kabai 10th, and unfortunately Zakharov falling all the way back to 11th after doing everything he could to make the most of that race. It just fell apart for him. Same thing with Danilo Nascimento, Joe LaCour, Tom chasing. And then you had a couple of DNFs from there on down. So, yeah, there you have it, everyone. There are your results. So, a very interesting round, of course. And yeah, we'll be going to Road Atlanta next. The 10 hours of Road Atlanta in America, and that will be on May 9th. So should be a good race. Basically, your mini Le Mans, Petit Le Mans, and we'll see what happens with the remaining rounds. So we're almost halfway through. One more race, it'll be a good one, and the series will be definitely in an upset. But thank you for watching, everyone. Thank you for my co-commentators joining me, and hope you've enjoyed, and we'll catch you in about a month. Stay safe out there with the coronavirus, and always sim race. Thank you.